Preface of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry Stanley. Preface. As indicated on the title page, The Boy Travelers on the Congo is condensed from that remarkable narrative Through the Dark Continent by one of the most famous explorers that the century has produced. The origin of the present volume is sufficiently explained in the following letter. House, New York, December 1, 1886. My dear Colonel Knox, it is a gift to be able to write to interest boys, and no one who has read your several volumes in the Boy Traveler series can doubt that you possess this gift to an eminent degree. While reading those interesting and valuable books of yours, I have regretted that they were not issued in the time of my own youth, so that I might have enjoyed as a boy the treat of their perusal. Now, the Harpers desire a condensation of my 2 volumes, Through the Dark Continent, to be made for young folks, but I have neither the time nor the experience in juvenile writing for performing the work. I suggest that you shall produce a volume for your series of Boy Travelers, and assure you that it would delight me greatly to have you take your boys, who have followed you through so many lands, on the journey that I made from Zanzibar to the mouth of the Congo. There is too much in my work in its present form for their mental digestion, but, narrated in that chaste and forcible style which has proved so entertaining to them, they would certainly find the journey through Africa of exceeding interest when made in your company. By all means, take Frank and Fred to the wilds of Africa. Let them sail the equatorial lakes, travel through Uganda, Unyoro, and other countries ruled by dark-skinned monarchs, descend the magnificent and perilous Congo, see the strange tribes and people of that wonderful land, and repeat the adventures and discoveries that made my journey so eventful. You have my full permission, my dear friend, to use the material in any way you deem proper in adapting it to the requirements of the Boy Travelers. Sincerely yours, as always, M. Stanley, to Colonel Thomas W. Knox. The preparation of this book has been a double pleasure. First, to comply with the wishes of an old friend, and secondly, to carry the boys and girls of the present day to the wonderful region that, until very recently, was practically unknown. I have the fullest confidence that they will greatly enjoy the journey across equatorial Africa, from the eastern to the western sea, and eagerly peruse every line of Mr. Stanley's narrative of discovery and adventure. The portrait of Mr. Stanley is from a photograph taken early in 1886. The maps on the inside of the covers were especially drawn for this work, and the publishers, with their customary liberality, have allowed the use of woodcuts selected from several volumes of African travel and exploration, in addition to those which originally appeared in Through the Dark Continent. In the hope that The Boy Travelers on the Congo will be as cordially received as were its predecessors in the series, the work is herewith submitted to press and public for perusal and comment. York, May 1887. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Scott Caulkins. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry Stanley. Chapter 1. At 8 o'clock on the morning of December 15, 1886, the magnificent steamer Eider of the North German Lloyds left her dock in New York Harbor for a voyage to Southampton and Bremen. Among the passengers that gathered on her deck to wave farewell to friends on shore was one whose name has become famous throughout the civilized world for the great work he has performed in exploring the African continent and opening it to commerce and Christianizing influences. That man, it is hardly necessary to say, was Henry Stanley. Near him stood a group of 3 individuals who will be recognized by many of our readers. They were Dr. Bronson and his nephews, Frank Bassett and Fred Bronson, whose adventures have been recorded in previous volumes. Slowly, the great steamer made her way among the ships at anchor in the harbor. She passed the Narrows, then entered the lower bay, and winding through the channel between Sandy Hook and Coney Island, was soon upon the open ocean. Near the Sandy Hook lightship, she stopped her engines sufficiently long to discharge her pilot, and then, with her prow turned to the eastward, she dashed away on her course at full speed. Day by day, and night by night, the tireless engines throbbed and pulsated, but never for a moment ceased their toil till the Eider was off Southampton, more than 3,000 miles from her starting point. Dr. Bronson was acquainted with Mr. Stanley, and soon after the steamer left the dock, the two gentlemen were in conversation. After a little while, the doctor introduced his nephews, who were warmly greeted by the great explorer. He had read of their journeys in the Far East and in other lands, and expressed his pleasure at meeting them personally. As for Frank and Fred, they were overjoyed at the introduction and the cordial manner in which they were received. They thanked Mr. Stanley for the kind words he had used in speaking of their travels, which had been of little consequence compared with his own. Frank added that he hoped some day to be able to cross the African continent. The way had been opened by Mr. Stanley, and with the facilities which the latter had given to travelers, the journey would be far easier of accomplishment than it was 20 or even 10 years ago. Then followed a desultory conversation, of which no record has been preserved. Other passengers came up to speak to Mr. Stanley, and the party separated. As the steamer passed into the open ocean, most of the people on deck disappeared below, for the double reason that there was a cold wind from the eastward, and breakfast was on the table. "What a charming man Mr. Stanley is," Fred remarked, as soon as they had withdrawn from the group. "Yes," replied his cousin, "and so different from what I expected he would be. He is dignified without being haughty, and friendly without familiarity. Before the introduction, I was afraid to meet him, but found myself quite at ease before we had been talking a minute. I'm not surprised to hear how much those who know him are attached to him, nor at the influence he possesses over the people among whom his great work has been performed." "Just think what a career he has had," continued Frank. "After various adventures as a newspaper correspondent in Spain, Abyssinia, Ashanti, and other countries, he was sent by the editor of the New York Herald to find Dr. Livingstone in the interior of Africa. He found the famous missionary, but when he came back and told the story of what he had done, a great many people refused to believe him, because they considered the feat impossible for a newspaper correspondent. He came out of Africa at the same point where he entered it, and it was said by some that he had never ventured farther than a few miles from the coast. This made him angry, and the next time he went on a tour of exploration in Africa, he made sure that the same criticism would be impossible." "Yes, indeed," responded Fred. "He went into the African wilderness at Bagamoyo on the east side of the continent, and came out at the mouth of the Congo, away over on the other side. He descended that great river which no white man had ever done before him, and passed through dangers and difficulties such as few travelers of modern times have known. And besides—" Before Fred could finish the sentence he had begun, the doctor joined them, and asked Frank where he had put the parcel of books that they had selected to read during the voyage. "It is in our room," the youth replied, "and ready to be opened whenever we want any of the books. We will arrange our things this forenoon, and I will open the parcel at once." "You selected Mr. Stanley's book, Through the Dark Continent, I believe," Dr. Bronson continued, "and I think you had better bring that out first. Now that Mr. Stanley is with us, you will read it again with much greater interest than before." The youths were pleased with the suggestion, which they accepted at once. Fred laughingly remarked that there might be danger of a quarrel between them as to who should have the first privilege of reading the book. Frank thought they could get over the difficulty by dividing the 2 volumes between them, but he admitted that the one who read the second volume in advance of the first would be likely to have his mind confused as to the exact course of the exploration which the book described. Dr. Bronson said he was reminded of an anecdote he once heard about a man who always read books with a mark, which he carefully inserted at the end of each reading. He was going through the life of Napoleon at one time, and for 3 evenings in succession, his roommate slyly set back the mark to the starting point. At the end of the 3rd evening, he asked the reader what he thought of Napoleon. "He was a most wonderful man," was the reply. "In 3 days he crossed the Alps 3 times with his whole army, and went the same way every time." While the party were laughing over the anecdote, Mr. Stanley came up and said he wished to have a share in the fun. The doctor repeated the story and explained how it had been called to his mind. "Well," said Mr. Stanley, "it would be very unfortunate for Masters Frank and Fred to get the story of the Dark Continent doubled up in the manner you suggest. I propose that they shall study it together, one reading aloud to the other, and as the entire book is too much for the limited time of this voyage, they will be obliged to omit portions of chapters here and there. The readings can take place daily during the afternoon and evening, and the youth who is to read can devote the forenoon to selecting the parts of the chapters he will suppress and those which are to be given to the listeners. I will assist him in his selections from time to time, and with due diligence the book will be finished before we reach Southampton." It was unanimously voted that the plan was an excellent one, and the boys immediately proceeded to carry it out. The volumes were brought forth, and Frank retired to a corner of the saloon to make a selection for the first afternoon's reading. Mr. Stanley sat with him a short time, marking several pages and paragraphs, and then went on deck, where he joined Dr. Bronson in a brief promenade. Meantime, Fred busied himself with an examination of several other books of African travel. He was evidently familiar with their contents, as he ran through the pages with great rapidity and marked several passages, with the evident intention of referring to them in the course of the time devoted to what we may call the public readings. There was an intermission of labor towards the middle of the day, and at this time Frank and Fred made the acquaintance of 2 or 3 other youths of about their age. When the latter learned of the proposed scheme, they asked permission to be allowed to hear how the Dark Continent was traversed, and their request was readily granted. Consequently, the audience that assembled in the afternoon comprised some 6 or 8 persons, including Mr. Stanley and Dr. Bronson. Neither of the gentlemen remained there through the whole afternoon, partly for the reason that they were both familiar with the narrative, and partly because they did not wish to seem otherwise than confident that the boys knew how to manage matters for themselves. This kind of work was not altogether new to Frank and Fred, as many of our readers are aware, and in all their previous experiences they had acquitted themselves admirably. When everything was ready, Frank began with the opening chapter of Through the Dark Continent, and read as follows. While returning to England in April 1874 from the Ashanti War, the news reached me that Livingstone was dead, that his body was on its way to England. Livingstone had then fallen. He was dead. He had died by the shores of Lake Bemba, on the threshold of the dark region he had wished to explore. The work he had promised me to perform was only begun when death overtook him. The effect which this news had upon me, after the first shock had passed away, was to fire me with a resolution to complete his work, to be, if God willed it, the next martyr to geographical science, or, if my life was to be spared, to clear up not only the secrets of the great river throughout its course, but also all that remained still problematic and incomplete of the discoveries of Burton and Speke and Grant. The solemn day of the burial of the body of my great friend arrived. I was one of the pallbearers in Westminster Abbey, and when I had seen the coffin lowered into the grave, and had heard the first handful of earth thrown over it, I walked away sorrowing over the fate of David Livingstone. Soon after this, I was passing by an old bookshop and observed a little volume bearing the singular title of How to Observe. Upon opening it, I perceived it contained tolerably clear instructions of how and what to observe. It was very interesting, and it whetted my desire to know more. It led me to purchase quite an extensive library of books upon Africa, its geography, geology, botany, and ethnology. I thus became possessed of over 130 books upon Africa, which I studied with the zeal of one who had a living interest in the subject, and with the understanding of one who had been already 4 times on that continent. I knew what had been accomplished by African explorers, and I knew how much of the dark interior was still unknown to the world. Until late hours I sat up, inventing and planning, sketching out routes, laying out lengthy lines of possible exploration, noting many suggestions which the continued study of my project created. I also drew up lists of instruments and other paraphernalia that would be required to map, lay out, and describe the new regions to be traversed. I had strolled over one day to the office of the Daily Telegraph, full of the subject. While I was discussing journalistic enterprise in general with one of the staff, the editor entered. We spoke of Livingstone and the unfinished task remaining behind him. In reply to an eager remark which I made, he asked, "Could you and would you complete the work? And what is there to do?" I answered, "The outlet of Lake Tanganyika is undiscovered. We know nothing scarcely, except what Speke has sketched out, of Lake Victoria. We do not even know whether it consists of one or many lakes, and therefore the sources of the Nile are still unknown. Moreover, the western half of the African continent is still a white blank. Do you think you can settle all this if we commission you?" "While I live, there will be something done. If I survive the time required to perform all the work, all shall be done." The matter was for the moment suspended because Mr. James Gordon Bennett of the New York Herald had prior claims on my services. A telegram was dispatched to New York to him. Would he join the Daily Telegraph in sending Stanley out to Africa to complete the discoveries of Speke, Burton, and Livingstone? And within 24 hours my new mission to Africa was determined on as a joint expedition, by the laconic answer which the cable flashed under the Atlantic, "Yes, Bennett." A few days before I departed for Africa, the Daily Telegraph announced in a leading article that its proprietors had united with Mr. James Gordon Bennett in organizing an expedition of African discovery under the command of Mr. Henry Stanley. "The purpose of the enterprise," it said, "is to complete the work left unfinished by the lamented death of Dr. Livingstone, to solve, if possible, the remaining problems of the geography of Central Africa, and to investigate and report upon the haunts of the slave traders. He will represent the 2 nations whose common interest in the regeneration of Africa was so well illustrated when the lost English explorer was rediscovered by the energetic American correspondent. In that memorable journey, Mr. Stanley displayed the best qualities of an African traveler, and with no inconsiderable resources at his disposal to reinforce his own complete acquaintance with the conditions of African travel, it may be hoped that more important results will accrue from this undertaking to the advantage of science, humanity, and civilization. 2 weeks were allowed me for purchasing boats, a yawl, a gig, and a barge, for giving orders for pontoons, and purchasing equipment, guns, ammunition, rope, saddles, medical stores, and provisions, for making investments and gifts for native chiefs, for obtaining scientific instruments, stationery, etc., etc. The barge was an invention of my own. It was to be 40 feet long, 6 feet beam, and 30 inches deep, of Spanish cedar 3/8 of an inch thick. When finished, it was to be separated into 5 sections, each of which should be 8 feet long. If the sections should be overweight, they were to be again divided into halves for greater facility of carriage. The construction of this novel boat was undertaken by Mr. James Messenger, boat builder, of Teddington, near London. The pontoons were made by Cording, but though the workmanship was beautiful, they were not a success, because the superior efficiency of the boat for all purposes rendered them unnecessary. However, they were not wasted. Necessity compelled us, while in Africa, to employ them for far different purposes from those for which they had originally been designed. There lived a clerk at the Langham Hotel of the name of Frederick Barker, who, smitten with a desire to go to Africa, was not to be dissuaded by reports of its unhealthy climate, its dangerous fevers, or the uncompromising views of exploring life given to him. He would go. He was determined to go, he said. Mr. Edwin Arnold of the Daily Telegraph also suggested that I should be accompanied by one or more young English boatmen of good character, on the ground that their river knowledge would be extremely useful to me. He mentioned his wish to a most worthy fisherman named Henry Pocock of Lower Upnor, Kent, who had kept his yacht for him, and who had fine stalwart sons who bore the reputation of being honest and trustworthy. 2 of these young men volunteered at once. Both Mr. Arnold and myself warned the Pocock family repeatedly that Africa had a cruel character, that the sudden change from the daily comforts of English life to the rigorous one of an explorer would try the most perfect constitution, would most likely be fatal to the uninitiated and unacclimatized. But I permitted myself to be overborne by the eager courage and devotion of these adventurous lads, and Francis John Pocock and Edward Pocock, 2 very likely-looking young men, were accordingly engaged as my assistants. Soon after the announcement of the new mission, applications by the score poured into the offices of the Daily Telegraph and New York Herald for employment. Before I sailed from England, over 1,200 letters were received from generals, colonels, captains, lieutenants, midshipmen, engineers, commissioners of hotels, mechanics, waiters, cooks, servants, somebodies and nobodies, spiritual mediums and magnetizers, etc., etc. They all knew Africa, were perfectly acclimatized, were quite sure they would please me, would do important services, save me from any number of troubles by their ingenuity and resources, take me up in balloons, or by flying carriages, make us all invisible by their magic arts, or by the science of magnetism would cause all savages to fall asleep while we might pass anywhere without trouble. Indeed, I feel sure that, had enough money been at my disposal at that time, I might have led 5,000 Englishmen, 5,000 Americans, 2,000 Frenchmen, 2,000 Germans, 500 Italians, 250 Swiss, 200 Belgians, 50 Spaniards, and 5 Greeks, or 15,005 Europeans, to Africa. But the time had not arrived to depopulate Europe and colonize Africa on such a scale, and I was compelled to respectfully decline accepting the valuable services of the applicants, and to content myself with Francis John and Edward Pocock, and Frederick Barker, whose entreaties had been seconded by his mother. I was agreeably surprised also, before departure, at the great number of friends I possessed in England, who testified their friendship substantially by presenting me with useful tokens of their regard in the shape of canteens, watches, water bottles, pipes, pistols, knives, pocket companions, manifold writers, cigars, packages of medicine, Bibles, prayer books, English tracts for the dissemination of religious knowledge among the black pagans, poems, tiny silk banners, gold rings, etc., etc. A lady for whom I have a reverent respect presented me also with a magnificent prize mastiff named Castor. An English officer presented me with another, and at the Dogs' Home at Battersea I purchased a retriever, a bulldog, and a bull terrier, called respectively by the Pococks Nero, Bull, and Jack. On the 15th of August, 1874, having shipped the Europeans, boats, dogs, and general property of the expedition, I left England for the east coast of Africa to begin my explorations. Here Frank paused, and informed his listeners that he would not read in full the chapter which followed, as they could not readily comprehend it without the aid of a map. "It contains," he said, "a summary of the history of the expeditions that have sought to find the sources of the Nile, from the days of Herodotus to the present time, the accounts of the discoveries of the Central African lakes, and of the Nile flowing from the northern end of Lake Victoria, together with a statement of the knowledge which Dr. Livingstone possessed concerning the Congo River and its course." At the end of the chapter, Mr. Stanley repeats his proposal to solve the problems concerning the extent of Lakes Tanganyika and Victoria, to find the outlet of the former, and determine whether the great river which Livingstone saw was the Nile, the Niger, or the Congo. "And now we will see," continued the youth, "how Mr. Stanley entered the African continent on his great exploration." With these words, he referred again to the book, and read as follows: 28 months had elapsed between my departure from Zanzibar after the discovery of Livingstone, and my re-arrival on that island, September 21, 1874. The well-remembered undulating ridges, and the gentle slopes clad with palms and mango trees bathed in warm vapor, seemed in that tranquil, drowsy state which at all times any portion of tropical Africa presents at first appearance. A pale blue sky covered the hazy land and sleeping sea as we steamed through the strait that separates Zanzibar from the continent. Every stranger at first view of the shores proclaims his pleasure. The gorgeous verdure, the distant purple ridges, the calm sea, the light, gauzy atmosphere, the semi-mysterious silence which pervades all nature, evoke his admiration. For it is probable that he has sailed through the stifling Arabian Sea with the grim, frowning mountains of Nubia on the one hand, and on the other the drear, ochreous-colored ridges of the Arab Peninsula. And perhaps the aspect of the thirsty volcanic rocks of Aden and the dry brown bluffs of Guardafui is still fresh in his memory. The stranger, of course, is intensely interested in the life existing near the African equator, now first revealed to him, and all that he sees and hears of figures and faces and sounds is being freshly impressed on his memory. Figures and faces are picturesque enough. Happy, pleased-looking men of black, yellow, or tawny color, with long white cotton shirts, move about with quick, active motion, and cry out, regardless of order, to their friends or mates in the Swahili or Arabic language, and their friends or mates respond with equally loud voice and lively gesture, until, with fresh arrivals, there appears to be a babel created, wherein English, French, Swahili, and Arabic accents mix with Hindi and perhaps Persian. In the midst of such a scene, I stepped into a boat to be rowed to the house of my old friend, Mr. Augustus Sparhawk, of the Bertram Agency. I was welcomed with all the friendliness and hospitality of my first visit, when, 3 years and a half previously, I arrived at Zanzibar to set out for the discovery of Livingstone. With Mr. Sparhawk's aid, I soon succeeded in housing comfortably my 3 young Englishmen, Francis John and Edward Pocock and Frederick Barker, and my 5 dogs, and in stowing safely on shore the yawl Wave, the gig, and the tons of goods, provisions, and stores I had brought. Life at Zanzibar is a busy one to the intending explorer. Time flies rapidly, and each moment of daylight must be employed in the selection and purchase of the various kinds of cloth, beads, and wire in demand by the different tribes of the mainland through whose country he proposes journeying. Strong, half-naked porters come in with great bales of unbleached cottons, striped and colored fabrics, handkerchiefs and red caps, bags of blue, green, red, white, and amber-colored beads, small and large, round and oval, and coils upon coils of thick brass wire. These have to be inspected, assorted, arranged, and numbered separately, have to be packed in portable bales, sacks, or packages, or boxed, according to their character and value. The house floors are littered with cast-off wrappings and covers, box lids, and a medley of rejected paper, cloth, zinc covers, and broken boards, sawdust, and other debris. Porters and servants and masters, employees and employers, pass backward and forward, to and fro, amid all this litter, roll bales over, or tumble about boxes, and a rending of cloth or paper, clattering of hammers, demands for the marking pots or the number of bale and box, with quick, hurried breathing and shouting, are heard from early morning until night. During the day, the beach throughout its length is alive with the moving figures of porters, bearing clove and cinnamon bags, ivory, copal and other gums, and hides, to be shipped in the lighters waiting along the water's edge, with sailors from the shipping, and black boatmen discharging the various imports on the sand. In the evening, the beach is crowded with the naked forms of workmen and boys from the go-downs, preparing to bathe and wash the dust of copal and hides off their bodies in the surf. Some of the Arab merchants have ordered chairs on the piers, or bunders, to chat sociably until the sun sets, and prayer time has come. Boats hurry by with their masters and sailors returning to their respective vessels. Dhows move sluggishly past, hoisting as they go the creaking yards of their lateen sails, bound for the mainland ports. Zanzibar canoes and matepes are arriving with wood and produce, and others of the same native form and make are squaring their mat sails, outward bound. Sunset approaches, and after sunset silence follows soon. For as there are no wheeled carriages with the eternal rumble of their traffic in Zanzibar, with the early evening comes early peace and rest. Bargash bin Said, the Sultan of Zanzibar, heartily approved the objects of the expedition and gave it practical aid. It is impossible not to feel a kindly interest in Prince Bargash, and to wish him complete success in the reforms he is now striving to bring about in his country. Here we see an Arab prince, educated in the strictest school of Islam, and accustomed to regard the black natives of Africa as the lawful prey of conquest, or lust, and fair objects of barter, suddenly turning round at the request of European philanthropists and becoming one of the most active opponents of the slave trade, and the spectacle must necessarily create for him many well-wishers and friends. The prince must be considered as an independent sovereign. His territories include, besides the Zanzibar, Pemba, and Mafia Islands, nearly 1,000 miles of coast, and extend probably over an area of 20,000 square miles, with a population of 500,000. The products of Zanzibar have enriched many Europeans who traded in them. Cloves, cinnamon, tortoiseshell, pepper, copal gum, ivory, orchilla weed, India rubber, and hides have been exported for years, but this catalogue does not indicate a tithe of what might be produced by the judicious investment of capital. Those intending to engage in commercial enterprises would do well to study works on Mauritius, Natal, and the Portuguese territories, if they wish to understand what these fine, fertile lands are capable of. The coconut palm flourishes at Zanzibar and on the mainland. The oil palm thrives luxuriantly in Pemba, and sugarcane will grow everywhere. Caoutchouc remains undeveloped in the maritime belts of woodland, and the acacia forests, with their wealth of gums, are nearly untouched. Rice is sown on the Rufiji banks and yields abundantly. Cotton would thrive in any of the rich river bottoms. And then there are, besides, the grains, millet, Indian corn, and many others, the cultivation of which, though only in a languid way, the natives understand. The cattle, coffee, and goats of the interior await also the energetic man of capital and the commercial genius. Those whom we call the Arabs of Zanzibar are either natives of Muscat who have immigrated thither to seek their fortunes, or descendants of the conquerors of the Portuguese. Many of them are descended from the Arab conquerors who accompanied Sayyid Sultan, the grandfather of the present Sayyid Bargash. While many of these descendants of the old settlers still cling to their homesteads, farms, and plantations, and acquire sufficient competence by the cultivation of cloves, cinnamon, oranges, coconut palms, sugar cane, and other produce, a great number have emigrated into the interior to form new colonies. Hamed Ibrahim has been 18 years in Karagwe. Muinikeri has been 30 years in Ujiji. Sultan bin Ali has been 25 years in Unyamnyimbe. Muini Dugumbi has been 8 years in Nyangwe. Juma Mirikani has been 7 years in Rua, and a number of other prominent Arabs may be cited to prove that, though they themselves firmly believe that they will return to the coast some day, there are too many reasons for believing that they never will. The Arabs of Zanzibar, whether from more frequent intercourse with Europeans or from other causes, are undoubtedly the best of their race. More easily amenable to reason than those of Egypt, or the shy, reserved, and bigoted fanatics of Arabia, they offer no obstacles to the European traveler, but are sociable, frank, good-natured, and hospitable. In business they are keen traders, and of course will exact the highest percentage of profit out of the unsuspecting European if they are permitted. They are staunch friends and desperate haters. Blood is seldom satisfied without blood, unless extraordinary sacrifices are made. The conduct of an Arab gentleman is perfect. Impertinence is hushed instantly by the elders, and rudeness is never permitted. After the Arabs, let us regard the Wangwana, or Negro natives of Zanzibar, just as in Europe, after studying the condition and character of the middle classes, we might turn to reflect upon that of the laboring population. After nearly 7 years' acquaintance with the Wangwana, I have come to perceive that they represent in their character much of the disposition of a large portion of the Negro tribes of the continent. I find them capable of great love and affection, and possessed of gratitude and other noble traits of human nature. I know, too, that they can be made good, obedient servants, that many are clever, honest, industrious, docile, enterprising, brave, and moral, that they are, in short, equal to any other race or color on the face of the globe, in all the attributes of manhood. But to be able to perceive their worth, the traveler must bring an unprejudiced judgment, a clear, fresh, and patient observation, and must forget that lofty standard of excellence upon which he and his race pride themselves, before he can fairly appreciate the capabilities of the Zanzibar Negro. The traveler should not forget the origin of his own race, the condition of the Briton before St. Augustine visited his country, but should rather recall to mind the first state of the wild Caledonian, and the original circumstances and surroundings of primitive man. Being, I hope, free from prejudices of caste, color, race, or nationality, and endeavoring to pass what I believe to be a just judgment upon the Negroes of Zanzibar, I find that they are a people just emerged into the iron epoch, and now thrust forcibly under the notice of nations who have left them behind by the improvements of over 4,000 years. They possess beyond a doubt all the vices of a people still fixed deeply in barbarism, but they understand to the full what and how low such a state is. It is therefore a duty imposed upon us by the religion we profess, and by the sacred command of the Son of God, to help them out of the deplorable state they are now in. At any rate, before we begin to hope for the improvement of races so long benighted, let us leave off this impotent bewailing of their vices, and endeavor to discover some of the virtues they possess as men. For it must be with the aid of their virtues, and not by their vices, that the missionary of civilization can ever hope to assist them. It is to the Wangwana that Livingstone, Burton, Speke, and Grant owe, in great part, the accomplishment of their objects, and while in the employ of those explorers, this race rendered great services to geography. From a considerable distance north of the equator down to the Zambezi, and across Africa to Benguela and the mouth of the Congo, or Livingstone, they have made their names familiar to tribes who, but for the Wangwana, would have remained ignorant to this day of all things outside their own settlements. They possess, with many weaknesses, many fine qualities. While very superstitious, easily inclined to despair, and readily giving ear to vague, unreasonable fears, they may also, by judicious management, be induced to laugh at their own credulity, and, roused to a courageous attitude, to endure like Stoics and fight like heroes. It will depend altogether upon the leader of a body of such men whether their worst or best qualities shall prevail. There is another class coming into notice from the interior of Africa, who, though of a sterner nature, will, I am convinced, as they are better known, become greater favorites than the Wangwana. I refer to the Wanyamwezi, or the natives of Unyamwezi, and the Wasukuma, or the people of Usukuma. Naturally, being a grade less advanced toward civilization than the Wangwana, they are not so amenable to discipline as the latter. While explorers would, in the present state of acquaintance, prefer the Wangwana as escort, the Wanyamwezi are far superior as porters. Their greater freedom from diseases, their greater strength and endurance, the pride they take in their profession of porters, prove them born travelers of incalculable use and benefit to Africa. If kindly treated, I do not know more docile and good-natured creatures. Their skill in war, tenacity of purpose, and determination to defend the rights of their elected chief against foreigners have furnished themes for song to the bards of Central Africa. The English discoverer of Lake Tanganyika, and finally I myself, have been equally indebted to them, both on my first and last expeditions. From their numbers and their many excellent qualities, I am led to think that the day will come when they will be regarded as something better than the best of pagazis, that they will be esteemed as the good subjects of some enlightened power, who will train them up as the nucleus of a great African nation, as powerful for the good of the Dark Continent as they threaten, under the present condition of things, to be for its evil. Here Frank paused and announced an intermission of 10 minutes, to enable the reader to rest a little. During the intermission the youths discussed what they had heard, and agreed unanimously that the description of Zanzibar and its people and their ruler was very interesting. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.T. Strong. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 2. Before the reading was resumed, one of the youths asked if Zanzibar was the usual starting point for expeditions for the exploration of Africa. Mr. Stanley was absent at the moment the question was asked, but the answer was readily given by Dr. Bronson. Zanzibar is the usual starting point, said the doctor, but it is by no means the only one. Livingstone's expedition for exploring the Zambezi River set out from Zanzibar, and so did the other expeditions of the great missionary. Burton and Speke started from there in 1856 when they discovered Lake Tanganyika, and for years later, Speke and Grant set out from the same place. Lieutenant Cameron, in his journey across Africa, made Zanzibar his starting point, and the expedition of Mr. Johnson to the Kilimanjaro mountain was chiefly outfitted there, though it left the coast at Mombasa. Zanzibar, continued Dr. Bronson, is the best point of departure for an island expedition anywhere along the east coast of Africa, for the reason that it is the largest and most important place of trade. Its shops are well supplied with goods that an explorer needs for his journey, and its merchants have a better reputation than those of other African ports. Everything in the interior of Africa must be carried on the backs of men, there being as yet no other system of transportation. Horses cannot live in certain parts of the interior of Africa, owing to the tsetse fly, which kills them with its bites. And even were it not for this fly, it is likely that the heat of the climate would render them of little use. Occasionally, a traveler endeavors to use donkeys as beasts of burden, but these animals are scarce and dear, and of much less use than in other lands. Until Africa is provided with railways, and that will not be for a long while yet, the transportation must be done by men. Every caravan that leaves the coast for the interior of the continent requires a large number of porters, and the difficulty of obtaining them is of the greatest annoyances to merchants and travelers. One of the youths said he supposed it was because the demand was so great that there was not a sufficient number of men. "Not at all," replied the doctor. "There are plenty of men in Africa, but they are not particularly anxious to work. Their wants are few, and they can live upon very little. Consequently, they are not over-desirous to go on a journey of several hundred miles and carry heavy burdens on their shoulders or heads. Added to their laziness is a lack of a feeling of responsibility or of honor. After engaging to go on a journey, they fail to appear at the appointed time, and whenever they are weary of their work, they coolly drop their burdens at the side of the road and make off into the bushes. In the first few days of a journey, a traveler is always deserted by many of his porters, and it is only when he gets far from the coast and has possibly entered an enemy's country that he can keep his men together. All travelers have the same story to tell, and they all agree that the Zanzibari porters are the most faithful of all in keeping their engagements, or, to say it better, the least unfaithful. For this reason, also, Zanzibar is a favorite starting point for explorers. Frank will now read to us about the difficulties which Mr. Stanley encountered in outfitting his expedition. Acting upon this hint, Frank opened the book and read as follows. It is a most sobering employment, the organizing of an African expedition. You are constantly engaged, mind and body, now in casting up accounts, and now traveling to and fro hurriedly to receive messengers, inspecting purchases, bargaining with keen-eyed, relentless Hindi merchants, writing memoranda, haggling over extortionate prices, packing up a multitude of small utilities, pondering upon your lists of articles, wanted, purchased, and unpurchased, groping about in the recesses of a highly exercised imagination for what you ought to purchase and cannot do without, superintending, arranging, assorting, and packing, and this under the temperature of 95 degrees fair. In the midst of all this terrific high-pressure exercise arrives the first batch of applicants for employment, for it has long ago been bruited abroad that I am ready to enlist all able-bodied human beings willing to carry a load. Ever since I arrived at Zanzibar, I have had a very good reputation among Arabs and Wangwana. They have not forgotten that it was I who found the old white man, Livingstone, in Ujiji, nor that liberality and kindness to my men were my special characteristics. They have also, with the true Oriental spirit of exaggeration, proclaimed that I was but a few months absent, and that after this brief excursion they returned to their homes to enjoy the liberal pay awarded them, feeling rather the better for the trip than otherwise. This unsought-for reputation brought on me the laborious task of selecting proper men out of an extraordinary number of applicants. Almost all the cripples, the palsied, the consumptive, and the superannuated that Zanzibar could furnish applied to be enrolled on the muster list, but these, subjected to a searching examination, were refused. Hard upon their heels came all the roughs, rowdies, and ruffians of the island, and these, schooled by their fellows, were not so easily detected. Slaves were also refused, as being too much under the influence and instruction of their masters. And yet many were engaged of whose character I had not the least conception until months afterwards. I learned from their quarrels in the camp how I had been misled by the clever rogues. All those who bore good characters on the search expedition and had been dispatched to the assistance of Livingstone in 1872 were employed without delay. Out of these the chiefs were selected. These were Manwasera, Chalpera, Wadi Rahani, Kacheche, Zaida, Chakanja, Farjala, Wadi Safini, Bukit, Mabruki Manyapara, Mabruki Uyanyambe, Muini Pembe, Ferhan, Buana Muri, Kamsin, Mabruki Speak, Simba, Gardner, Hamoida, Zaida Maganda, and Ulamengo. All great enterprises require a preliminary deliberative palaver, or, as the Wangwana call it, shauri. In East Africa particularly, shauris are much in vogue. Precipitate, energetic action is dreaded. Poli-poli, or gently, is the warning word of caution given. The chiefs arranged themselves in a semicircle on the day of the shauri, and I sat a la Turk fronting them. What is it, my friends? Speak your minds. They hummed and hawed, looked at one another, as if on their neighbors' faces they might discover the purport of their coming, but all hesitating to begin, finally broke down in a loud laugh. Manuel Serra, always grave unless hit dexterously with a joke, hereupon affected anger and said, "You speak, son of Safini. Verily we act like children. Will the master eat us?" Wadi, son of Safini, thus encouraged to perform the spokesman's duty, hesitates exactly 2 seconds and then ventures with diplomatic blandness and graciosity, "We have come, master, with words. Listen, it is well we should know every step before we leap. A traveler journeys not without knowing whither he wanders. We have come to ascertain what lands you are bound for." Imitating the son of Safini's gracious blandness and his low tone of voice, as though the information about to be imparted to the intensely interested and eagerly listening group were too important to speak it loud, I described in brief outline the prospective journey, in broken Kiswahili, as country after country was mentioned, of which they had hitherto had but vague ideas, and river after river, lake after lake named, all of which I hoped with their trusty aid to explore carefully. Various ejaculations expressive of wonder and joy, mixed with a little alarm, broke from their lips. But when I concluded, each of the group drew a long breath, and almost simultaneously they uttered, admiringly, "Ah, fellows, this is a journey worthy to be called a journey." "But master," said they, after recovering themselves, "this long journey will take years to travel, 6, 9, or 10 years. "Nonsense," I replied. 6, 9, or 10 years. What can you be thinking of? It takes the Arabs nearly 3 years to reach Ujiji. It is true, but if you remember, I was but 16 months from Zanzibar to Ujiji and back. Is it not so? "Aye, true," they answered. "Very well, and I assure you I have not come to live in Africa. I have come simply to see those rivers and lakes, and after I have seen them to return home. You remember, while going to Ujiji, I permitted the guide to show the way. But when we were returning, who was it that led the way? Was it not I? By means of that little compass which could not lie like the guide? Aye, true, master, true every word. Very well then, let us finish the showry and go. Tomorrow we will make a proper agreement before the consul." And in scriptural phrase, they forthwith arose and did as they were commanded. Upon receiving information from the coast that there was a very large number of men waiting for me, I became still more fastidious in my choice, but with all my care and gift of selection, I was mortified to discover that many faces and characters had baffled the rigorous scrutiny to which I had subjected them, and that some scores of the most abandoned and depraved characters on the island had been enlisted by me on the expedition. One man, named Massena, imposed upon me by assuming such a contrite, penitent look and weeping such copious tears when I informed him that he had too bad a character to be employed, that my good nature was prevailed upon to accept his services, upon the understanding that if he indulged his murderous propensities in Africa, I should return him chained the entire distance to Zanzibar, to be dealt with by his prince. He delivered his appeal with impassioned accents and lively gestures, which produced a great effect upon the mixed audience who listened to him, and, gathering from their faces, more than from my own convictions, that he had been much abused and very much misunderstood, his services were accepted, and as he appeared to be an influential man, he was appointed a junior captain with prospects of promotion and higher pay. Subsequently, however, on the shores of Lake Victoria, it was discovered, for in Africa people are uncommonly communicative, that Massena had murdered 8 people, that he was a ruffian of the worst sort, and that the merchants of Zanzibar had experienced great relief when they heard that the notorious Massena was about to bid farewell for a season to the scene of so many of his wild exploits. Massena was only one of many of his kind, but I have given in detail the manner of his enlistment that my position may be better understood. The weight of a porter's load should not exceed 60 pounds. On the arrival of the sectional exploring boat Lady Alice, great were my vexation and astonishment when I discovered that 4 of the sections weighed 280 pounds each, and that one weighed 310 pounds. She was, it is true, a marvel of workmanship, and an exquisite model of a boat, such indeed as few builders in England or America could rival. but in her present condition, her carriage through the jungles would necessitate a pioneer force 100 strong to clear the impediments and obstacles on the road. I found an English carpenter named Ferris, to whom I showed the boat and explained that the narrowness of the path would make her portage absolutely impossible, for since the path was often only 18 inches wide in Africa and hemmed in on each side with dense jungle, any package 6 feet broad could by no means be conveyed along it. It was therefore necessary that each of the 4 sections should be subdivided, by which means I should obtain 8 portable sections, each 3 feet wide. Mr. Ferris, perfectly comprehending his instructions, and with the aid given by the young Pococks, furnished me within 2 weeks with the newly modeled Lady Alice. Meantime, I was busy purchasing cloth, breads, wire, and other African goods, the most of them coming from the establishment of Tarya Topan, one of the millionaire merchants of Zanzibar. I made Tarya's acquaintance in 1871, and the righteous manner in which he then dealt by me caused me now to proceed to him again for the same purpose as formerly. The total weight of goods, cloth, beads, wire, stores, medicine, bedding, clothes, tents, ammunition, boat, oars, rudders and thwarts, instruments and stationery, photographic apparatus, dry plates, and miscellaneous articles, too numerous to mention, weighed a little over 18,000 pounds, or rather more than 8 tons, divided as nearly as possible into loads weighing 60 pounds each, and requiring therefore the carrying capacity of 300 men. The loads were made more than usually light, in order that we might travel with celerity, and not fatigue the people. But still further to provide against sickness and weakness, the supernumerary force of 40 men were recruited at Bagamoyo, Kanduchi, and the Rufiji Delta, who were required to assemble in the neighborhood of the first mentioned place. 230 men consisting of Wangwana, Wanyamwezi, and coast people from Mombasa, Tonga, and Sidani affixed their marks opposite their names before the American consul, for wages varying from $2 to $10 per month and rations according to their capacity, strength, and intelligence, with the understanding that they were to serve for 2 years or until such time as their services should be no longer required in Africa, and were to perform their duties cheerfully and promptly. On the day of signing the contract, each adult received an advance of $20 or 4 months' pay, and each youth $10 or 4 months' pay. Ration money was also paid them from the time of first enlistment, at the rate of $1 per week, up to the day we left the coast. The entire amount disbursed in cash for advances of pay and rations at Zanzibar and Bagamoyo was $6,260, or nearly 1,300 pounds. The obligations, however, were not all on one side. Besides the due payment to them of their wages, I was compelled to bind myself to them, on the word of an honorable white man, to observe the following conditions as to conduct towards them. First, that I should treat them kindly and be patient with them. Second, that in cases of sickness I should dose them with proper medicine and see them nourished with the best the country afforded. That if patients were unable to proceed, they should be conveyed to such places as should be considered safe for their persons and their freedom, and convenient for their return, on convalescence, to their friends. That with all patients thus left behind, I should leave sufficient cloth or beads to pay the native practitioner for his professional attendance and for the support of the patient. Third, that in cases of disagreement between man and man, I should judge justly, honestly, and impartially, that I should do my utmost to prevent the ill treatment of the weak by the strong, and never permit the oppression of those unable to resist. That I should act like a father and mother to them, and to the best of my ability resist all violence offered to them by savage natives and roving and lawless banditti. They also promised, upon the above conditions being fulfilled, that they would do their duty like men, would honor and respect my instructions, giving me their united support, and endeavoring to the best of their ability to be faithful servants, and would never desert me in the hour of need. In short, that they would behave like good and loyal children. And may the blessing of God, said they, be upon us. How we kept this bond of mutual trust and forbearance will be best seen in the following chapters, which record the strange and eventful story of our journeys. The fleet of 6 Arab vessels which were to bear us away to the west across the Zanzibar Sea were at last brought to anchor a few yards from the wharf of the American consulate. The Wangwana, true to their promise that they would be ready, appeared with their bundles and mats, and proceeded to take their places in the vessels waiting for them. As fast as each dhow was reported to be filled, the nakuda, or captain, was directed to anchor farther offshore to await the signal to sail. By 5 p.m. on the 12th of November, 224 men had responded to their names, and 5 of the Arab vessels, laden with the personnel, cattle, and material of the expedition, were impatiently waiting, with anchor heaved short, the word of command. 1 vessel still lay close ashore to convey myself and Frederick Barker in charge of the personal servants, our baggage, and dogs. Turning around to my constant and well-tried friend, Mr. Augustus Sparhawk, I fervently clasped his hand, and with a full heart, though halting tongue, attempted to pour out my feelings of gratitude for his kindness and long-sustained hospitality, my keen regret at parting, and hopes of meeting again. But I was too agitated to be eloquent, and all my forced gaiety could not carry me through the ordeal. So we parted in almost total silence, but I felt assured that he would judge my emotions by his own feelings. A wave of my hand, and the anchors were hove up and laid within ship, and then, hoisting our lateen sails, we bore away westward to launch ourselves into the arms of fortune. Many waving of kerchiefs and hats, parting signals from white hands, and last long looks at friendly white faces, final confused impressions of the grouped figures of our well-wishers, and then the evening breeze had swept us away into mid-sea beyond reach of recognition. The parting is over. We have said our last words for years, perhaps forever, to kindly men. The sun sinks fast to the western horizon, and gloomy is the twilight that now deepens and darkens. Thick shadows fall upon the distant land and over the silent sea, and oppress our throbbing, regretful hearts, as we glide away through the dying light towards the dark continent. Upon landing at Bagamoyo on the morning of the 13th of November, we marched to occupy the old house where we had stayed so long to prepare the first expedition. The goods were stored, the dogs chained up, the riding asses tethered, the rifles arrayed in the storeroom, and the sectional boat laid under a roof close by on rollers to prevent injury from the white ants, a precaution which I need hardly say we had to observe throughout our journey. Then some more ration money, sufficient for 10 days, had to be distributed among the men. The young Pococks were told off to various camp duties to initiate them to exploring life in Africa, and then, after the first confusion of arrival had subsided, I began to muster the new engagés. There is an institution in Bagamoyo which ought not to be passed over without remark, but the subject cannot be properly dealt with until I have described the similar institution of equal importance at Zanzibar, viz., the University's mission. Besides, I have 3 pupils of the University's mission who are about to accompany me into Africa: Robert Ferruzzi, Andrew, and Dollington. Robert is a stout lad of 18 years old, formerly a servant to one of the members of Lieutenant Cameron's expedition. Andrew is a strong youth of 19 years, rather reserved, and, I should say, not of a very bright disposition. Dollington is much younger, probably only 15, with a face strongly pitted, with traces of a violent attack of smallpox, but as bright and intelligent as any boy of his age, white or black. The University's mission is the result of the sensation caused in England by Livingstone's discoveries on the Zambezi and of Lakes Nyassa and Sherwa. It was dispatched by the Universities of Oxford and Cambridge in the year 1860, and consisted of Bishop Mackenzie, formerly Archdeacon of Natal, and the Reverend Messrs. Proctor, Scudamore, Burrup, and Rowley. It was established at first in the Zambezi country, but was moved a few years later to Zanzibar. Several of the reverend gentlemen connected with it have died at their post of duty, Bishop Mackenzie being the first to fall. But the work goes on. The mission at Bagamoyo is in charge of 4 French priests, 8 brothers, and 12 sisters, with 10 lay brothers employed in teaching agriculture. The French fathers superintended the tuition of 250 children and give employment to about 80 adults. 170 freed slaves were furnished from the slave captures made by British cruisers. They are taught to earn their own living as soon as they arrive of age and are furnished with comfortable lodgings, clothing, and household utensils. Notre Dame de Bagamoyo is situated about 1.5 miles north of Bagamoyo, overlooking the sea, which washes the shores just at the base of the tolerably high ground on which the mission buildings stand. Thrift, order, and that peculiar style of neatness common to the French are its characteristics. The coconut palm, orange, and mango flourish in this pious settlement, while a variety of garden vegetables and grain are cultivated in the fields, and broad roads, cleanly kept, traverse the estate. During the Superior's late visit to France, he obtained a considerable sum for the support of the mission, and he has lately established a branch mission at Kadudwe. It is evident that if supported constantly by his friends in France, the Superior will extend his work still farther into the interior, and it is therefore safe to predict that the road to Ujiji will in time possess a chain of mission stations affording the future European trader and traveler safe retreats with the conveniences of civilized life. There are 2 other missions on the east coast of Africa, that of the Church Missionary Society and the Methodist Free Church at Mombasa. The former has occupied this station for over 30 years and has a branch establishment at Rabai, Mipia, the home of the Dutch missionaries, Krampf, Redman, and Erhard. But these missions have not obtained the success which such long self-abnegation and devotion to the pious service deserved. On the morning of the 17th of November, 1874, the first bold step for the interior was taken. The bugle mustered the people to rank themselves before our quarters, and each man's load was given to him according as we judged his power of bearing burden. To the man of strong, sturdy make, with a large development of muscle, the cloth bale of 60 pounds was given, which would in a couple of months, by constant expenditure, be reduced to 50 pounds. In 6 months, perhaps to 40 pounds, and in a year to about 30 pounds. Provided that all his comrades were faithful to their duties. To the short, compactly formed man, the bead sack of 50 pounds weight. To the light youth of 18 or 20 years old, the box of 40 pounds, containing stores, ammunition, and sundries. To the steady, respectable, grave-looking men of advanced years, the scientific instruments, thermometers, barometers, watches, sextant, mercury bottles, compasses, pedometers, photographic apparatus, dry plates, stationery, and scientific books, all packed in 40-pound cases, were distributed, while the men most highly recommended for steadiness and cautious tread was entrusted with the carriage of the 3 chronometers, which were stowed in balls of cotton, in a light case weighing not more than 25 pounds. The 12 kirangozis, or guides, tricked out this day, in flowing robes of crimson blanket cloth, demanded the privilege of conveying the several loads of brass wire coils, and as they form the second advanced guard, and are active, bold youths, some of whom are to be hereafter known as the boat's crew, and to be distinguished by me above all others except the chiefs, they are armed with Snider rifles, with their respective accoutrements. The boat carriers are Herculean in figure and strength, for they are practiced bearers of loads, having resigned their ignoble profession of Hamal in Zanzibar to carry sections of the first European-made boat that ever floated on the lakes Victoria and Tanganyika, and the extreme sources of the Nile and the Livingston. To each section of the boat there are 4 men to relieve one another in couples. They get higher pay than even the chiefs, except the chief captain, Manwa Serra, and besides receiving double rations, have the privilege of taking their wives along with them. There are 6 riding asses also in the expedition, all saddled, 1 for each of the Europeans, the 2 Pococks, Barker, and myself, and 2 for the sick. For the latter there are also 3 of the Seydels net hammocks, with 6 men to act as a kind of ambulance party. At 9 a.m. we file out of Bagamoyo in the following order: 4 chiefs and a few hundred yards in front. Next the 12 guides, clad in red robes of jobo, wearing the wire coils. Then a long file of 270 strong, bearing cloth, wire, beads, and sections of the Lady Alice. After them, 36 women and 10 boys, children of some of the chiefs and boat-bearers, following their mothers and assisting them with trifling loads of utensils, followed by the riding asses, Europeans, and gun-bearers. The long line closed by 16 chiefs who act as rear guard and whose duties are to pick up stragglers and act as supernumeraries until other men can be procured. In all, 356 souls connected with the Anglo-American expedition. The lengthy line occupies nearly half a mile of the path, which at the present day is the commercial and exploring highway into the lake regions. Edward Pocock acts as bugler, and he has familiarized Hamadi, the chief guide, with its notes, so that in case of a halt being required, Hamadi may be informed immediately. The chief guide is also armed with a prodigiously long horn of ivory, his favorite instrument, and one that belongs to his profession, which he has permission to use only when approaching a suitable camping place, or to notify us to danger in the front. Before Hamadi strides a chubby little boy with a native drum, which he is to beat only when in the neighborhood of villages, to warn them of the advance of a caravan, a caution most requisite, for many villages are situated in the midst of a dense jungle, and the sudden arrival of a large force of strangers before they had time to hide their little belongings might awaken jealousy and distrust. In this manner we begin our long journey full of hopes. There is noise and laughter along the ranks, and a hum of gay voices murmuring through the fields, as we rise and descend with the waves of the land, and wind with the sinuosities of the path. Motion has restored us all to a sense of satisfaction. We had an intensely bright and fervid sun shining above us. The path was dry, hard, and admirably fit for travel, and during the commencement of our first march, nothing could be conceived in better order than the lengthy, thin column about to confront the wilderness. Presently, however, the fervor of the dazzling sun grows overpowering as we descend into the valley of the Kingani River. The ranks become broken and disordered. Stragglers are many. The men complain of the terrible heat. The dogs pant in agony. Even we ourselves, under our sola topis, with flushed faces and perspiring brows, with handkerchiefs ever in use to wipe away the drops which almost blind us, and our heavy woolens giving us a feeling of semi-asphyxiation, would fain rest, were it not that the sun-bleached levels of the tawny, thirsty valley offers no inducements. The veterans of travel push on towards the river, 3 miles distant, where they may obtain rest and shelter, but the inexperienced are lying prostrate on the ground, exclaiming against the heat, and crying for water, bewailing their folly in leaving Zanzibar. We stop to tell them to rest a while, and then to come on to the river, where they will find us. We advise, encourage, and console the irritated people as best we can, and tell them that it is only the commencement of a journey that is so hard, that all this pain and weariness are always felt by beginners, but that by and by it is shaken off, and that those who are steadfast emerge out of the struggle heroes. Frank and his brother Edward, dispatched to the ferry at the beginning of these delays, have now got the sectional boat Lady Alice all ready, and the ferrying of men, goods, asses, and dogs across the Kingani is prosecuted with vigor, and at 3:30 p.m. the boat is again in pieces, slung on the bearing poles, and the expedition has resumed its journey to Kikoka, the first halting place. But before we reach camp, we have acquired a fair idea as to how many of our people are staunch and capable, and how many are too feeble to endure the fatigues of bearing loads. The magnificent prize mastiff dog Castor died of heat apoplexy within 2 miles of Kikoka, and the other mastiff, Captain, seems likely to follow soon, and only Nero, Bull, and Jack, though prostrate and breathing hard, show any signs of life. At Kikoka, then, we rest the next day. We discharge 2 men who have been taken seriously ill, and several new recruits who arrive at camp during the night preceding and this day are engaged. As there are so many subjects to be touched upon along the 7,000 miles of explored lines, I propose to be brief with the incidents and descriptive sketches of our route to Ituru, because the country for 2/3 of the way has been sufficiently described in How I Found Livingston and elsewhere. At Rosako, the route began to diverge from that which led to Misua and Simbamweni, and opened out on a stretch of beautiful parkland, green as an English lawn, dipping into lovely vales and rising into gentle ridges. thin, shallow threads of water, in furrow-like beads or in deep, narrow ditches, which expose the sandstone strata on which the fat, ochreous soil rests, run in mazy curves round forest clumps or through jungle tangles, and wind about among the higher elevations on their way towards the Wami River. We followed this river for some distance, crossing it several times at fords where the water was about 2.5 feet deep. At one of the fords there was a curious suspension bridge over the river, constructed of lianes, with great ingenuity by the natives. The banks were at this point 16 feet high above the river, and from bank to bank the distance was only 30 yards. It was evident, therefore, that the river must be a dangerous torrent during the rainy season. On the 3rd of December we came to the Mkundi River, a tributary of the Wami, which divides Nguru country from Usagara. Simbamweni, the Lion Lord, owns 5 villages in this neighborhood. He was generous and gratified us with a gift of a sheep, some flour, and plantains, accepting with pleasure some cloth in return. The Wa Nguru are fond of black and white beads and brass wire. They split the lobes of their ears and introduce such curious things as the necks of gourds or round discs of wood to extend the gash. A medley of strange things are worn round the neck, such as tiny goat's horns, small brass chains, and large egg-like beads. Blue kaniki and the red-barred barsati are the favorite cloths in this region. The natives dye their faces with ochre and, probably influenced by the example of the Wanyamwezi, dress their hair in long ringlets, which are adorned with pedicles of copper or white and red beads of the large sam-sam pattern. Grand and impressive scenery meets the eye as we march to Makubika, where we attain an altitude of 2,675 feet above the ocean. Peaks and knolls rise in all directions, for we are now ascending to the eastern front of the Kaguru Mountains. The summits of Ukamba are seen to the north, its slopes famous for the multitude of elephants. Farther inland we reach the spine of a hill at 4,490 feet, and beheld an extensive plain stretching northwest and west, with browsing herds of noble game. Camping on its verge between a humpy hill and some rocky knolls, near a beautiful pond of crystal-clear water, I proceeded with my gun-bearer, Bilani, and the notorious Misena, in the hope of bringing down something for the Wangwana. The plain was broader than I had judged it by the eye from the crest of the hill whence we had first sighted it. It was not until we had walked briskly over a long stretch of tawny grass, crushed by sheer force through the brambly jungle, and trampled down a path through clumps of slender cane stalks, that we came at last in view of a small herd of zebras. These animals are so quick of scent and ear, and so vigilant with their eyes, that across an open space it is most difficult to stalk them. But, by dint of tremendous exertion, I contrived to approach within 250 yards, taking advantage of a very thin tussock of grass, and almost at random fired. One of the herd leaped from the ground, galloped a few short, maddened strides, and then, on a sudden, staggered, kneeled, trembled, and fell over, its legs kicking the air. Its companions whinnied shrilly for their mate, and presently, wheeling in circles with graceful motion, advanced nearer, still whinnying, until I dropped another with a crushing ball through the head. Much against my wish, for I think zebras were created for better purpose than to be eaten, the remnant of the herd vanished. Bilani, requested to run to camp to procure Wangwana to carry the meat, was only too happy, knowing what brave cheers and hearty congratulations would greet him. Misena was already busy skinning one of the animals, some 300 yards from me, when, turning my head, I made out the form of some tawny animal that was advancing with a curious long step, and I recognized it to be a lion. I motioned to Misena, who happened to be looking up, and beckoned him. "What do you think it is, Misena?" I asked. "Simba, a lion, master," he answered. The animal approached slowly while I made ready to receive him with an explosive bullet from the elephant rifle. When within 300 yards, he paused, and then turned and trotted off into a bit of scrubby jungle, about 800 yards away. 10 minutes elapsed, and then as many animals emerged from the same spot into which the other had disappeared, and approached us in a stately column. But it being now dusk, I could not discern them very clearly. We both were, however, quite sure in our own minds that they were lions, or at any rate some animals so like them in the twilight that we could not imagine them being anything else. When the foremost had come within 100 yards, I fired. It sprang up and fell, and the others disappeared with a dreadful rush. We now heard shouts behind us, for the Wangwana had come. So, taking one or two with me, I endeavored to discover what I felt sure to be a prostrate lion, but it could not be found. The next day, Manwa Sera went out to hunt for the lion skin, but returned after a long search with only a strong doubt in his mind as to its having been a lion, and a few reddish hairs to prove that it was something which had been eaten by hyenas. This day I succeeded in shooting a small antelope of the springbok kind. On the 12th of December, 25 days' march from Bagamoyo, we arrived at Mpwapwa. Mpwapwa has also some fine trees but no forest, the largest being the tamarind, sycamore, cottonwood, and baobab. The collection of villages denominated by this title lies widely scattered on either side of the Mpwapwa stream. At the base of the southern slope of a range of mountains that extends in a sinuous line from Chunyu to Ugambo, I call it a range because it appeared to be one from Mpwapwa, but in reality it is simply the northern flank of a deep indentation in the great mountain chain that extends from Abyssinia or even Suez down to the Cape of Good Hope. At the extreme eastern point of this indentation from the western side lies Lake Ugambo, just 24 miles from Mpwapwa. Desertions from the expedition had been frequent. At first, Kacheche, the chief detective, and his gang of 4 men, who had received their instructions to follow us a day's journey behind, enabled me to recapture 16 of the deserters. But the cunning Wangwana and Wanyamwezi soon discovered this resource of mine against their well-known freaks, and instead of striking east in their departure, absconded either south or north of the track. We then had detectives posted long before dawn, several hundred yards away from the camp, who were bidden to lie in wait in the bush until the expedition had started, and in this manner we succeeded in repressing to some extent the disposition to desert, and arrested very many men on the point of escaping. But even this was not adequate. 50 had abandoned us before reaching Mpwapwa, taking with them the advances they had received, and often their guns on which our safety might depend. Several feeble men and women also had to be left behind, and it was evident that the very weariest method failed to bind the people to their duties. The best of treatment and abundance of provisions daily distributed were alike insufficient to induce such faithless natures to be loyal. However, we persisted, and as often as we failed in one way, we tried another. Had all these men remained loyal to their contract and promises, we should have been too strong for any force to attack us, as our numbers must necessarily have commanded respect in lands and among tribes where only power is respected. One day's march from Mpwapwa brought us to Chunyu, an exposed and weak settlement overlooking the desert or wilderness separating Usagara from Ugogo. Close to our right towered the Usagara Mountains, and on our left stretched the inhospitable arm of the wilderness. 15 or 20 miles distant to the south rose the vast cluster of Rubeho's cones and peaks. The water at Chunyu is nitrous and bitter to the taste. The natives were once prosperous, but repeated attacks from the Wahehe to the south and the Wahumba to the north have reduced them in numbers and compelled them to seek refuge on the hill summits. On the 16th of December, at early dawn, we struck camp, and at an energetic pace descended into the wilderness, and at 7 p.m. the vanguard of the expedition entered Ugogo, camping 2 or 3 miles from the frontier village at Kikombo. The next day, at a more moderate pace, we entered the populated district and took shelter under a mighty baobab a few hundred yards distant from the chief's village. Here Frank announced that it was late in the afternoon, and he wished to take a promenade on deck. With the permission of his auditors, he would postpone the narrative until evening. The proposal was accepted, but before the youth could retire, he was warmly thanked by those whom he had so agreeably entertained. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 3. When the audience assembled in the evening, Frank turned rapidly several pages of the book and said that Mr. Stanley's expedition was greatly retarded by the heavy rains, which fell frequently and converted the ground into a water-soaked marsh, through which it was very difficult to proceed. Christmas Day was a day of gloom, as everybody was wet and cold and hungry. The natives had little grain to sell, and the expedition was reduced to half rations of food. Mr. Stanley wrote in his diary that he weighed 180 pounds when he left Zanzibar, but his sufferings and lack of nourishing food had brought him down to 134 pounds in the 38 days, and the young Englishmen that accompanied him were similarly reduced. In every new territory they entered, they were obliged to pay tribute to the ruler according to the custom of Africa, and the settlement of the question of tribute required a great deal of bargaining. There were frequent desertions of men, and in many instances they had not the honesty to leave behind them their loads and guns. At one place it was discovered that 50 men had formed a conspiracy to desert in a body, but the scheme was stopped by arresting the ringleaders and disarming their followers. Some 20 or more men were on the sick list and too ill to walk, said Frank. Several were carried in hammocks, and others were left at the native villages, in accordance with the arrangements made at Zanzibar. The expedition halted 4 days at Suna in the Warimi country, where grain was purchased at a high price, and the people seemed inclined to make trouble. The leader of the expedition was obliged to use a great deal of tact to conciliate the chiefs of the people, who are numerous and well armed, so that an attack would have been no easy matter to resist. Edward Pocock was taken seriously ill at Suna and carried in a hammock to Chiwayu, 400 miles from the coast and at an elevation of 5,400 feet above the sea. In spite of all the attentions he received, he died soon after their arrival at the latter place. I will read Stanley's account of the burial of his faithful companion and friend. Quote, "We excavated a grave 4 feet deep at the foot of a Ori acacia with wide-spreading branches, and on its ancient trunk Frank engraved a deep cross, the emblem of the faith we all believe in, and when folded in its shroud, we laid the body in its final resting place during the last gleams of sunset. We read the beautiful prayers of the church service for the dead, and, out of respect for the departed, whose frank, sociable, and winning manners had won their friendship and regard, nearly all the Wangwana were present to pay a last tribute of sighs to poor Edward Pocock. When the last solemn prayer had been read, we retired to our tents to brood in sorrow and silence over our irreparable loss." End quote. By the 21st of January, said Frank, 89 men had deserted, 20 had died, and there were many sick or disabled. Mr. Stanley would have been justified in fearing that he would be obliged to abandon his expedition and retreat to the coast. The loads were reduced as much as possible, every article that could in any way be spared being thrown out and destroyed. On the 24th, the natives attacked the camp, but were driven back, and another battle followed on the 25th with the same result. On the 26th, the march was resumed, and the hostile region was left behind. New men were engaged at some of the villages, the weather improved, provisions were abundant, and in the early days of February, the halting places of the expedition presented a marked contrast to those of a month earlier. The country in which they were now traveling, Frank continued, was a fertile region, with broad pastures and occasional stretches of forest, a land of plenty and promise. The natives had an abundance of cattle, sheep, goats, and chickens, which they sold at low prices. They were entirely friendly to the travelers, and whenever the expedition moved away from its camps, it was urged to come again. Mr. Stanley gives the following list of prices which he paid in this land of abundance. 1 ox, 6 yards of sheeting. 1 goat, 2 yards of sheeting. 1 sheep, 2 yards of sheeting. 1 chicken, 1 necklace. 6 chickens, 2 yards of sheeting. On the 26th of February, it was reported that another day's march would bring them to the shore of the great Nyanza, the Victoria Lake. I will now read you what Mr. Stanley says about this march and his first view of the lake. Quote, "On the morning of the 27th of February, we rose up early and braced ourselves for the long march of 19 miles, which terminated at 4 p.m. at the village of Kaghie. The people were as keenly alive to the importance of this day's march and as fully sensitive to what this final journey to Kaghie promised their wearied frames as we Europeans. They, as well as ourselves, looked forward to many weeks of rest from our labors and to an abundance of good food. When the bugle sounded the signal to take the road, the Wyanwizi and Wangwanga responded to it with cheers and loud cries of aye, indeed, please God, and their goodwill was contagious. The natives, who had mustered strongly to witness our departure, were affected by it, and stimulated our people by declaring that the lake was not very far off, but 2 or 3 hours' walk. We dipped into the basins and troughs of the land, surmounted ridge after ridge, crossed watercourses and ravines, passed by cultivated fields, and through villages smelling strongly of cattle, by good-natured groups of natives, until, ascending a long, gradual slope, we heard a sudden hurrahing in front, and then we too, with the lagging rear, knew that those in the van were in view of the great lake, the lake which Speke discovered in 1858. Frank Pocock impetuously strode forward until he gained the brow of the hill. He took a long, sweeping look at something, waved his hat, and came down towards us, his face beaming with joy, as he shouted out enthusiastically, with the fervor of youth and high spirits, "I have seen the lake, sir, and it is grand." Frederick Barker, riding painfully on an ass and sighing wearily from illness and the length of the journey, lifted his head to smile his thanks to his comrade. Presently we also reached the brow of the hill, where we found the expedition halted, and the first quick view revealed to us a long, broad arm of water, which a dazzling sun transformed into silver, some 600 feet below us, at the distance of 3 miles. A more careful and detailed view of the scene showed us that the hill on which we stood sloped gradually to the broad bay or gulf, edged by a line of green, wavy reeds, and thin groves of umbrageous trees scattered along the shore, on which stood several small villages of conical huts. Beyond these, the lake stretched like a silvery plain far to the eastward, and away across to a boundary of dark blue hills and mountains, while several gray rocky islets mocked us at first with an illusion of Arab dhows with white sails. The Wanyamwezi struck up the song of triumph. "Sing, O friends, sing, the journey is ended. Sing aloud, O friends, sing to the great Nyanza. Sing all, sing loud, O friends, sing to the great sea. Give your last look to the lands behind and then to the sea. Long time ago you left your lands, your wives and children, your brothers and your friends. Tell me, have you seen a sea like this since you left the great salt sea?" Chorus. "Then sing, O friends, sing, the journey is ended. Sing aloud, O friends, sing to this great sea. This sea is fresh, is good and sweet. Your sea is salt and bad, unfit to drink. This sea is like wine to drink for thirsty men. The salt sea, bah, it makes men sick." I have in the above as literal a translation as I can render it, made no attempt at rhyme, nor indeed did the young, handsome, and stalwart Corpheus, who delivered the harmonious strains with such startling effect. The song, though extemporized, was eminently dramatic, and when the chorus joined in it made the hills ring with a wild and strange harmony. Reanimated by the cheerful music, we flung the flags to the breeze and filed slowly down the slopes toward the fields of Kaghiyi. About half a mile from the villages, we were surprised by seeing hundreds of warriors decked with feathered headdresses and armed to the teeth, advancing on the run towards us, and exhibiting as they came their dexterity with bows and arrows and spears. They had at first been alarmed at the long procession filing down the hill, supposing we were bent on hostilities, but though discovering their error, they still thought it too good an opportunity to be lost for showing their bravery, and therefore amused us with this byplay. Sungoro Tarib, an Arab resident at Kaghiyi, also dispatched a messenger with words of welcome and an invitation to us to make Kaghiyi our camp, as Prince Kaduma, chief of Kaghiyi, was his faithful ally. In a short time we had entered the wretched-looking village, and Kaduma was easily induced by Sungoro to proffer hospitalities to the strangers. A small conical hut, about 20 feet in diameter, badly lighted and with a strong smell of animal matter, its roof swarmed with bold rats which, with a malicious persistence, kept popping in and out of their nests in the straw roof and rushing over the walls, was placed at my disposal as a storeroom. Another small hut was presented to Frank Pocock and Fred Barker as their quarters. In summing up, during the evening of our arrival at this rude village on the Nyanza, the number of statute miles traveled by us, as measured by 2 rated pedometers and pocket watch, I ascertained it to be 720. The time occupied from November 17, 1874 to February 27, 1875 inclusive, was 103 days, divided into 70 marching and 33 halting days, by which it will be perceived that our marches averaged a little over 10 miles per day. but as halts are imperative, the more correct method of ascertaining the rate of travel would be to include the time occupied by halts and marches, and divide the total distance by the number of days occupied. This reduces the rate to 7 miles per diem. We all woke on the morning of the 28th of February with a feeling of intense relief. There were no more marches, no more bugle calls to rouse us up for another fatiguing day, no more fear of hunger, at least for a season. At 9 a.m., a burza, or levee, was held. First came Frank and Fred, now quite recovered from fever, to bid me good morning and to congratulate themselves and me upon the prospective rest before us. Next came the Wangwana and Wanyamwezi chiefs to express a hope that I had slept well, and after them the bold youths of the expedition. Then came Prince Kaduma and Sangoro, to whom we were bound this day to render an account of the journey and to give the latest news from Zanzibar. And lastly, the princess and her principal friends, for introductions have to be undergone in this land as in others. The burza lasted 2 hours, after which my visitors retired to pursue their respective avocations, which I discovered to be principally confined, on the part of the natives, to gossiping, making or repairing fishing nets, hatchets, canoes, food troughs, village fences, and huts, and on the part of our people to arranging plans for building their own grass huts, being perfectly content to endure a long stay at Kaghiyi. Though the people had only their own small domestic affairs to engage their attentions, and Frank and Fred were for this day relieved from duty, I had much to do, observations to take to ascertain the position of Kahigi and its altitude above the sea, to prepare paper, pens, and ink for the morrow's report to the journals which had dispatched me to this remote and secluded part of the globe, to make calculations of the time likely to be occupied in a halt at Kahigi, and preparing and equipping the Lady Alice for sea, and in circumnavigating the great Nyanja, as the Wakusuma call the lake. It was also incumbent upon me to ascertain the political condition of the country before leaving the port and the camp, that my mind might be at rest about its safety during my contemplated absence. Estimates were also to be entered upon as to the quantity of cloth and bead likely to be required for the provisioning of the expeditionary force during my absence, and as to the amount of tribute and presents to be bestowed upon the king of Umchambi, of which Kahigi was only a small district, and to whom Prince Kaduma was only a subordinate and tributary. In brief, my own personal work was but begun, and pages would not suffice to describe in detail the full extent of the new duties now devolving upon me. The village of Kaghiyi in the Uchambi district and country of Usukuma became after our arrival a place of great local importance. It attracted an unusual number of native traders from all sides within a radius of 20 or 30 miles. Fishermen from Ukerwe, whose purple hills we saw across the arm of the lake, came in their canoes with stores of dried fish. The people of Ugusa, Sima, and Magu, east of us in Usukumu, brought us their cassava, or manoic, and ripe bananas. The herdsmen of Usmau, 30 miles south of Kahigi, sent their oxen, and the tribes of Muanza, famous historically as being the point whence Speke first saw this broad gulf of Lake Victoria, brought their hoes, iron, wire, and salt, besides great plenty of sweet potatoes and yams. Within 7 days the Lady Alice was ready and strengthened for a rough sea life. Provisions of flour and dried fish, bales of cloth and beads of various kinds, odds and ends of small possible necessaries were boxed, and she was declared at last to be only waiting for her crew. Would anyone volunteer to accompany me? A dead silence ensued. Not for rewards and extra pay? Another dead silence. No one would volunteer. Yet I must, said I, depart. Will you let me go alone? No! What then? Show me my braves, those men who freely enlist to follow their master round the sea. All were again dumb. Appealed to individually, each said he knew nothing of sea life. Each man frankly declared himself a terrible coward on water. Then what am I to do? Manawa Sarah said, Master, have done with these questions. Command your party. All your people are your children, and they will not disobey you. While you ask them as a friend, no one will offer his services. Command them, and they will all go. So I selected a chief, Wadi Safani, the son of Safani, and told him to pick out the elect of the young men. Wadi Safani chose men who knew nothing of boat life. Then I called Kacheche, the detective, and told him to ascertain the names of those young men who were accustomed to sea life, upon which Kacheche informed me that the young guides first selected by me at Bagamoyo were the sailors of the expedition. After reflecting upon the capacities of the younger men as they had developed themselves on the road, I made a list of 10 sailors and a steersman, to whose fidelity I was willing to entrust myself and fortunes while coasting round the Victoria Sea. Accordingly, after drawing up instructions for Frank Pocock and Fred Barker on about a score of matters concerning the well-being of the expedition during my absence, and enlisting for them by an adequate gift the goodwill of Singoro and Prince Kaduma, I set sail on the 8th of March, 1875, eastward along the shores of the broad arm of the lake which we first sighted, and which henceforth forward is known in honor of its first discoverer as Speke Gulf. The reluctance of my followers to venture upon Lake Victoria was due to what they had heard about it from Prince Kaduma's people. There were, they said, a people dwelling on its shores who were gifted with tails, another who trained enormous and fierce dogs for war, another tribe of cannibals who preferred human flesh to all other kinds of meat. The lake was so large it would take years to trace its shores, and who then, at the end of that time, would remain alive? Its opposite shores, from their very vagueness of outline, and its people from the distorting fogs of misrepresentation through which we saw them, only heightened the fears of my men as to the dangers which filled the prospect." End quote. "Mr. Stanley explored the shores of Speke Gulf," said Frank after a short pause, and then proceeded to follow the eastern shore of the Great Lake, which stretched out to the east and north apparently as limitless as the ocean. On the islands of Speke Gulf he found great numbers of crocodiles, and at almost every step he took among the reeds, on the shore of one of the islands, a huge crocodile rushed past him into the water. Hippopotami were numerous, some of them coming disagreeably near to his boat, and evidently desiring to make his acquaintance. The natives around the Gulf were not hostile, but caused despondency in the hearts of Stanley's men by predicting that it would take him 8 years to circumnavigate the lake. But on the shores of the lake itself, the people showed signs of hostility, and came to the water's edge with their spears and shields. On such occasions, the party kept away from land and parleyed at a safe distance. Once a war canoe carrying some 40 men armed with spears and slings came close alongside the Lady Alice. The men in the canoe were insolent and evidently wanted to fight. Before beginning, however, they exhibited their skill by throwing stones with their slings, and whenever they made good shots, the strangers applauded and smiled. In fact, they had been smiling all the time since the canoe came alongside. When he considered the time had come to put an end to their insolence, Mr. Stanley drew his revolver and fired rapidly into the water in the direction where the last stone had been flung. The effect was ludicrous in the extreme, as none of the fellows had ever before heard the sound of a firearm. They sprang into the water and swam away for dear life, leaving their canoe in the hands of the strangers. They were finally coaxed back, but were more respectful in their demeanor. At another time, said Frank, the natives came with a large fleet of canoes and attacked the Lady Alice, but were driven off without serious difficulty. Mr. Stanley's plan was, in fights of this sort, to use his large rifle with explosive shells, which he aimed just at the waterline of the canoes. The craft would thus be sunk or disabled, while the crew, who are all good swimmers, ran no risk of being drowned. Pursuit would thus be stopped, and the Lady Alice have plenty of time to escape. Without accident, the adventurous party reached the outlet of the lake and visited Ripon Falls, the head of the Victoria Nile, which flows into the Albert Nyanza. The latter lake is the source of the White Nile, the Nile of Egypt, and one of the historic rivers in the world. One of the youths asked how the Ripon Falls received that name. "The name was given by Captain Speke, the first white man who ever saw the falls," replied Frank. "He may be called their discoverer, as the visit to the falls was made during his exploration of the Victoria Nyanza. At the time his expedition was fitted out, the Marquis of Ripon was the president of the Royal Geographical Society, and hence the name that Captain Speke gave to the falls." "I suppose, then, that the Victoria Nyanza, or Victoria Lake, is the source of the Nile?" another of Frank's auditors remarked. Frank looked inquiringly at Dr. Bronson, who immediately came to the youth's assistance. "For all practical purposes," said the doctor, "Captain Spake's claim that he had discovered the source of the Nile when he found the stream which drained the lake was a just one, but by common consent of geographers, the source of a river is the brook or rivulet, however tiny, that rises farthest from its mouth. Adopting this as rule, the source of the Nile was not the Victoria Lake itself, but its longest affluent, and this is a question not yet fully determined, though it is fairly well settled that the honor belongs to the Alexandra Nile, or the Kagera River, which is certainly the longest affluent of the lake. The Kagera River flows from Alexandra Lake, which lies nearly due west from the southern end of Victoria Lake. The distance is about 150 miles in a direct line, but much greater according to the African routes of travel. Did Mr. Stanley visit Alexandra Lake and find out what streams flowed into it? One of the youths inquired, as Dr. Bronson paused. He was unable to do so, was the reply, and no other traveler has yet completed the exploration. Some geographers think that the longest affluent of Lake Victoria will yet prove to be one of the streams coming in from the eastward and having its source at the base of Mount Kilimanjaro. But until this is shown to be an established fact, we may assume that the Alexandra Nile is the head of the Great River of Egypt, as it certainly is the largest stream that flows into Victoria Lake. Are there any other falls on the Victoria Nile besides the Ripon Falls just mentioned? Was the next inquiry from the audience. There are several falls and rapids on the stream, the doctor answered, the most important being Murchison Falls, not far from where the Victoria Nile emerges into Albert Lake. Lake Albert is more than 1,000 feet below the level of Lake Victoria, and therefore you may expect a rapid descent of the river that connects these two bodies of water. During the time that Egypt had partial control of the lake region of Central Africa, its government established a military station at Furaya on the Victoria Nile, just above the Kuruma Falls. The river was explored from one end to the other, and it was ascertained that, though there were several places where for many miles the current was comparatively placid, there were so many falls and rapids that navigation was practically impossible. Consequently, no use was made of the stream, and all expeditions through that region travel by land. Unless an expedition is sufficiently powerful to force its way, travelers avoid the villages and keep as much as possible in the wilderness, to escape the extortionate demands of its petty chiefs, who invariably demand a high tribute. Whatever they see they want, and it requires a great deal of diplomacy to escape from them without being stripped of everything of any value. But we are wandering from the route where we left Mr. Stanley, said Dr. Bronson, and will now turn back to see where he went after visiting Ripon Falls. Frank will inform us. Under this hint, Frank continued, where the lake narrows at the head of the Victoria Nile, or just above the falls, there is a V-shaped bay which is called Napoleon Channel. On the east of this channel is the country of Usoga, and on the west that of Uganda. The latter is the territory of the famous King Mutesa, or rather it was his territory at the time of Mr. Stanley's visit, as he has since died and left the kingdom to his son. Mr. Stanley found the people of Uganda friendly, and by one of the local chiefs he sent a message to the king to announce his coming. Then he waited at one of the islands until the chief returned with Mutesa's reply, which was that Stanley should come and see him. Escorted by a small fleet of war canoes, commanded by a native named Masaga, he proceeded on his journey to Usavara, the port of Mutesa's capital, about 10 miles farther inland. I will read Mr. Stanley's account of his reception. Quote, when about 2 miles from Usavara, we saw what we estimated to be thousands of people arranging themselves in order on a gently rising ground. When about a mile from the shore, Masaga gave the order to signal our advance upon it with firearms, and was at once obeyed by his dozen musketeers. Half a mile off, I saw that the people on the shore had formed themselves into 2 dense lines, at the ends of which stood several finely dressed men, arrayed in crimson and black and snowy white. As we neared the beach, volleys of musketry burst out from the long lines. Masaga's canoes steered outward to right and left, while 200 or 300 heavily loaded guns announced to all around that the white man had landed. Numerous kettle and bass drums sounded a noisy welcome, and flags, banners, and bannerets waved, and the people gave a great shout. Very much amazed at this ceremonious and pompous greeting, I strode up towards the great standard, near which stood a short young man dressed in a crimson robe, which covered an immaculately white dress of bleached cotton, before whom Masaga, who had hurried ashore, kneeled reverently and turned to me, begged me to understand that this short man was the katikiro. Not knowing very well who the katikiro was, I only bowed, which, strange to say, was imitated by him, only that his bow was far more profound and stately than mine. I was perplexed, confused, embarrassed, and I believe I blushed inwardly at this regal reception, though I hope I did not betray any embarrassment. A dozen well-dressed people now came forward, and grasping my hand, declared in the Swahili language that I was welcome to Uganda. The katikiro motioned with his head, and amid a perfect concourse of beaten drums, which drowned all conversation, we walked side by side, and followed by curious thousands, to a courtyard, and a circle of grass-thatched huts surrounding a larger house, which I was told were my quarters. The katikiro and several of the chiefs accompanied me to my new hut, and a very sociable conversation took place. There was present a native of Zanzibar named Tori, whom I shortly discovered to be the chief drummer, engineer, and general jack-of-all-trades for the Kabaga, king. From this clever, ingenious man I obtained the information that the katikiro was the prime minister or the Kabaka's deputy, and the titles of the other chiefs were Chambarongo, Kongao, Makendwa, Sekebobo, Katunzi, Sabaganzi, Kauta, Saruti. There were several more present, but I must defer mention of them to other chapters. Waganda, as I had found subsequently, are not in the habit of remaining incurious before a stranger. Hosts of questions were fired off at me about my health, my journey and its aim, Zanzibar, Europe and its people, the seas and the heavens, sun, moon, and stars, angels and devils, doctors, priests, and craftsmen in general. In fact, as the representative of nations who know everything, I was subjected to a most searching examination, and in 1 hour and 10 minutes it was declared unanimously that I had passed. Forthwith, after the acclamation, the stately bearing became merged into a more friendly one, and long, thin, nervous black hands were pushed into mine enthusiastically, from which I gathered that they applauded me as though I had won the honors of a senior wrangler. Some proceeded direct to the Kabaka and informed him that the white man was a genius, knew everything, and was remarkably polite and sociable, and the Kabaka was said to have rubbed his hands as though he had just come into the possession of a treasure. The fruits of the favorable verdict passed upon myself, and merits were seen presently in 14 fat oxen, 16 goats and sheep, 100 bunches of bananas, 3 dozen fowls, 4 wooden jars of milk, 4 baskets of sweet potatoes, 50 cars of green Indian corn, a basket of rice, 20 fresh eggs, and 10 pots of Mararaba wine. Kauta, Matesa's steward or butler, at the head of the drovers and bearers of these various provisions, fell on his knees before me and said, "The Kabaka sends salams unto his friend who has travelled so far to see him. The Kabaka cannot see the face of his friend until he has eaten and is satisfied. The Kabaka has sent his slave with these few things to his friend that he may eat, and at the 9th hour after his friend has rested, the Kabaka will send and call for him to appear at the Burza. I have spoken. Twi, Yanzi, Yanzi, Yanzi. Thanks, thanks, thanks." I replied suitably, though my politeness was not so excessive as to induce me to kneel before the courtly butler and thank him for permission to say I thanked him. The 9th hour of the day approached. We had bathed, brushed, cleaned ourselves, and were prepared externally and mentally for the memorable hour when we should meet the foremost man of equatorial Africa. 2 of the Kabaka's pages, clad in a costume semi-Kingwana and semi-Kinganda, came to summon us, the Kingwana part being the long white shirt of Zanzibar, folded with a belt or band about the loins, the Kingana part being the Sohari doti cloth depending from the right shoulder to the feet. "The Kabaka invites you to the Burza," said they. Forthwith we issue from our courtyard, 5 of the boat's crew on each side of me, armed with Snider rifles. We reach a short broad street, at the end of which is a hut. Here the Kabaka is seated with a multitude of chiefs, Wakungu and Watangole, ranked from the throne in 2 opposite kneeling or seated lines, the ends being closed in by drummers, guards, executioners, pages, etc., etc. As we approached the nearest group, it opened and the drummers beat mighty sounds, Tori's drumming being conspicuous from its sharper beat. The foremost man of equatorial Africa rises and advances, and all the kneeling and seated line rise, generals, colonels, chiefs, cooks, butlers, pages, executioners, etc., etc. The Kabaka, a tall, clean-faced, large-eyed, nervous-looking, thin man, clad in a tarbush black robe, with a white shirt belted with gold, shook my hands warmly and impressively, and bowing not ungracefully, invited me to be seated on an iron stool. I waited for him to show the example, and then I and all the others seated ourselves. He first took a deliberate survey of me, which I returned with interest, for he was as interesting to me as I was to him. His impression of me was that I was younger than Spake, not so tall but better dressed. This I gathered from his criticisms, as confided to his chiefs and favorites. My impression of him was that he and I would become better acquainted, that I should make a convert of him and make him useful to Africa. but what other impressions I had may be gathered from the remarks I wrote that evening in my diary. As I had read Spake's book for the sake of its geographical information, I retained but a dim remembrance of his description of his life in Uganda. If I remember rightly, Spake described a youthful prince, vain and heartless, a wholesale murderer and tyrant, one who delighted in fat women. Doubtless he described what he saw, but it is far from being the state of things now. Mutesa has impressed me as being an intelligent and distinguished prince, who, if aided in time by virtuous philanthropists, will do more for Central Africa than 50 years of gospel teaching, unaided by such authority, can do. I think I see in him the light that shall lighten the darkness of this benighted region, a prince well worthy of the most hearty sympathies that Europe can give him. In this man I see the possible fruition of Livingstone's hopes, for with his aid the civilization of equatorial Africa becomes feasible. I remember the ardor and love which animated Livingstone when he spoke of Sekeletu. Had he seen Mutesa, his ardor and love for him had been tenfold, and his pen and tongue would have been employed in calling all good men to assist him. 5 days later I wrote the following entry. I see that Mutesa is a powerful emperor with great influence over his neighbors. I have today seen the turbulent Mkorango, king of Usui, and Mirambo, that terrible phantom who disturbs men's minds in Unyamwezi, through their embassies, kneeling and tendering their tribute to him. I saw over 3,000 soldiers of Mutesa, nearly half civilized. I saw about 100 chiefs who might be classed in the same scale as the men of Zanzibar and Oman, clad in rich robes and armed in the same fashion, and have witnessed with astonishment such order and law as is obtainable in semi-civilized countries. All this is a result of a poor Muslim's labor. His name is Muley bin Salim. He it was who first began teaching here the doctrines of Islam. False and contemptible as these doctrines are, they are preferable to the ruthless instincts of a savage despot, whom Spake and Grant left wallowing in the blood of women, and I honor the memory of Muley bin Salim, Muslim and slave trader though he be, the poor priest who has wrought this happy change. With a strong desire to improve still more the character of Mutesa, I shall begin building on the foundation stones laid by Muley bin Salim. I shall destroy his belief in Islam and teach the doctrines of Jesus of Nazareth. It may easily be gathered from these entries that a feeling of admiration for Mutesa must have begun very early, and that either Mutesa is a very admirable man, or that I am a very impressionable traveler, or that Mutesa is so perfect in the art of duplicity and acted so clever a part that I became his dupe." End quote. Here Frank paused and suggested that they would leave Mr. Stanley with the King of Uganda until the next day, when Fred would take up the reading during the afternoon and evening. As it was near the time for retiring, no one made any objection to adjournment, and in a very few minutes the members of the Impromptu Geographical Society had dispersed. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Caulkins. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry Stanley. Chapter 4. It was Fred's turn to read on the second day of the voyage, and early in the morning he began his preparations. With the aid of Mr. Stanley, he marked the portions of the chapters that he would read, and those that could be omitted in view of the brief time at their disposal. At the beginning of the afternoon session of his Geographical Society, Fred announced that he would begin the day's work by reading the description of King Mutesa's personal appearance as Mr. Stanley has recorded it. In person, Mutesa is tall, probably 6 feet 1 inch, and slender. He has very intelligent and agreeable features, reminding me of some of the faces of the great stone images at Thebes, and of the statues in the museum at Cairo. He has the same fullness of lips, but their grossness is relieved by the general expression of amiability blended with dignity that pervades his face, and the large, lustrous, lambent eyes that lend it a strange beauty and are typical of the race from which I believe him to have sprung. His color is of a dark red-brown, of a wonderfully smooth surface. When not engaged in council, he throws off unreservedly the bearing that characterizes him when on the throne, and gives rein to his humor, indulging in hearty peals of laughter. He seems to be interested in the discussion of the manners and customs of European courts, and to be enamored of hearing of the wonders of civilization. He is ambitious to imitate, as much as lies in his power, the ways of the white man. When any piece of information is given him, he takes upon himself the task of translating it to his wives and chiefs, though many of the latter understand the Swahili language as well as he does himself. "Mr. Stanley writes that the king treated him with great courtesy," said Fred after a short pause, "and they evidently liked each other's acquaintance. One day the king invited him to witness a naval review on the waters of Murchison Bay, on which Usavara is situated. At a signal from Mtisa, 40 magnificent canoes, each rowed by 30 men, swept around a point of land and drew up in front of the shore where the king and his guests and attendants were stationed. The captain of each canoe was dressed in a white cotton shirt and a cloth head cover, neatly folded turban fashion, while the admiral wore over his shirt a crimson jacket profusely decorated with gold braid, and on his head the red fez of Zanzibar. Each captain, as he passed the king, seized shield and spear, and went through the performance of defense and attack by water. When the review was over, the king asked Stanley, whom he called Stamley, to show him how the white men could shoot. It was a heavy responsibility to be thus the representative of the shooting abilities of the whole white race, but there was no way of escaping it. A young crocodile was asleep on the rocks, and Stanley nearly severed its head from its body at the distance of 100 yards with a 3-ounce ball, an act which was accepted as conclusive proof that all white men are dead shots. "And now," said Fred, "I will read the account of Mr. Stanley's visit to Rubega, the capital city of Uganda. It is about 10 miles from Usavara, the place where Mr. Stanley met the king, as has just been described. His Majesty was on a hunting excursion at Usavara at the time of the explorer's arrival. He was accompanied by his court, after the manner of the kings of other countries under similar circumstances. On the 10th of April, the court broke up its hunting lodges at Usavara on Murchison Bay, and moved to the capital, whither I was strongly urged to follow. Mtisa, escorted by about 200 musketeers and the great Wakungu and their armed retainers, travelled quickly, but owing to my being obliged to house my boat from the hot sun, I did not reach the capital until 1 p.m. The road had been prepared for His Imperial Majesty's hunting excursion, and was 8 feet wide, through jungle and garden, forest and field. Beautiful landscapes were thus enjoyed of rolling land and placid lake, of gigantic tamarinds and gum trees, of extensive banana groves and plantations of the ficus, from the bark of which the national dress, or umbugu, is made. The peculiar dome-like huts, each with an attempt at a portico, were buried deep in dense bowers of plantains, which filled the air with the odor of their mellow, rich fruit. The road wound upward to the summits of green hills which commanded exquisite prospects, and down again into the sheltered bosoms of woody nooks and vales and tree-embowered ravines. Streams of clear water murmured through these depressions as they flowed towards Murchison Bay. The verdure was of a brilliant green, freshened by the unfailing rains of the equator. The sky was of the bluest, and the heat, though great, was tempered by the hill breezes, and frequently by the dense foliage overhead. Within 3 hours' march from Usavara, we saw the capital crowning the summit of a huge, rounded hill, a large cluster of tall, conical grass huts, in the center of which rose a spacious, lofty barn-like structure. The large building, we were told, was the palace, the hill, Rubega, the cluster of huts, the imperial capital. From each side of the tall cane fence enclosing the grass huts on Rubega Hill radiated very broad avenues, imperial enough in width. Arriving at the base of the hill and crossing by a corduroy road over a broad, slimy ooze, we came up to one of these avenues, the ground of which was a reddish clay strongly mixed with the detritus of hematite. It gave a clear breadth of 100 feet of prepared ground, and led by a gradual ascent to the circular road which made the circuit of the hill outside the palace enclosure. Once on the dome-like height, we saw that we had arrived by the back avenue, for the best view of this capital of magnificent distances was that which was obtained by looking from the burza of the palace, and carrying the eye over the broad front highway, on each side of which, as far as could be defined from the shadows of the burza, the Wakungu had their respective courts and houses, embowered in gardens of banana and fig. Like the enclosure round the palace courts and quarters, each avenue was fenced with tall matete, water cane, neatly set very close together in uniform rows. The by-streets leading from one avenue to another were narrow and crooked. While I stood admiring the view, a page came up, and, kneeling, announced that he had been dispatched by the emperor to show me my house. Following him, I was ushered within a corner lot of the fenced square, between two avenues, into what I might appropriately term a garden villa of Uganda. My house, standing in the center of a plantain garden about 100 feet square, was 20 feet long and of a marquee shape, with a miniature portico or eave projecting like a bonnet over the doorway, and was divided into 2 apartments. Close by, about 30 feet off, were 3 dome-like huts for the boat's crew and the kitchen, and in a corner of the garden was a railed space for our bullocks and goats. Were it not that I was ever anxious about my distant camp in Usukuma, I possessed almost everything requisite to render a month's stay very agreeable, and for the time I was as proud of my tiny villa as a London merchant is of his country house. In the afternoon I was invited to the palace. A number of people in brown robes or white dresses, some with white goatskins over their brown robes, others with cords folded like a turban round their heads, which I heard were distinguishing marks of the executioners, were also ascending to the burza. Court after court was passed until we finally stood upon the level top in front of the great house of cane and straw which the Waganda fondly term Kibuga, or the palace. The space at least was of oblique extent, and the prospect gained at every point was also worthy of the imperial eyes of the African monarch. On all sides rolled in grand waves a voluptuous land of sunshine and plenty and early summer verdure, cooled by soft breezes from the great equatorial freshwater sea. Isolated hill cones, similar to that of Rubega, or square tabular masses, rose up from the beautiful landscape to attract, like mysteries, the curious stranger's observation, and villages and banana groves of still fresher green, far removed on the crest of distant swelling ridges, announced that Mtisa owned a land worth loving. Dark, sinuous lines traced the winding courses of deep ravines filled with trees, and grassy extents of gently undulating ground marked the pastures. Broader depressions suggested the cultivated gardens and the grain fields, while on the far verge of the horizon we saw the beauty and the charm of the land melting into the blues of distance. The drums sounded. Mtisa had seated himself on the throne, and we hastened to take our seats. Since the 5th of April, I had enjoyed 10 interviews with Mtisa, and during all I had taken occasion to introduce topics which would lead up to the subject of Christianity. Nothing occurred in my presence, but I contrived to turn it towards effecting that which had become an object to me, namely, his conversion. There was no attempt made to confuse him with the details of any particular doctrine. I simply drew for him the image of the Son of God humbling himself for the good of all mankind, white and black, and told him how, while he was in man's disguise, he was seized and crucified by wicked people who scorned his divinity, and yet out of his great love for them, while yet suffering on the cross, he asked his great Father to forgive them. I showed the difference in character between him whom white men love and adore, and Mohammed, whom the Arabs revere. How Jesus endeavored to teach mankind that we should love all men, excepting none, while Mohammed taught his followers that the slaying of the pagan and the unbeliever was an act that merited paradise. I left it to Mtisa and his chiefs to decide which was the worthier character. I also sketched in brief the history of religious belief from Adam to Muhammad. I had also begun to translate to him the 10 Commandments, and Idi, the emperor's writer, transcribed in Kiganda the words of the law as given to him in choice Swahili by Robert Feruzzi, one of my boat's crew and a pupil of the university's mission at Zanzibar. The enthusiasm with which I launched into this work of teaching was soon communicated to Mtisa and some of his principal chiefs, who became so absorbingly interested in the story as I gave it to them that little of other business was done. The political burza and seat of justice had now become an alcove, where only the moral and religious laws were discussed. Before we broke up our meeting, Mtisa informed me that I should meet a white man at his palace the next day. "A white man or a Turk?" "A white man like yourself," repeated Mtisa. "No, impossible." "Yes, you will see. He comes from Masr, Cairo, from Gordum, Gordon, Pasha." "Ah, very well. I shall be glad to see him, and if he is really a white man, I may probably stay with you 4 or 5 days longer," said I to Mtisa as I shook hands with him and bade him good night. The white man, reported to be coming the next day, arrived at noon with great eclat and flourishes of trumpets, the sounds of which could be heard all over the capital. Mtisa hurried off a page to invite me to his burza. I hastened up by a private entrance. Mtisa and all his chiefs, guards, pages, executioners, claimants, guests, drummers, and fifers were already there en grand tenue. Mtisa was in a fever, as I could see by the paling of the color under his eyes and his glowing eyeballs. The chiefs shared their master's excitement. "What shall we do," he asked, "to welcome him?" "Oh, form your troops in line from the entrance to the burza down to the gate of the outer court, and present arms, and as he comes within the gate, let your drums and fifes sound a loud welcome." "Beautiful," said Mtisa. "Hurry, Tori, Chambarango, Sikibobo, form them in 2 lines, just as Stanley says." "Oh, that is beautiful. And shall we fire guns, Stanley?" "No, not until you shake hands with him, and as he is a soldier, let the guards fire, then they will not injure anyone." Mtisa's flutter of excitement on this occasion made me think that there must have been a somewhat similar scene before my landing at the Usavara, and that Tori must have been consulted frequently upon the form of ceremony to be adopted. What followed upon the arrival of the white man at the outer gate had best be told as an interlude by the stranger himself. At 2:00, the weather having cleared up, Mtisa sent a messenger to inform me that he was ready to receive me. Notice is given in the camp. Everyone puts on his finest clothes. At last we are ready. My brave Sudanians look quite smart in their red jackets and white trousers. I place myself at their head. Trumpets flourish and drums sound as we follow an avenue from 85 to 100 yards wide, running direct north and south, and terminating at Mtisa's palace. On entering this court, I am greeted with a frightful uproar. 1,000 instruments, each one more outlandish than the other, produce the most discordant and deafening sounds. Mtisa's bodyguard, carrying guns, present arms on my appearance. The king is standing at the entrance of the reception hall. I approach and bow to him a la Turk. He holds out his hand, which I press. I immediately perceive a sunburnt European to the left of the king, a traveler, whom I imagine to be Cameron. We exchange glances without speaking. Mtisa enters the reception room, and we follow him. It is a narrow hall about 60 feet long by 15 feet wide, the ceiling of which, sloping down at the entrance, is supported by a double row of wooden pillars which divide the room into 2 aisles. The principal and central room is unoccupied, and leads to the king's throne. The 2 aisles are filled with the great dignitaries and chief officers. At each pillar stands one of the king's guard, wearing a long red mantle, a white turban ornamented with monkey skin, white trousers, and black blouse with a red band. All are armed with guns. Mtisa takes his place on his throne, which is a wooden seat in the shape of an office armchair. His feet rest upon a cushion, the whole placed on a leopard's skin spread over a Smyrna carpet. Before the king is a highly polished elephant's tusk, and at his feet are 2 boxes containing fetishes. On either side the throne is a lance, one copper, the other steel, each held by a guard. These are the insignia of Uganda. The dog which Speke mentions has been done away with. Crouching at the foot of the king are the vizier and 2 scribes. Mtisa is dignified in his manner, and does not lack a certain natural air of distinction. His dress is elegant, a white kuftan finished with a red band, stockings, slippers, vest of black cloth embroidered with gold, and a tarbouche with a silver plate on the top. He wears a sword with ivory inlaid hilt, a Zanzibar weapon, and a staff. I exhibited my presents, which Mtisa scarcely pretended to see, his dignity forbidding him to show any curiosity. I addressed the traveler, who sits in front of me on the left of the king. "Have I the honor of speaking to Mr. Cameron?" Stanley. "No, sir. Mr. Stanley." Myself. "Monsieur Lieutenant de Bellefonds, member of the Gordon Pasha expedition." We bow low to each other as though we had met in a drawing-room, and our conversation is at an end for the moment. This meeting with Mr. Stanley greatly surprises me. Stanley was far from my thoughts. I was totally ignorant of the object of his expedition. I take leave of the king, who meanwhile has been amusing himself by making my unlucky soldiers parade and flourish their trumpets. I shake hands with Mr. Stanley and ask him to honor me with his presence at dinner. Colonel Lieutenant de Bellefonds having thus described our meeting, there remains little but for me to add. As soon as I saw him approaching the Burza, I recognized him to be a Frenchman. Not being introduced to him, and as I was then but a mere guest of Mtisa, with whom it was Monsieur Lieutenant's first desire to converse, I simply bowed to him until he had concluded addressing the emperor, when our introduction took place as he has described. I was delighted at seeing him, and much more delighted when I discovered that Monsieur Lieutenant was a very agreeable man. I observed that there was a vast difference between his treatment of his men and the manner in which I treated mine, and that his intercourse with the Waganda was conducted after exactly opposite principles to those which governed my conduct. He adopted a half-military style which the Waganda ill-brooked, and many things uncomplimentary to him were uttered by them. He stationed guards at the entrance to his courtyard to keep the Waganda at a distance, except those bearing messages from Mtisa, while my courtyard was nearly full of Watangoles, soldiers, pages, children, with many a dark brown woman listening with open ears to my conversation with the Waganda. In fact, my courtyard from morning to night swarmed with all classes, for I loved to draw the natives to talk so that perfect confidence might be established between us, and I might gain an insight into their real natures. By this freer converse with them, I became, it seemed, a universal favorite, and obtained information sufficient to fill 2 octavo volumes. Monsieur Leland passed many pleasant hours with me. Though he had started from Cairo previous to my departure from Zanzibar, and consequently could communicate no news from Europe, I still felt that for a brief period I enjoyed civilized life. The religious conversations which I had begun with Mtisa were maintained in the presence of Monsieur Lenant de Bellefonds. When questioned by Mtisa about the facts which I had uttered, and which had been faithfully transcribed, Monsieur Lenant, to Mtisa's astonishment, employed nearly the same words, and delivered the same responses. The remarkable fact that two white men who had never met before, one having arrived from the southeast, the other having emerged from the north, should nevertheless both know the same things and respond in the same words, charmed the popular mind without the Burza as a wonder, and was treasured in Mtisa's memory as being miraculous. The period of my stay with Mtisa drew to a close, and I requested leave to depart, begging the fulfillment of a promise he had made to me that he would furnish me with transport sufficient to convey the expedition by water from Kageyi in Usukuma to Uganda. Nothing loath, since one white man would continue his residence with him till my return, and being eager to see the gifts I told him were safe at Usukuma, he gave his permission, and commanded Magasa to collect 30 canoes, and to accompany me to my camp. On the 15th of April, then, escorted by Magasa and his Watangoles, and also by Monsieur Lenant and 10 of his Nubian soldiers, we left Rubega and arrived at Usavara. In the evening I concluded my letters, dated 14th of April, 1875, which were sent to the Daily Telegraph and the New York Herald, the English and American journals I represented here, appealing for a Christian mission to be sent to Mtisa. The appeal, written hurriedly and included in the letter left at Usavara, was as follows. I have indeed undermined Islamism so much here that Mtisa has determined henceforth, until he is better informed, to observe the Christian Sabbath as well as the Muslim Sabbath, and the great captains have unanimously consented to this. He has further caused the 10 Commandments of Moses to be written on a board for his daily perusal, for Mtisa can read Arabic, as well as the Lord's Prayer and the Golden Commandment of our Savior, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. This is a great progress for the few days that I have remained with him, and though I am no missionary, I shall begin to think that I might become one if such success is feasible. But oh, that some pious, practical missionary would come here! What a field and harvest, ripe for the sickle of civilization! Mtisa would give him anything he desired, houses, lands, cattle, ivory, etc. He might call a province his own in one day. It is not the mere preacher, however, that is wanted here. The bishops of Great Britain, collected, with all the classic youth of Oxford and Cambridge, would effect nothing by mere talk with the intelligent people of Uganda. It is the practical Christian tutor, who can teach people how to become Christians, cure their diseases, construct dwellings, understand and exemplify agriculture, and turn his hand to anything like a sailor. This is the man who is wanted. Such a one, if he can be found, would become the savior of Africa. He must be tied to no church or sect, but profess God and his Son and the moral law, and live a blameless Christian, inspired by liberal principles, charity to all men, and devout faith in heaven. He must belong to no nation in particular, but to the entire white race. Such a man or men, Mtisa, Emperor of Uganda, Usoga, Unyoro, and Karagwe, an empire 360 geographical miles in length by 50 in breadth, invites to repair to him. He has begged me to tell the white men that, if they will only come to him, he will give them all they want. Now, where is there in all the pagan world a more promising field for a mission than Uganda? Colonel Lenant de Bellefonds is my witness that I speak the truth, and I know he will corroborate all I say. The colonel, though a Frenchman, is a Calvinist and has become as ardent a well-wisher for the Waganda as I am. then why further spend needlessly vast sums upon black pagans of Africa who have no example of their own people becoming Christians before them? I speak to the University's mission at Zanzibar, and to the Free Methodists at Mombasa, to the leading philanthropists and the pious people of England. Here, gentlemen, is your opportunity. Embrace it. The people on the shores of the Nyanza call upon you. Obey your own generous instincts and listen to them, and I assure you that in 1 year you will have more converts to Christianity than all other missionaries united can number. The population of Mtisa's kingdom is very dense. I estimate the number of his subjects at 2 millions. You need not fear to spend money upon such a mission, as Mtisa is sole ruler, and will repay its cost tenfold with ivory, coffee, otter skins of a very fine quality, or even in cattle, for the wealth of this country in all these products is immense. The road here is by the Nile, or via Zanzibar, Ugogo, and Unyanyembe. The former route, so long as Colonel Gordon governs the countries of the Upper Nile, seems the most feasible. When the letters were written and sealed, I committed them to the charge of Colonel Linant. My friend promised he would await my return from Usukuma. Meanwhile, he lent me a powerful field glass, as mine, being considerably injured, had been given to Mtisa. The parting between Monsieur Linant and myself I shall allow him to describe. At 5 a.m. drums are beaten. The boats going with Stanley are collecting together. Mr. Stanley and myself are soon ready. The Lady Alice is unmoored. Luggage, sheep, goats, and poultry are already stowed away in their places. There is nothing to be done except to hoist the American flag and head the boat southward. We shake hands and commend each other to the care of God. Stanley takes the helm. The Lady Alice immediately swerves like a spirited horse and bounds forward, lashing the water of the Nyanza into foam. The starry flag is hoisted and floats proudly in the breeze. I immediately raise a loud hurrah with such hearty goodwill as perhaps never before greeted the traveller's ears. The Lady Alice is already far away. We wave our handkerchiefs as a last farewell. My heart is full. I have just lost a brother. I have grown used to seeing Stanley, the open-hearted, sympathetic man and friend and admirable traveller. With him I forgot my fatigue. This meeting had been like a return to my own country. His engaging, constructive conversation made the hours pass like minutes. I hope I may see him again, and have the happiness of spending several days with him. One of the youthful auditors asked at this point what became of Colonel Linant de Bellefonds. Fred replied as follows to the inquiry. He remained about 6 weeks at Mtisa's court, looking for the return of Mr. Stanley. The latter was delayed in various ways, and finally Colonel Linant started on his return to Gondokoro, to report to his superior officer, Gordon Pasha. He had a severe battle with the natives of Unyoro. It lasted several hours, but he managed to escape and reach Gordon Pasha's headquarters. In the following August he was sent on an expedition among the Bari tribe, and at a place called Labori, he and all the men accompanying him were killed. He was an efficient officer, and was greatly liked by those with whom he served. Mr. Stanley was greatly delayed on his return to Usukuma, Fred continued, by the inefficiency of Magasa and his habits of procrastination. He did not assemble the required number of canoes which Mtisa had promised, and when Stanley sent him for more, he returned without them. His whole course of action was one of duplicity, and caused a great deal of trouble and delay to the expedition. Stanley was not sufficiently powerful to force him to obey, and he was too far away from Mtisa's capital to inform the king of the bad conduct of his lieutenant. On the way down the coast, Mr. Stanley explored the Alexandra Nile for a short distance. He reported it about 500 yards wide at its mouth, and narrowed to a width of 100 yards about 2 miles above. Its current was so strong that the Lady Alice breasted it with difficulty, and after an ascent of 3 miles, the attempt to go farther was abandoned. In one place, a depth of 85 feet was obtained with the sounding line, and it was evident that the volume of water discharged by the river is very large. The people residing in the valley of the Alexandra Nile call it the Mother of the River at Jinga, or the Ripon Falls. At Bumbiri Island, the expedition stopped to purchase food, of which they had run short, but the natives proved to be unfriendly. Bumbiri is about 11 miles long by 2 in width, and has a population estimated at 4,000, scattered in some 50 villages. Here is Mr. Stanley's account of his experiences at this island. At 9 a.m. we discovered a cove near the southeast end of the Long Island, and pulled slowly into it. Immediately the natives rushed down the slopes, shouting war cries and uttering fierce ejaculations. When about 50 yards from the shore, I bade the men cease rowing, but Safeni and Baraka became eloquent and said, "It is almost always the case, master, with savages. They cry out and threaten and look big, but you will see that all noise will cease as soon as they hear us speak. Besides, if we leave here without food, where shall we obtain it?" The last argument was unanswerable, and though I gave no orders to resume their oars, 4 of the men impelled the boat on slowly, while Safeni and Baraka prepared themselves to explain to the natives, who were now close within hearing, as they came rushing to the water's edge. I saw some lift great stones, while others prepared their bows. We were now about 10 yards from the beach, and Safeni and Baraka spoke, earnestly pointing to their mouths, and by gestures explaining that their bellies were empty. They smiled with insinuating faces, uttered the words brothers, friends, good fellows, most volubly, cunningly interpolated the words Mtisa, the Kabaka, Uganda, and Antari, king of Ihangiro, to whom Bumbiri belongs. Safeni and Baraka's pleasant volubility seemed to have produced a good effect, for the stones were dropped, the bows were unstrung, and the lifted spears lowered to assist the steady, slow-walking pace with which they now advanced. Safeni and Baraka turned to me triumphantly and asked, "What did we say, master?" And then, with engaging frankness, invited the natives, who were now about 200 in number, to come closer. The natives consulted a little while, and several, now smiling pleasantly themselves, advanced leisurely into the water until they touched the boat's prow. They then stood a few seconds talking sweetly, when suddenly, with a rush, they ran the boat ashore, and then all the others, seizing hawser and gunwale, dragged her about 20 yards over the rocky beach, high and dry, leaving us almost stupefied with astonishment. Then ensued a scene which beggars description. A forest of spears was leveled. 30 or 40 bows were drawn taut. As many barbed arrows seemed already on the wing. Thick, knotty clubs waved above our heads. 200 screaming black demons jostled with each other and struggled for room to vent their fury, or for an opportunity to deliver one crushing blow or thrust at us. In the meantime, as soon as the first symptoms of this manifestation of violence had been observed, I had sprung to my feet, each hand armed with a loaded, self-cocking revolver. But the apparent hopelessness of inflicting much injury upon such a large crowd restrained me, and Safeni turned to me, though almost cowed to dumbness by the loud fury around us, and pleaded with me to be patient. I complied, seeing that I should get no aid from my crew, but while bitterly blaming myself for my imprudence in having yielded, against my instincts, to placing myself in the power of such savages, I vowed that, if I escaped this once, my own judgment should guide my actions for the future. I assumed a resigned air, though I still retained my revolvers. My crew also bore the first outburst of the tempest of shrieking rage which assailed them with almost sublime imperturbability. Safeni crossed his arms with the meekness of a saint. Baraka held his hands palms outward, asking with serene benignity, "What, my friends, ails you? Do you fear empty hands and smiling people like us? We are friends. We came as friends to buy food, 2 or 3 bananas, a few mouthfuls of grain or potatoes or muhogo, cassava, and if you permit us, we shall depart as friends." Our demeanor had a great effect. The riot and noise seemed to be subsiding, when some 50 newcomers rekindled the smoldering fury. Again the forest of spears swayed on the launch. Again the knotty clubs were whirled aloft. Again the bows were drawn, and again the barbed arrows seemed flying. Safeni received a push which sent him tumbling. Little Kirango received a blow on the head with a spear-staff. Saramba gave a cry as a club descended on his back. I sprang up this time to remonstrate, with the 2 revolvers in my left hand. I addressed myself to an elder who seemed to be restraining the people from proceeding too far. I showed him beads, cloth, wire, and invoked the names of Mtisa and Antari, their king. The sight of the heaps of beads and cloth I exposed awakened, however, the more deliberate passions of selfishness and greed in each heart. An attempt at massacre, they began to argue, would certainly entail the loss of some of themselves. Guns might be seized and handled with terrible effect, even by dying men, and who knows what those little iron things in the white man's hands are, they seemed to be asking themselves. The elder, whatever he thought, responded with an affectation of indignation, raised his stick, and to the right and left of him drove back the demoniac crowd. Other prominent men now assisted this elder, whom we subsequently discovered to be Sheka, the king of Bumbire. Sheka then, having thus bestirred himself, beckoned to 6 men, and walked away a few yards behind the mass. Half the crowd followed the king and his council, while the other half remained to indulge their tongues on us and to continually menace us with either club or spear. The issue had surely arrived. There had been just one brief moment of agony when I reflected how unlovely death appears in such guise as that in which it then threatened me. What would my people think as they anxiously waited for the never-returning master? What would Pocock and Barker say when they heard of the tragedy of Bumbire, and my friends in America and Europe? A messenger from the king and the council arrives and beckons Safeni. I said to him, "Safeni, use your wit." "Please God, master," he replied. Safeni drew nearly all the crowd after him, for curiosity is strong in the African. I saw him pose himself. A born diplomatist was Safeni. His hands moved up and down, outward and inward. A cordial frankness sat naturally on his face. His gestures were graceful. The man was an orator, pleading for mercy and justice. Safeni returned, his face radiant. "It is all right, master. There is no fear. They say we must stop here until tomorrow." "Will they sell us food?" "Oh, yes, as soon as they settle their showery." While Safeni was speaking, 6 men rushed up and seized the oars. Safeni, though hitherto politic, lost temper at this and endeavored to prevent them. They raised their clubs to strike him. I shouted out, "Let them go, Safeni." A loud cheer greeted the seizure of the oars. I became convinced now that this one little act would lead to others, for man is the same all over the world. If a man submit once, he must be prepared to submit again. The showery proceeded. Another messenger came, demanding 5 cloths and 5 fundo of necklaces. They were delivered. But as it was now near noon, and they were assured we could not escape, the savages withdrew to their nearest village to refresh themselves with wine and food. After the warriors had departed, some women came to look at us. We spoke kindly to them, and in return they gave us the consoling assurance that we should be killed. But they said that if we could induce Sheka to make blood brotherhood or to eat honey with one of us, we should be safe. If we failed, there was only flight or death. We thanked them, but we would wait. About 3 p.m., we heard a number of drums beaten. Safeni was told that if the natives collected again, he must endeavor to induce Sheka with gifts to go through the process of blood brotherhood. A long line of natives in full war costume appeared on the crest of the terrace, on which the banana grove and village of Kajuri stood. Their faces were smeared with black and white pigments. Almost all of them bore the peculiar shields of Usungura. Their actions were such as the dullest-witted of us recognized as indicating hostilities. Even Safeni and Baraka were astounded, and their first words were, "Prepare, master. Truly, this is trouble." "Never mind me," I replied. "I have been ready these 3 hours. Are you ready, your guns and revolvers loaded, and your ears open this time?" "We are," they all firmly answered. "Don't be afraid. Be quite cool. We will try, while they are collecting together, the women's suggestion. Go frankly and smilingly, Safeni, up to Sheka on the top of that hill, and offer him these 3 fundo of beads, and ask him to exchange blood with you." Safeni proceeded readily on his errand, for there was no danger to him bodily while we were there within 150 yards, and their full power as yet unprepared. For 10 minutes he conversed with them, while the drums kept beating, and numbers of men bepainted for war were increasing Sheka's force. Some of them entertained us by demonstrating with their spears how they fought. Their gestures were wild, their voices were shrill and fierce. They were kindling themselves into a fighting fever. Safeni returned. Sheka had refused the pledge of peace. The natives now mustered over 300. Presently 50 bold fellows came rushing down, uttering a shrill cry. Without hesitation they came straight to the boat, and hissing something to us, seized our Kiganda drum. It was such a small affair we did not resist. Still, the manner in which it was taken completely undeceived us, if any small hope of peace remained. Loud applause greeted the act of gallantry. Then 2 men came down toward us, and began to drive some cows away that were grazing between us and the men on the hill. Safeni asked of one of them, "Why do you do that?" "Because we are going to begin fighting presently, and if you are men, you may begin to prepare yourselves," he said scornfully. "Thanks, my bold friend," I muttered to myself. "Those are the truest words we have heard today." The 2 men were retiring up the hill. "Here, Safeni," I said, "take these 2 fine red cloths in your hand. Walk slowly up after them a little way, and the minute you hear my voice, run back. And you, my boys, this is for life and death, mind. Range yourself on each side of the boat. Lay your hands on it carelessly, but with a firm grip. And when I give the word, push it with the force of 100 men down the hill into the water. Are you all ready, and do you think you can do it? Otherwise, we might as well begin fighting where we are." "Yes, inshallah, master," they cried out with one voice. "Go, Safeni." I waited until he had walked 50 yards away, and saw that he acted precisely as I had instructed him. "Push, my boys, push for your lives!" The crew bent their heads and strained their arms. The boat began to move, and there was a hissing, grinding noise below me. I seized my double-barreled elephant rifle and shouted, "Safeni! Safeni, return!" The natives were quick-eyed. They saw the boat moving, and with one accord they swept down the hill, uttering the most fearful cries. My boat was at the water's edge. "Shoot her into the lake, my men! Never mind the water!" And clear of all obstruction, she darted out upon the lake. Safeni stood for an instant on the water's edge with the cloths in his hand. The foremost of a crowd of natives was about 20 yards from him. He raised his spear and balanced himself. "Spring into the water, man! Head first!" I cried. The balanced spear was about to fly, and another man was preparing his weapon for a deadly cast when I raised my gun, and the bullet plowed through him and through the second. The bowmen halted and drew their bows. I sent 2 charges of duckshot into their midst, and the natives retreated from the beach on which the boat had lately lain. Having checked the natives, I assisted one of my men into the boat and ordered him to lend a hand to the others, while I reloaded my big guns, keeping my eyes on the natives. There was a point about 100 yards in length on the east, which sheltered the cove. Some of the natives made a rush for this, but my guns commanded the exposed position, and they were obliged to retire. The crew seized their rifles, but I told them to leave them alone and to tear the bottom boards out of the boat and use them as paddles, for there were 2 hippopotami advancing upon us open-mouthed, and it seemed as if we were to be crushed in the water after such a narrow escape from the ferocious people ashore. I permitted one of the hippos to approach within 10 yards, and aiming between his eyes, perforated his skull with a 3-ounce ball, and the second received such a round that we were not molested by him. It was 5 p.m. We had only 4 bananas in the boat, and we were 12 hungry men. If we had a strong, fair breeze, a day and a night would suffice to enable us to reach our camp, but if we had headwinds, the journey might occupy a month. Meanwhile, where should we apply for food? Fresh water we had in abundance, sufficient to satisfy the thirst of all the armies of the world for a century. But food? Whither should we turn for it? Fred paused a few moments, while his auditors waited in breathless anxiety for the continuation of the story. "At night a storm came on," said Fred, "and the Alice drifted helplessly, while her occupants, weakened by nearly 50 hours without food, and drenched by the rain that fell in torrents, felt that they were about to die in the Nyanza, as they had been told to do by the cruel natives of Bumbury. In the morning the storm abated, and they reached an uninhabited island which Mr. Stanley appropriately named Refuge Island. The men gathered bananas, cherries, and other fruits, while their leader shot some ducks, so that they had an abundant supper, which, you may be sure, was eagerly devoured. They remained 2 days at Refuge Island to rest and gain strength, and also to make oars to replace those lost at Bumbury. They then continued their voyage, and reached their old camp at Kageye without further molestation or suffering. The party was welcomed most joyously by Frank Pocock and the men in camp, but the news that greeted the explorer was full of sadness. When he inquired for Fred Barker, young Pocock pointed to a cairn of stones near the shore, and in a low voice said Barker had died 12 days before and was buried under the cairn. Several of the Zanzibaris had died, including 3 of the most trustworthy men of the expedition, while some of the worst spirits in the camp were on the verge of mutiny. The natives had continued friendly, and the camp was so well supplied with provisions that those who had preserved their health were in excellent condition. Mr. Stanley and those who accompanied him on the boat expedition were greatly reduced by their privations and exposure, Stanley weighing only 115 pounds, or 63 pounds less than when he left Zanzibar. Rest was imperative, and in Stanley's case it was accompanied by fever which reduced him to a weight of 108 pounds in a few days. On the 5th day he had conquered the fever by liberal doses of quinine, but found himself very weak and pale. One of the youths asked what became of Magassa and his fleet of canoes. "That was what worried Mr. Stanley," replied Fred, "and during the delirium of his fever he was constantly asking for the canoes. They never came, and it was necessary to obtain other boats or make the journey by land. After much bargaining and diplomacy, 21 canoes were purchased from Lukonge, king of Ukirewe, a large island which separates Speke Gulf from the waters of the lake. They were in poor condition, but by much patching and caulking were made available for transporting the expedition to Refuge Island, where the boat party retreated after its encounter with the natives of Bumbury." Mr. Stanley gives some interesting details concerning the king and people of Ukirewe. The king, Lukonge, was a handsome, open-faced, light-colored man about 27 years old. He is supposed to be endowed with supernatural power and seizes every opportunity to heighten this belief. He is believed to be enabled to create a drought at pleasure and to cause the land to be drenched with rain. It was fortunate that, since his accession to power, rain had been regular and copious in its season. The king had not been slow to point out this immense advantage which Ukirewe had gained since he succeeded his father. He was therefore beloved and feared. Aware of the value of a reputation as rainmaker, he was ambitious to add to it that of great medicine man, and he besought me to impart to him some of the grand secrets of Europe, such as how to transform men into lions and leopards, to cause the rains to fall or cease, the winds to blow, and trees to produce fruit. Demands of this character are commonly made by African chiefs. When I stated my inability to comply with these requests, the king whispered to his chiefs, "He will not give me what I ask because he is afraid that he will not get the canoes. But you will see when my men return from Uganda, he will give me all I ask." Many stories were current about the witchcraft practiced by the people of Ukara Island, proving that those islanders have been at pains to spread abroad a good repute for themselves, that they are cunning, and aware that superstition is a weakness of human nature, have sought to thrive upon it. Their power, according to the Wakirawe, over the amphibiae is wonderful. They had crocodiles which were trained to do anything they were told to do, and their king had a hippopotamus which came to him each morning to be milked. Coils of brass wire are much coveted by the Wakirawe for the adornment of their wives, who wear it in such numerous circlets round their necks as to give them at a distance an appearance of wearing ruffs. Wristlets of copper and brass and iron, and anklets of the same metal, besides armlets of ivory, are the favorite decorations of the men. Owing to the size of the expedition and the limited capacity of the canoes, it required 2 journeys of the flotilla to transport the entire party, with its baggage, from Kageyi to Refuge Island. The work was safely accomplished, friendly terms were made with the natives in the vicinity, "And now," said Fred as he closed the book, "we will leave the entire party until we assemble again in the evening." End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 5. When the party assembled in the evening, Fred was promptly in his place and ready for work. By way of testing the memories of his auditors, he asked them where they left Mr. Stanley's expedition at the end of the afternoon's reading. "We left it at Refuge Island," replied one of the youths. The canoes had made 2 journeys each way between Kageyi and Refuge Island to bring up the men and baggage. "Quite right," said Fred, "and at Refuge Island they remained for several days, negotiating for a peaceful passage by the island of Bumbire. A search expedition, which was sent by King Mutesa to ascertain what had become of his friend Stanley, joined them, and together there was a sufficient number of canoes to carry the whole party to Uganda. But on arriving in Uganda," Fred continued, "Mr. Stanley found that Mutesa had gone to war with the Wavuma, who dwell on the farther shore of the lake and beyond the Victoria Nile. He had marched to Usoga and fought a battle with the Wavuma, and was then preparing a naval expedition on a grand scale. Stanley was inclined to turn back when he heard this news, as he feared the delay which the war would cause. After due consideration he decided to go on, as the greater ease with which he could travel to the Muta Nzegi would offset any delay caused by Mutesa's war. He found Mutesa with his army at Ripon Falls on the Usoga side of the river. Warriors, women, camp followers, and all numbered nearly 250,000. And besides, he had a flotilla of 325 canoes, large and small. The enemy was in great strength, though less numerous. They had a strong position on an island, and everything promised a severely contested battle, with the chances in favor of Metisa. The army remained several days at Ripon Falls after Stanley's arrival, and then marched to a point of land near Ingira, the island where the Wavuma had their stronghold. During the delay in camp, the king and his guest were often together, and Stanley embraced the opportunity to renew his religious instruction of Metisa. He made an abstract of the scriptures, which were translated into Swahili, and thus the king had all the principal events of the Bible, from the creation to the crucifixion, in a language he could read. Finally, the king declared that he would renounce the faith of Islam and accept Christianity, as he believed its principles were the best. "Stanley," said Metisa as they parted, "say to the white people when you write to them that I am like a man sitting in darkness or born blind, and that all I ask is that I may be taught how to see, and I shall continue a Christian while I live." The fleets of Metisa and the Wavuma people had several encounters, but without any decisive result. Mr. Stanley thus describes one of these naval battles. The drums sounded from the water side, and soon the beautiful canoes of Uganda appeared in view. The entire war fleet of 230 vessels rode gracefully on the calm gray waters of the channel. The line of battle was formed by Chambarango, in command of the right flank, with 50 canoes. Sambuzi, Mokavia, Chikwada, and Saruti, all sub-chiefs, were ranged with 100 canoes under the command of Koita, the imperial steward, to form the center. The left flank was in charge of the gallant Mikwenda, who had 80 canoes. Tori commanded a force of musketeers, and with his 4 howitzers was stationed on the causeway, which was by this time 200 yards from the shore. In the above manner, the fleet of vessels, containing some 16,000 men, moved to the attack upon Ingira. The center, defended by the flanks, which were to menace the rear of the Wavuma should they approach near the causeway, resolutely advanced to within 30 yards of Ingira, and poured in a most murderous fire among the slingers of the island, who, imagining that the Waganda meant to carry the island by storm, boldly stood exposed, resolved to fight. But they were unable to maintain that courageous behavior long. Mikwenda then moved up from the left, and attacked with his musketeers the Wavuma on the right, riddling their canoes, and making matters specially hot for them in that quarter. The Wavuma, seeing matters approaching a crisis, and not wishing to die tamely, manned their canoes, and 196 dashed impetuously, as at first, from the rushes of Ingira, with loud, shrill yells, and the Waganda lines moved backward to the center of the channel, where they bravely and coolly maintained their position. As the center of the Uganda line parted in front of the causeway and disclosed the hotly advancing enemy, Tori aimed the howitzers and fired at a group of about 20 canoes, completely shattering more than half of them, and reloading one quickly, he discharged several bolts of iron 3 inches long among them with terrible effect. Before this cool bearing of the Waganda, the Wavuma retired to their island again, and we saw numbers of canoes discharging their dead and wounded, and the Waganda were summoned to Nakaranga shore to receive the congratulations of the emperor and the applause of the vast multitude. Metisa went down to the water's edge to express his satisfaction at their behavior. "Go at them again," said he, "and show them what fighting is." and the line of battle was again formed, and again the Wavuma darted from the cover of the reeds and water cane with the swiftness of hungry sharks, beating the water into foam with their paddles, and rending the air with their piercing yells. It was one of the most exciting and animating scenes I ever beheld. The Waganda distinguished themselves for coolness and method, and the Wavuma, as on a former occasion, for intrepidity and desperate courage. Mtesa did not make any progress in his war upon the Wavuma, said Fred, and became very ill-natured in consequence. One day he captured a Wavuma chief, whom he proposed to burn to death. The man was bound to a stake, and faggots were piled around him ready to be lighted, when Stanley interfered. With great difficulty, and only upon the threat of going away immediately, he succeeded in persuading Mtesa not to carry out his intention. Mtesa had repeatedly asked Stanley's advice and assistance. Stanley was anxious to end the war and continue his journey, and at the same time he wished to prevent bloodshed. So he proposed to the king that in return for granting his request to spare the life of the Wavuma chief, he would build something that would strike terror to the Wavuma and force them to submit. Let us hear his story of what he did. "You must give me plenty of men to help me, and in 3 days I shall be ready," I said to Mtesa. "Meantime, shout out to the Wavuma from the causeway that you have something which will be so terrible that it will finish the war at once. Take everybody, do anything you like. I will give you Sekibobo and all his men." The next morning Sekibobo brought about 2,000 men before my quarters, and requested to know my will. I told him to dispatch 1,000 men to cut long poles 1 inch thick, 300 to cut poles 3 inches thick and 7 feet long, 100 to cut straight long trees 4 inches thick, and 100 to disbark all these and make bark rope. Himself and 500 men I wished to assist me at the beach. The chief communicated my instructions and urged them to be speedy, as it was the emperor's command, and himself accompanied me to the canoe fleet. I selected 3 of the strongest built canoes, each 70 feet long and 6½ feet wide, and after preparing a space of ground near the water's edge, had them drawn up parallel with one another and 4 feet apart from each other. With these 3 canoes I began to construct a floating platform, laying the tall trees across the canoes and lashing them firmly to the thwarts, and as fast as the 7-foot poles came I had them lashed in an upright position to the thwarts of the outer canoes, and as fast as the inch poles arrived I had them twisted in among these uprights, so that when completed it resembled an oblong stockade, 70 feet long by 27 feet wide, which the spears of the enemy could not penetrate. On the afternoon of the 2nd day the floating fort was finished, and Mtesa and his chiefs came down to the beach to see it launched, and navigated for a trial trip. The chiefs, when they saw it, began to say it would sink, and communicated their fears to Mtesa, who half believed them. But the emperor's women said to him, "Leave Stanley alone. He would not make such a thing if he did not know that it would float." On receiving orders to launch it, I selected 60 paddlers and 150 musketeers of the bodyguard to stand by to embark as soon as it should be afloat, and appointed Torrey and one of my own best men to superintend its navigation, and told them to close the gate of the fort as soon as they pushed off from the land. About 1,000 men were then set to work to launch it, and soon it was floating in the water, and when the crew and garrison, 214 souls, were in it, it was evident to all that it rode the waves of the lake easily and safely. The invention all admired, and each how he to be the inventor missed, so easy it seemed. Once found, which yet unfound most would have thought impossible. And a burst of applause from the army rewarded the inventor. Several long blue kaniki and white and red cloths were hoisted above this curious structure, which, when closed up all round, appeared to move of its own accord in a very mysterious manner, and to conceal within its silent and impenetrable walls some dread thing, well calculated to strike terror into the mind of the ignorant savage. At 8 o'clock on the morning of the 13th of October, the army was assembled at Nakaranga with unusual display, and it was proclaimed across the strait, from the extremity of the causeway, that a terrible thing was approaching, which would blow them into atoms if they did not make peace at once, and acknowledge the power of Mtesa. And I believe that they declared that all the Muzimos and the charms of Uganda were within, for I heard something said about Muzimu and Uganda. The old Mvuma chief was also placed in prominent view, and induced to urge them to accept the terms which Mtesa offered, viz., pardon to all, provided they went through the form of submission. After this announcement, which was made with all gravity, the awful mysterious structure appeared, while the drums beat a tremendous sound, and the multitude of horns blew a deafening blast. It was a moment of anxiety to me for manifold reasons. The fort, perfectly defensible in itself against the most furious assaults by men armed with spears, steadily approached the point, then steered direct for the island of Ingira, until it was within 50 yards. "Speak," said a stentorian voice, amid a deathly silence within. "What will you do? Will you make peace and submit to Mtesa, or shall we blow up the island? Be quick and answer." There was a moment's consultation among the awe-stricken Wavuma. Immediate decision was imperative. The structure was vast, totally unlike anything that was ever visible on the waters of their sea. There was no person visible, yet a voice spoke clear and loud. Was it a spirit, the Wazimu of all Uganda, more propitious to their enemies' prayers than those of the Wavuma? It might contain some devilish awful thing, something similar to the evil spirits which, in their hours of melancholy and gloom, their imagination invoked. There was an audacity and confidence in its movements that was perfectly appalling. "Speak," repeated the stern voice. "We cannot wait longer." Immediately, to our relief, a man, evidently a chief, answered, "Enough. Let Mtesa be satisfied. We will collect the tribute today, and will come to Mtesa. Return, O spirit, the war is ended." At which the mysterious structure solemnly began its return back to the cove where it had been constructed, and the 250,000 of savage human beings, spectators of the extraordinary scene, gave a shout that seemed to split the very sky, and Ingira's bold height repeated the shock of sound back to Nakaranga. 3 hours afterwards a canoe came from Ingira Island, bearing 50 men, some of whom were chiefs. They brought with them several tusks of ivory, which were delivered over to the charge of the steward. The old Mvuma chief was surrendered to his tribe, and thus the long war terminated on the evening of the 13th of October, 1875. Glad shouts from both sides announced all parties equally pleased. The same afternoon the canoe fleet of Uganda, which had by this time been reduced to 275 in number, was escorted as far as Jinja by 20 Wavuma canoes, and after it had departed and rounded Namagongo Point, releasing their late foe from all fear of treachery, The Wavuma canoes presented us with a peaceful exhibition of their dexterity, and gave us an opportunity of viewing them more distinctly than we had previously been able to do through the smoke of gunpowder. "As soon as peace was declared," said Fred after a pause, "the king returned to his capital, and the army was dispersed. Mr. Stanley accompanied the king, and after resting a few days, reminded M'tesa of his promise to give him a powerful escort to take the expedition to the Muta Nezegi, a lake lying to the south of Albert Lake, and about 200 miles west of Victoria Lake. M'tesa did as he had agreed, and sent an escort of about 2,000 warriors under command of a general named Sambuzi. Escorted by several war canoes, Stanley went to Dumo, where his camp had been established during the time the leader was absent with M'tesa in the war against the Wavuma. Frank Pocock had remained at the camp, and Stanley was greatly pleased to find everything in order, and his men in excellent condition. The men had built comfortable huts, and were abundantly supplied with food. The natives all around them were friendly, in obedience to the orders they received from the king. Altogether, the Zanzibaris were having such a good time that they were in no hurry to leave. On the 7th day after his return to Dumo, Stanley began his march towards the Katonga River, where he was to meet the Waganda escort under Sambuzi for the journey to Muta Nezegi. He was obliged to halt several days at a place called Kikoma to wait for Sambuzi. The country was full of wild animals, and Stanley took advantage of the halt to shoot game to supply meat for the expedition. In 5 days he killed 57 hartebeest, 2 zebra, and 1 waterbuck. Lions and leopards were said to be abundant, but he did not get a shot at them. On New Year's Day, 1876, the expedition crossed the boundary between Uganda and Unyoro. The king of the latter country was at war with the Egyptians, who had established themselves on Albert Lake, and it was very soon evident that he would oppose the invasion of his territory by Stanley's expedition. Mr. Stanley sent out scouts to ascertain the state of affairs, and their interviews with the natives showed that the latter intended to fight. A mission to the king failed to secure permission to proceed, but during the time required for the mission, Stanley had reached a point only a few miles from the lake. Much of the country on the line of march was rough and picturesque, and Mr. Stanley names it the Switzerland of Africa. Mount Edwin Arnold is near the site of one of the camps of the expedition. It is estimated to be 9,000 feet above the level of the sea. The courage of the Waganda disappeared when there was a prospect of fighting, and in spite of all the arguments which Mr. Stanley advanced, they determined to return to their own country. He reached the shore of the lake, but finding the king bent upon war, and the Waganda refusing to remain with him, he was forced to leave without making the desired exploration. He was bitterly disappointed at the failure of this part of his expedition, but there was no help for it. "Did he go back to King M'tesa's capital?" asked one of the listeners, "or continue his journey another way?" "He went to the frontier of Uganda, but not to the capital," replied Fred. There he parted with Sambuzi, and decided to travel southward to Lake Tanganyika with no other escort than his own men. M'tesa sent to him the offer of an escort of 50,000 or 100,000 men to Muta Nezegi, but after his experiences with Waganda soldiers, he declined the offer with many thanks, and presents of cloth, beads, and other valuable things. Then he marched southward into Karagwe, the country of King Rumaniqa, where he was hospitably received. Here is his account of his reception. On the 25th of February we entered the Arab depot of Kafuro in Karagwe. The place owes its importance to being a settlement of 2 or 3 rich Arab traders, Hamed Ibrahim, Said bin Saif, and Said the Muscati. It is situated within a deep hollow or valley, fully 1,200 feet below the tops of the surrounding mountains, and at the spring source of a stream flowing east and afterwards north to the Alexandra Nile. Hamed Ibrahim is rich in cattle, slaves, and ivory. Assuming his own figures to be correct, he possesses 150 cattle and milch cows, 40 goats, 100 slaves, and 450 tusks of ivory, the greater part of which last is reported to be safely housed in the safe keeping of his friend, the chief of Orangwa in Onyamwezi. Hamed has a spacious and comfortable gable-roofed house. He is a fine, gentlemanly-looking Arab of a light complexion, generous and hospitable to friends, liberal to his slaves, and kind to everybody. He has lived 18 years in Africa, 12 of which have been spent in Karagwe. He knew Suna, the warlike emperor of Uganda and father of Matissa. He has traveled to Uganda frequently, and several times made the journey between Onyanyembe and Kafuro. Having lived so long in Karagwe, he is friendly with Rumaniqa, who, like Matissa, loves to attract strangers to his court. Hamed has endeavored several times to open trade with the powerful Empress of Rwanda, but has each time failed. Though some of his slaves succeeded in reaching the imperial court, only 1 or 2 managed to effect their escape from the treachery and extraordinary guile practiced there. Nearly all perished by poison. "All these people," said he, "about here, are as different from the ordinary Washensi, pagans, as I am different from them. When you go to see Rumaniqa, you will see some Wanya Rwanda, and you may then judge for yourself. The people of that country are not cowards. They have taken Kishaka, Muvare, and have lately conquered Mupororo. The Waganda measured their strength with them, and were obliged to retreat. The Wanya Rwanda are a great people, but they are covetous, malignant, treacherous, and utterly untrustworthy. They have never yet allowed an Arab to trade in their country, which proves them to be a bad lot. There is plenty of ivory there, and during the last 8 years Khamis bin Abdullah, Tipu Tib, Said bin Habib, and I myself have attempted frequently to enter there, but none of us has ever succeeded. Even Rumaniqa's people are not allowed to penetrate far, though he permits everybody to come into his country, and he is a man of their own blood and their own race, and speaks with little difference their own language. Hamed Ibrahim was not opening out very brilliant prospects before me. Nevertheless, I resolved to search out in person some known road to this strange country, that I might make a direct course to Nyangwe. On the 3rd day after arrival, the king having been informed of my intended visit, Hamed Ibrahim and Said bin Saif accompanied me on an official visit to Rumaniqa, king of Karagwe, and a tributary of Matissa, Emperor of Uganda. Kafuro, according to aneroid barometer, is 3,950 feet above the ocean. Ascending the steep slope of the mountain west of Kafuro, we gained an altitude of 5,150 feet, and half an hour afterwards stood upon a ridge 5,350 feet above the sea, whence we obtained a most grand and imposing view. Some 600 feet below us was a grassy terrace overlooking the small Windermere Lake, 1,000 feet below, its placid surface rivaling in color the azure of the cloudless heaven. Across a narrow ridge we looked upon the broad and papyrus-covered valley of the Alexandra, while many fair blue lakelets, north and south, connected by the winding silver line of the Alexandra Nile, suggested that here exploring work of a most interesting character was needed to understand the complete relations of lake, river, and valley to one another. Beyond the broad valley rose ridge after ridge, separated from each other by deep parallel basins or valleys, and behind these, receding into dim and vague outlines, towered loftier ridges. About 60 miles off to the northwest rose a colossal sugar-loaf clump of enormous altitude, which I was told was the Ufambiro Mountains. From their northern base extended Mupororo country and South Rwanda. On the grassy terrace below us was situated Rumanika's village, fenced round by a strong and circular stockade, to which we now descended after having enjoyed a noble and inspiriting prospect. Our procession was not long in attracting hundreds of persons, principally youths, all the latter being perfectly nude. "Who are these?" I inquired of Sheikh Hamed. "Some of the youngest are sons of Rumanika, others are young Wanya Rwanda," he replied. The sons of Rumanika, nourished on a milk diet, were in remarkably good condition. Their unctuous skins shone as though the tissues of fat beneath were dissolving in the heat, and their rounded bodies were as taut as a drumhead. Their eyes were large and beaming and lustrous with life, yet softened by an extreme gentleness of expression. The sculptor might have obtained from any of these royal boys a dark model for another statue to rival the classic Antinous. As we were followed by the youths, who welcomed us with a graceful courtesy, the appropriate couplet came to my mind: "Thrice happy race, that, innocent of blood, from milk innoxious seek their simple food." We were soon ushered into the hut, wherein Rumanika sat expectant, with one of the kindliest, most paternal smiles it would be possible to conceive. I confess to have been as affected by the first glance at this venerable and gentle pagan as though I gazed on the serene and placid face of some Christian patriarch or saint of old, whose memory the Church still holds in reverence. His face reminded me of a deep, still well. The tones of his voice were so calm that unconsciously they compelled me to imitate him, while the quick, nervous gestures and the bold voice of Sheikh Hamed, seeming entirely out of place, jarred upon me. It was no wonder that the peremptory and imperious, vivid-eyed Matissa respected and loved this sweet-tempered pagan. Though they had never met, Matissa's pages had described him, and with their powers of mimicry had brought the soft modulated tones of Rumanika to his ears, as truly as they had borne his amicable messages to him. Nature, which had endowed Matissa with a nervous and intense temperament, had given Rumanika the placid temper, the soft voice, the mild benignity and pleasing character of a gentle father. The king appeared to me, clad as he was in red blanket cloth; when seated, a man of middle size. But when he afterwards stood up, he rose to the gigantic stature of 6 feet 6 inches, or thereabouts, for the top of my head, as we walked side by side, only reached near his shoulders. His face was long, and his nose somewhat Roman in shape. The profile showed a decidedly refined type. Our interview was very pleasing, and he took excessive interest in every question I addressed to him. When I spoke, he imposed silence on his friends and leaned forward with eager attention. If I wished to know anything about the geography of the country, he immediately sent for some particular person who was acquainted with that portion, and inquired searchingly of him as to his knowledge. He chuckled when he saw me use my notebook, as though he had some large personal interest in the number of notes I took. He appeared to be more and more delighted as their bulk increased, and triumphantly pointed out to the Arabs the immense superiority of the whites to them. He expressed himself as only too glad that I should explore his country. It was a land, he said, that white men ought to know. It possessed many lakes and rivers, and mountains and hot springs, and many other things which no other country could boast of. Which do you think best, Stanley, Karagwe or Uganda? Karagwe is grand, its mountains are high, and its valleys deep. The Kagera is a grand river, and the lakes are very pretty. There are more cattle in Karagwe than in Uganda, except Udu and Kogi, and game is abundant. But Uganda is beautiful and rich. Its banana plantations are forests, and no man need to fear starvation. And Matisa is good, and so is Father Rumanika, I replied, smiling to him. Do you hear him, Arabs? Does he not speak well? Yes, Karagwe is beautiful, he sighed contentedly. But bring your boat up and place it on the Ruweru lake, and you can go up the river as far as Kishaka, and down to Morongo, the falls, where the water is thrown against a big rock and leaps over it, and then goes down to the Nyanja of Uganda. Verily, my river is a great one. It is the mother of the river at Jinja, Ripon Falls. By the 6th of March, Frank had launched the boat from the landing at Kazinga village on the waters of the Windermere Lake, or the Werero of Rumanika, and the next day Rumanika accompanied me in state to the water. Half a dozen heavy anklets of bright copper adorned his legs, bangles of the same metal encircled his wrists, and a robe of crimson flannel was suspended from his shoulders. His walking staff was 7 feet in length, and his stride was a yard long. Drummers and fifers discoursing a wild music, and 50 spearmen, besides his sons and relatives, Wanya-Rwanda, Waganda, Wasue, Wanyamwezi, Arabs, and Wangwana, followed us in a mixed multitude. 4 canoes, manned by Wamyambu, were at hand to race with our boat, while we took our seats on the grassy slopes of Kazinga to view the scene. I enjoined Frank and the gallant boat's crew to exert themselves for the honor of us children of the ocean, and not to permit the children of the lakes to excel us. A boat and canoe race on the Windermere of Karagwe, with 1,200 gentle-mannered natives gazing on, an African international affair. Rumanika was in his element. Every fiber of him tingled with joy at the prospective fun. His sons, seated around him, looked up into their father's face, their own reflecting his delight. The curious natives shared in the general gratification. The boat race was soon over. It was only for about 800 yards to Kankorogo Point. There was not much difference in the speed, but it gave immense satisfaction. The native canoemen, standing up with their long paddles, strained themselves with all their energy, stimulated by the shouts of their countrymen, while the Wangwana on the shore urged the boat's crew to their utmost power. The next day we began the circumnavigation of the Windermere. The extreme length of the lake during the rainy season is about 8 miles, and its extreme breadth 2½ It lies north and south, surrounded by grass-covered mountains, which rise from 1,200 to 1,500 feet above it. There is one island called Kankorogo, situated midway between Mount Isausi and the extreme southern end. The soil of the shores is highly ferruginous in color, and except in the vicinity of the villages, produces only euphorbia, thorny gum, acacia, and aloetic plants. On the 9th we pulled abreast of Kankorogo Island, and through a channel from 500 to 800 yards wide, directed our course to the Kagera, up which we had to contend against a current of 2 knots and a half an hour. The breadth of the river varied from 50 to 100 yards. The average depth of all the 10 soundings we made on this day was 52 feet along the middle. Close to the papyrus walls, which grew like a forest above us, was a depth of 9 feet. Sometimes we caught a view of hippopotamus creeks running up for hundreds of yards on either side through the papyrus. At Kagayo, on the left bank, we landed for a short time to take a view of the scene around, as, while in the river, we could see nothing except the papyrus, the tops of the mountain ridges of Karagwe, and the sky. We then learned for the first time the true character of what we had imagined to be a valley when we gazed upon it from the summit of the mountain between Kafuro and Rumanika's capital. The Ngizi, as the natives called it, embraces the whole space from the base of the mountains of Muvari to that of the Karagwe ridges, with the river called Kagera, the Funzo, or the Papyrus, and the Reweris, or lakes, of which there are 17, inclusive of Windermere. Its extreme width between the bases of the opposing mountains is 9 miles. The narrowest part is about a mile, while the entire acreage covered by it from Morongo or the falls in Iwanda north to Uhimba south is about 350 square miles. The Funzo or papyrus covers a depth of from 9 feet to 14 feet of water. Each of the several lakes has a depth of from 20 to 65 feet, and they are all connected, as also is the river, underneath the papyrus. When about 3 miles north of Kizinga, at 5 p.m., we drew our boat close to the papyrus and prepared for our night's rest, and the Waniambu did the same. The boat's crew crushed down some of the searest papyrus, and cutting off the broom-like tops, spread their mats upon the heap thus made, flattering themselves that they were going to have a cozy night of it. Their fires they kindled between 3 stalks, which sustained their cooking pots. It was not a very successful method, as the stalks had to be replaced frequently, but finally their bananas were done to a turn. At night, however, mosquitoes of a most voracious species attacked them in dense multitudes, and nothing but the constant flip-flap of the papyrus tops, mingled with complaints that they were unable to sleep, were heard for an hour or 2. They then began to feel damp and finally wet, for their beds were sinking into the depths below the papyrus, and they were compelled at last to come into the boat, where they passed a most miserable night, for the mosquitoes swarmed and attacked them until morning with all the pertinacity characteristic of these hungry bloodsuckers. The next day we ascended the Kagera about 10 miles, and returning 14 miles, entered Ihima Lake, a body of water about 50 square miles, and camped on Ihima Island, about a mile from Muvari. The natives of Ihima Island stated to me that Lake Muta Nzige was only 11 days' journey from the Muvari shores, and that the Wani Rwanda frequently visited them to obtain fish in exchange for milk and vegetables. They were a genial people, those islanders of Ihima, but they were subject to 2 painful diseases, leprosy and elephantiasis. The water of the Lake Ihima was good and sweet to the taste, though, like all the waters of the Alexandra Nile, distinguished for its dull brown iron color. We began from the extreme south end of the lake the next day, to coast along the Muvari or Rwanda coast, and near a small village attempted to land. But the natives snarled like so many spiteful dogs, and drew their bows, which compelled us, being guests of Rumanika, to sheer off, and leave them in their ferocious exclusiveness. On the 11th we rode into the Kagera and descended the river as far as Ugoi, and on the evening of the 12th returned once more to our camp on Windermere. Here Fred regarded his watch and said he would adjourn the reading until next day, when his place would be taken by Frank. The usual vote of thanks was passed unanimously, and then the little band of geographical students separated for the night. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 6. During all the forenoon of the following day, Frank was busy preparing his matter for the work of the afternoon. When the party of youths had assembled, Mr. Stanley came among them and asked at what point in the story of the Dark Continent they stopped on the previous evening. "We were in the country of King Rumanika. I believe it is called Karagwe," said one of the auditors, "and you had just returned from exploring Lake Windermere." "Ah, yes," replied Mr. Stanley. "He was a charming old man, that Rumanika, and very fond of strangers. After I had explored the lake, he sent for me and wanted to have a talk on geographical subjects. Of course I went to meet him." "Did he know anything about geography outside his own country?" was the very natural inquiry of Fred. "Not much," was the reply, "and what he did know was very hazy. But he pretended to know a great deal about Africa and gave me some startling information which I gravely put down in my notebook. The sight of that notebook always seemed to inspire him to tell the wildest stories about his country, and I presume he thought I would spread them before my countrymen as the most solemn truths. For example," continued Mr. Stanley, "he said at one of our meetings, Minkyaga is at the end of Rwanda, and its lake is Mutanegze, on which you can go to Unyoro. This is a race of dwarfs, somewhere west of Minkyaga, called Mthondu, and another called the Batwa or Watwa, who are only 2 feet high. In Rambwa is a race of small people with tails. Itwa or Batwa Watwa is the extreme south end of Unzongara, but from Batwa, at the end of a point of land in Rwanda, you can see Itwa Unsongara. From Batwa, Minkingaga is to the left of you about 3 days' journey. Some of the Waiswa saw the strange people in one of those far-off lands who had long ears descending to their feet. One ear formed a mat to sleep on. The other served to cover him from the cold, like a dressed hide. They tried to coax one of them to come and see me, but the journey was long and he died on the way. Another time he said, 'Stanley, how is it, will you tell me, that all white men have long noses, and their dogs have very short ones, while almost all black men have short noses, but their dogs have very long noses?' He observed the broad short nose of my British bulldog and hastily arrived at the conclusion that all white men's dogs were pug-nosed." Rumanika propounded a great many other questions, which I answered to the best of my ability, and generally to his satisfaction. I was somewhat puzzled about his question regarding the noses, but finally explained that originally the white men and their dogs had noses of the same length. The men had lengthened theirs by constantly smelling the good things they had to eat, while the dogs had shortened their noses by using them to push open the doors of the houses. Another day, continued Mr. Stanley, quoting from his work, Rummanicka requested Hamid Ibrahim to exhibit the treasures, trophies, and curiosities in the King's Museum or Armory, which Hamid was most anxious to do, as he had frequently extolled the rare things there. The armory was a circular hut, resembling externally a dome, thatched neatly with straw. It was about 30 feet in diameter. The weapons and articles of brass and copper and iron were in perfect order, and showed that Rummanicka did not neglect his treasures. There were about 16 rude brass figures of ducks with copper wings, 10 curious things of the same metal, which were meant to represent elands, and 10 headless cows of copper, billhooks of iron of really admirable make, double-bladed spears, several gigantic blades of exceedingly keen edge, 8 inches across and 18 inches in length, exquisite spears, some with blades and staves of linked iron, others with chain-shaped staves, and several with a cluster of small rigid rings massed at the bottom of the blade and the end of the staff. Others, copper-bladed, had curious intertwisted iron rods for the staff. There were also great fly-flaps set in iron, the handles of which were admirable specimens of native art, massive cleaver-looking knives with polished blades, and a kedge anchor-shaped article with 4 hooked iron prongs projecting out of a brass body. Some exquisite native cloths manufactured of delicate grass were indeed so fine as to vie with cotton sheeting, and were colored black and red in patterns and stripes. The royal stool was a masterpiece of native turnery, being carved out of a solid log of cottonwood. Besides these specimens of native art were drinking cups, goblets, trenchers, and milk dishes of wood, all beautifully clean. The fireplace was a circular hearth in the center of the building, very tastefully constructed. Ranged round the wall along the floor were other gifts from Arab friends, massive copper trays with a few tureen lids of Britannia ware, evidently from Birmingham. Nor must the revolving rifle given to him by Captain Spick be forgotten, for it had an honored place, and Rummanicka loves to look at it, for it recalls to his memory the figures of his genial white friends, Speck and Grant. The enormous drums, 52 in number, ranged outside, enabled us, from their very appearance, to guess at the deafening sounds which celebrate the new moon or deliver the signals for war. My parting with the genial old man was very affecting. He shook my hands many times, saying each time that he was sorry that my visit must be so short. He strictly charged his sons to pay me every attention until I should arrive at Kibogoras, the king of Western Usi, who, he was satisfied, would be glad to see me as a friend of Rummanicka. On the 26th of March, the expedition, after its month's rest at Kafuro, the whole of which period I had spent in exploration of western Karagwe, resumed its journey, and after a march of 5 miles camped at Nakawanga, near the southern base of the Kabongo mountain. On the 27th, I had the good fortune to shoot 3 rhinoceroses, from the bodies of which we obtained ample supplies of meat for our journey through the wilderness of Uhimba. One of these enormous brutes possessed a horn 2 feet long with a sharp dagger-like point below a stunted horn, 9 inches in length. He appeared to have had a tussle with some wild beast, for a hand's breadth of the hide was torn from his rump. The Wangawana and the Wanyambu informed me with the utmost gravity that the elephant maltreats the rhinoceros frequently because of a jealousy that the former entertains of his fiery cousin. Should a rhinoceros meet an elephant, he must observe the rule of the road and walk away, for the latter brooks no rivalry, but the former is sometimes headstrong, and the elephant then dispatches him with his tusks by forcing him against a tree and goring him, or by upsetting him and leisurely crushing him. During the next 2 days, we traveled 27 miles south through a depression, or a longitudinal valley parallel to Uhimba Lake, and the course of the Alexandra, with only an intervening ridge excluding the latter from our view. Tall, truncated hill cones rise every now and then, with a singular resemblance to each other, to the same altitude as the grassy ridges which flank them. Their summits are flat, but the ironstone faithfully indicates by its erosions the element which separated them from the ridges, and first furrowed the valley. "And now," said Mr. Stanley, "having told you about King Rumanika, and how I left him, I will lapse into silence and let you hear from Frank." With this hint, Frank opened the volume before him and read. Uhimba, placed by Rumanika in the charge of his sons Kakoko, Kananga, and Ruhinda, is 68 miles south of his capital, and consists of a few settlements of herdsmen. I was courteously received by Kakoko, and remained there 2 days. The next day we entered the western Usi, and camped at Kafura's. In Usi there was a famine, and it required 32 doti of cloth to purchase 4 days' rations. Kibogora, king of Usi, demanded and obtained 30 doti, 1 coil of wire, and 40 necklaces of beads as tribute. Kafura, his principal chief, demanded 10 doti and a quantity of beads. Another chief required 5 doti. The queen required a supply of cloth to wear. The princes put in a claim. The guides were allowed for their reward. Thus in 4 days we were compelled to disperse 2 bales out of 22, all that were left of the immense store we had departed with from Zanzibar. Under such circumstances, what prospect of exploration had we? Were we to continue our journey through Uha, that land which in 1871 had consumed at the rate of 2 bales of cloth per diem? 20 days of such experience in Uha would reduce us to beggary. Its usurant matuares and rapacious makamas and other extortionate people can only be quieted with cloth and beads dispersed with a princely hand. 100 bales of cloth would only suffice to sustain 100 men in Uha about 6 weeks. Beyond Uha lay the impenetrable countries of Urundi and Rwanda, the inhabitants of which were hostile to strangers. Kibogora and Kafura were sufficiently explicit and amiably communicative, for my arrival in their country had been made under the very best auspices, namely, an introduction from the gentle and beloved Rumanika. I turned away with a sigh from the interesting land, but with a resolution gradually being intensified that the 3rd time I sought a road west, nothing should deter me. On the 7th of April we reluctantly resumed our journey in a southerly direction, and traveled 5 miles along a ravine, at the bottom of which murmured the infant stream Lahukati. On coming to its source, we ascended a steep slope until we stood upon the summit of a grassy ridge at the height of 5,600 feet by aneroid. Not until we had descended about a mile to the valley of Uyagoma did I recognize the importance of this ridge as the water parting between one of the feeders of Lake Victoria and the source of the Malagarazi, the principal affluent lake of Tanganyika. Though by striking across Uha due west or to the southwest we should again have reached the Alexandra Nile and the affluents of the Alexandra Lake, our future course was destined never to cross another stream or rivulet that supplied the great river which flows through the land of Egypt into the Mediterranean Sea. From the 17th of January, 1875, up to the 7th of April, 1876, we had been engaged in tracing the extreme southern sources of the Nile, from the marshy plains and cultivated uplands where they are born, down to the mighty reservoir called the Victoria Nyanza. We had circumnavigated the entire expanse, penetrated to every bay, inlet, and creek, become acquainted with almost every variety of wild human nature, the mild and placable, the ferocious and impracticably savage, the hospitable and the inhospitable, the generous-souled as well as the ungenerous. We had viewed their methods of war, and had witnessed them imbruing their hands in each other's bloods with savage triumph and glee. We had been 5 times sufferers by their lust for war and murder, and had lost many men through their lawlessness and ferocity. We had traveled hundreds of miles to and fro on foot along the northern coast of the Victorian Sea, and finally had explored with a large force the strange countries lying between the 2 lakes Muta Ngezi and the Victoria, and had been permitted to gaze upon the arm of the lake named by me Beatrice Gulf, and to drink of its sweet waters. We had then returned from further quest in that direction, unable to find a peaceful resting place on the lake shores, and had struck south from the Katonga Lagoon down to the Alexandra Nile, the principal affluent of the Victoria Lake, which drains nearly all the waters from the west and southwest. We had made a patient survey of over 1/2 of its course, and then, owing to the want of means to feed the rapacity of the churlish tribes which dwell in the vicinity of the Alexandra Nyanza, and to our reluctance to force our way against the will of the natives, opposing unnecessarily our rifles to their spears and arrows, we had been compelled on the 7th of April to bid adieu to the lands which supplied the Nile, and to turn our faces toward the Tanganyika. I have endeavored to give a faithful portrayal of nature, animate and inanimate, in all its strange, peculiar phases, as they were unfolded to us. I am conscious that I have not penetrated to the depths, but then I have not ventured beyond the limits assigned me, namely, the exploration of the southern sources of the Nile, and the solution of the problem left unsolved by Speck and Grant. Is the Victoria Nyanza one lake, or does it consist of 5 lakes, as reported by Livingstone, Burton, and others? This problem has been satisfactorily solved, and Speck now has the full glory of having discovered the largest inland sea on the continent of Africa, also its principal affluent as well as the outlet. I must also give him credit for having understood the geography of the countries he traveled through better than any of those who so persistently assailed his hypothesis. And here I record my admiration of the geographical genius that, from mere native report, first sketched with such masterly hand the bold outlines of the Victoria Nyanza. Speck's hypothetic sketch made this lake 29,000 square miles in extent. My survey of it has reduced it to 21,500 square miles. Along the valley of Uyagoma, in western Usi, stretches east and west a grass-covered ridge, beautiful in places with rock-strewn dingles, tapestried with ferns and moss, and bright with vivid foliage. From 2 such fair nooks, halfway down either slope, the northern and the southern drip in great rich drops the sources of 2 impetuous rivers, on the southern the Malagarazi, on the other the Lahugati. Though nurtured in the same cradle, and issuing within 2,000 yards of one another, the twin streams are strangers throughout their lives. Through the thick ferns and foliage, the rivulets trickle each down his appointed slope, murmuring as they gather strength to run their destined course, the Lahogati to the Victoria Lake, and the Malagarazi to distant Tanganyika. While the latter river is in its infancy, collecting its first tribute of waters from the rills that meander down from the mountain folds round the basin of Uyagoma, and is so shallow that tiny children can paddle through it, the people of Usi call it the Maruzi. When we begin our journey from Uyagoma, we follow its broadening course for a couple of hours through the basin, and by that time it has become a river nomine dignum, and plunging across it, we begin to breast the mountains, which, rising in diagonal lines of ridges from northeast to southwest across Usi, run in broken series into northern Uha, and there lose themselves in a confusion of complicated masses and clumps. The Maruzi wanders round and through these mountain masses in mazy curves, tumbles from height to height, from terrace to terrace, receiving as it goes the alliance of myriads of petty rivulets and threads of clear water, until, arriving at the grand forest of Unyamwezi, it has assumed the name of Lukoke and serves as a boundary between Unyamwezi and Uha. Meanwhile, we have to cross a series of mountain ridges clothed with woods, and at a road leading from Kibogora's land to the territory of the turbulent and vindictive Mankurongo, we meet an embassy, which demands in a most insolent tone that we should pass by his village. This means, of course, that we must permit ourselves to be defrauded of 2 or 3 bales of cloth, half a dozen guns, a sack or 2 of beads, and such other property as he may choose to exact, for the privilege of lengthening our journey some 40 miles and a delay of 2 or 3 weeks. The insolent demand is therefore not to be entertained, and we return a decided refusal. They are not satisfied with the answer and resort to threats. Threats in the free, uninhabited forest constitute a casus belli, so the chiefs are compelled to depart without a yard of cloth on the instant, and after their departure we urge our pace until night, and from dawn next morning to 3 p.m. we continue the journey with unabated speed until we find ourselves in Nyambari Usambiro, rejoiced to find that we have foiled the dangerous king. On the 13th of April we halted to refresh the people. Usambiro, like all Unyamwezi, produces sufficient grain, sesamum, millet, Indian corn, and vetches, besides beans and peas, to supply all caravans and expeditions. I have observed that lands producing grain are more easy of access than pastoral countries, or those which only supply milk, bananas, and potatoes to their inhabitants. At Nyambari, we met 2 Arab caravans fresh from Mankorongo, of whom they gave fearful accounts, from which I inferred that the extortionate chief would be by no means pleased when he came to understand how he had been baffled in his idea of spoliating our expedition. During the march from Nyambari to Gambawagao, the chief village of Usambiro, Ancient Bull, the last of all the canine companions which left England with me, borne down by the weight of years and a land journey of about 1,500 miles, succumbed. With bulldog tenacity, he persisted in following the receding figures of the gun-bearers, who were accustomed to precede him in the narrow way. Though he often staggered and moaned, he made strenuous efforts to keep up. But at last, lying down in the path, he plaintively bemoaned the weakness of body that had conquered his will, and soon after died, his eyes to the last looking forward along the track he had so bravely tried to follow. Poor dog! good and faithful service he had done me. Who more rejoiced than he to hear the rifle shot ringing through the deep woods? Who more loudly applauded success than he with his deep, mellow bark? What long forest tracts of tawny plains and series of mountain ranges had he not traversed? How he plunged through jungle and fen, morass and stream. In the sable blackness of the night his voice warned off marauders and prowling beasts from the sleeping camp. His growl responded to the hideous jabber of the greedy hyena, and the snarling leopard did not dismay him. He amazed the wondering savages with his bold eyes and bearing, and by his courageous front caused them to retreat before him. And right bravely did he help us to repel the Wanyaturu from our camp in Ituru. Farewell, thou glory of thy race. Rest from thy labors in the silent forest. Thy feet shall no more hurry up the hill, or cross mead and plain. Thy form shall rustle no more through the grasses, or be plunging to explore the brake. Thou shalt no longer dash after me across the savannas, for thou art gone to the grave, like the rest of thy companions. The king of Usambiro exchanged gifts with us, and appeared to be a clever, agreeable young man. His people, though professing to be Wanyamwezi, are a mixture of Waha and Wazinja. He has constructed a strong village and surrounded it with a fosse 4 feet deep and 6 feet wide, with a stockade and marksmen's nests at intervals around it. The population of the capital is about 2,000. Boma Kiengo, or Zira, lies 5 miles southeast from the capital, and its chief, seeing that we had arrived at such a good understanding with the king, also exerted himself to create a favorable impression. Musonga lies 12 miles southeast of Boma Kiengo, and is the most northerly village of the country of Arangwa. On the 18th of April, a march of 15 miles enabled us to reach the capital, Ndeverva, another large stockaded village, also provided with marksmen's nests and surrounded by a fosse. We were making capital marches. The petty kings, though they exacted a small interchange of gifts, which compelled me to disperse cloth a little more frequently than was absolutely necessary, were not insolent, nor so extortionate as to prevent our intercourse being of the most friendly character. But on the day we arrived at Urangwa, lo, there came up in haste, while we were sociably chatting together, a messenger to tell us that the phantom, the bugbear, the terror whose name silences the children of Onyonweze and Usukuma, and makes women's hearts bound with fear, that Mirambo himself was coming, that he was only 2 camps or about 20 miles away, that he had an immense army of Ruga bandits with him. The consternation at this news, the dismay and excitement, the discussion and rapid interchange of ideas suggested by terror throughout the capital may be conceived. Barricades were prepared, sharpshooters' platforms with thick bulwarks of logs were erected. The women hastened to prepare their charms, and the Waganda consulted their spirits. Each warrior and elder examined his guns and loaded them, ramming the powder down the barrels of their Brummagem muskets with desperately vengeful intentions, while the king hastened backward and forward with streaming robes of cotton behind him, animated by a hysterical energy. I had 175 men under my command, and 40 of the Arab's people were with me, and we had many boxes of ammunition. The king recollected these facts and said, "You will stop to fight Mirambo, will you not?" Not I, my friend. I have no quarrel with Mirambo, and we cannot join every native to fight his neighbor. If Mirambo attacks the village while I am here, and will not go away when I ask him, we will fight. But we cannot stop here to wait for him." The poor king was very much distressed when we left the next morning. We dispatched our scouts ahead, as we usually did when traversing troublous countries, and omitted no precaution to guard against surprise. On the 19th we arrived at one of the largest villages or towns in Unyamwezi, called Sorombo or Sorombo. It was 2.5 miles in circumference, and probably contained over 1,000 large and small huts, and a population of about 5,000. The present king's name is Ndenga, a boy of 16, the son of Makaka, who died about 2 years ago. Too young himself to govern the large settlement and the country round, 2 elders, or Manyapara, act as regents during his minority. We were shown to a peculiar shaped hut, extremely like an Abyssinian dwelling. The height of the doorway was 7 feet, and from the floor to the top of the conical roof it was 20 feet. The walls were of interwoven sticks plastered over neatly with brown clay. The king's house was 35 feet high from the ground to the tip of the cone, and 40 feet in diameter within. But the total diameter, including the circular fence or palisade that supported the broad eaves and enclosed a gallery which ran round the house, was 54 feet. Owing to this peculiar construction, a desperate body of 150 men might from the circular gallery sustain a protracted attack from a vastly superior foe, and probably repel it. Ndega was a relative of Mirambo by marriage, and he soon quieted all uneasy minds by announcing that the famous man who was now advancing upon Sorombo had just concluded a peace with the Arabs, and that therefore no trouble was to be apprehended from his visit, it being solely a friendly visit to his young relative. Naturally, we were all anxious to behold the Mars of Africa, who since 1871 had made his name feared by both native and foreigner from Usi to Urori, and from Uvinza to Ugogo, a country embracing 90,000 square miles, who, from the village chieftainship over Uyowe, has made for himself a name as well known as that of Ntsesa throughout the eastern half of the equatorial Africa, a household word from Nyangwe to Zanzibar, and the theme of many a song of the bards of Unyamwezi, Ikumbo, Ukonongo, Uzinja, and Evinza. On the evening of our arrival at Sorombo's, we heard his brown besses, called by the natives Gume Gume, announcing to all that the man with the dread name lay not far from our vicinity. At dusk, the huge drums of Sorombo signaled silence for the town criers, whose voices, preceded by the sound of iron bells, were presently heard crying out, "Listen, O men of Sorombo, Mirambo, the brother of Ndega, cometh in the morning. Be ye prepared, therefore, for his young men are hungry. Send your women to dig potatoes, Mirambo cometh. Dig potatoes, potatoes, dig potatoes tomorrow." At 10 a.m., the brown besses, heavily charged and fired off by hundreds, loudly heralded Mirambo's approach, and nearly all my Wangwana followed the inhabitants of Sorombo outside to see the famous chieftain. Great war drums and the shouts of admiring thousands proclaimed that he had entered the town, and soon little Mabruki, the chief of the tent boys, and Kacheche, the detective on whose intelligence I could rely, brought an interesting budget to me. Mabruki said, "We have seen Mirambo. He has arrived. We have beheld the Ruga Ruga, and there are many of them, and all are armed with gumme gumme. About 100 are clothed in crimson cloth and white shirts like our Wangawana. Mirambo is not an old man. Cacheche said, Mirambo is not old, he is young. I must be older than he is. He is a very nice man, well dressed, quite like an Arab. He wears the turban, fez, and cloth coat of an Arab, and carries a scimitar. He also wears slippers, and his clothes under his coat are very white. I should say he has about 1,500 men with them, and they are all armed with muskets or double-barreled guns. Mirambo has 3 young men carrying his guns for him. Truly, Mirambo is a great man. The shrill lululus, prolonged and loud, were still maintained by the women, who entertained a great respect for the greatest king in Unyaweze. Presently Manwa Sera, the chief captain of the Wangawana, came to my hut to introduce 3 young men, Ruga, bandits, as we called them, but must do so no more, lest we give offense, handsomely dressed in fine red and blue cloth coats, and snowy white shirts, with ample turbans round their heads. They were confidential captains of Mirambo's bodyguard. Mirambo sends his salams to the white man, said the principal of them. He hopes the white man is friendly to him, and that he does not share the prejudices of the Arabs, and believe Mirambo a bad man. If it is agreeable to the white man, will he send words of peace to Mirambo? Tell Mirambo, I replied, that I am eager to see him, and would be glad to shake hands with so great a man, and as I have made strong friendship with Mutesa, Rumanika, and all the kings along the road from Usoga to Unyamwezi, I shall be rejoiced to make a strong friendship with Mirambo also. Tell him I hope he will come and see me as soon as he can. The next day, Mirambo, having dispatched the Ruga, a patriot, I should have said, to announce his coming, appeared with about 20 of his principal men. I shook hands with him with fervor, which drew a smile from him as he said, "The white man shakes hands like a strong friend." His person quite captivated me, for he was as thorough African gentleman in appearance, very different from my conception of the terrible bandit who had struck his telling blows at native chiefs and Arabs with all the rapidity of a Frederick the Great environed by foes. I entered the following notes in my journal on April 22nd, 1876. This day will be memorable to me for the visit of the famous Mirambo. He was the reverse of all my conceptions of the redoubtable chieftain, and the man I had styled the terrible bandit. He is a man about 5 feet 11 inches in height, and about 35 years old, with not an ounce of superfluous flesh about him. A handsome, regular-featured, mild voice, a soft-spoken man, with what one might call a meek demeanor, very generous and open-handed. The character was so different from that which I had attributed to him that for some time a suspicion clung to my mind that I was being imposed upon, but Arabs came forward who testified that this quiet-looking man was indeed Mirambo. I had expected to see something of the Mutesa type, a man whose exterior would proclaim his life and rank, but this unpresuming, mild-eyed man, of inoffensive meek exterior, whose action was so calm, without a gesture, presented to the eye nothing of the Napoleonic genius which he has for 5 years displayed in the heart of Unyamwezi, to the injury of Arabs and commerce, and the doubling of the price of ivory. I said there was nothing, but I must accept the eyes, which had the steady, calm gaze of the master. During the conversation I had with him, he said he preferred boys or young men to accompany him to war. He never took middle-aged or old men, as they were sure to be troubled with wives or children, and did not fight half so well as young fellows who listened to his words. Said he, "They have sharper eyes, and their young limbs enable them to move with the ease of serpents or the rapidity of zebras, and a few words will give them the hearts of lions." In all my wars with the Arabs, it was an army of youth that gave me victory, boys without beards. 15 of my young men died one day because I said I must have a certain red cloth that was thrown down as a challenge. No, give me youth for war in the open field, and men for the stockaded village. "What was the cause of your war, Mirambo, with the Arabs?" I asked. There was a good deal of cause. The Arabs got the big head, proud, and there was no talking with them. Mkasua of the Unyanyembe lost his head too, and thought I was his vassal, whereas I was not. My father was king of Uyowe, and I was his son. What right had Mkasua, or the Arabs, to say what I ought to do? But the war is now over. The Arabs know what I can do, and Mkasua knows it. We will not fight any more, but we will see who can do the best trade, and who is the smartest man. Any Arab or white man who would like to pass through my country is welcome. I will give him meat and drink and a house, and no man shall hurt him." Mirambo retired, and in the evening I returned his visit with 10 of the principal Wangwana. I found him in a bell tent 20 feet high and 25 feet in diameter, with his chiefs around him. Manwa Sera was requested to seal our friendship by performing the ceremony of blood brotherhood between Mirambo and myself. Having caused us to sit fronting each other on a straw carpet, he made an incision in each of our right legs, from which he extracted blood, and interchanging it, he exclaimed aloud, "If either of you break this brotherhood now established between you, may the lion devour him, the serpent poison him, bitterness be in his food, his friends desert him, his gun burst in his hands and wound him, and everything that is bad do wrong to him until death." My new brother then gave me 15 cloths to be distributed among my chiefs, while he would accept only 3 from me. But not desirous of appearing illiberal, I presented him with a revolver and 200 rounds of ammunition, and some small curiosities from England. Still ambitious to excel me in liberality, he charged 5 of his young men to proceed to Mirambo, and to select 3 milch cows with their calves, and 3 bullocks, to be driven to Abagwe to meet me. He also gave me 3 guides to take along the frontier of the predatory Watuta. On the morning of the 23rd, he accompanied me outside Sarombo, where we parted on the very best terms with each other. An Arab in his company named Said bin Mohammed also presented me with a bar of Castile soap, a bag of pepper, and some saffron. A fine riding ass purchased from Said was named Mirambo by me, because the Wangwana, who were also captivated by Mirambo's agreeable manners, insisted on it. We halted on the 23rd at Mayangira, 7 miles and a half from Sarombo, and on the 24th, after a protracted march of 11 miles south-southeast over flooded plains, arrived at Ukumbe. Through similar flooded plains, with the water hip-deep in most places, and after crossing an important stream flowing west-southwest towards the Malagarazi, we arrived at Mayonga's village, the capital of southern Masumbwa. This Mayonga is the same valorous chief who robbed Colonel Grant as he was hurrying with an undisciplined caravan after Spec. See Spec's journal, page 159, for the following graphic letter. In the jungles near Mayungas, 16th September 1861. My dear Spec, the caravan was attacked, plundered, and the men driven to the winds while marching this morning into Mayunga's country. Awaking at cockcrow, I roused the camp, all anxious to rejoin you, and while the loads were being packed, my attention was drawn to an angry discussion between the headmen and 7 or 8 armed fellows sent by Sultan Mayunga to insist on my putting up for the day in his village. They were summarily told that as you had already made him a present, he need not expect a visit from me. Adhering, no doubt, to their master's instructions, they officiously constituted themselves our guides till we chose to strike off their path, when, quickly heading our party, they stopped the way, planted their spears, and dared our advance. This menace made us firmer in our determination, and we swept past the spears. After we had marched unmolested for some 7 miles, a loud yelping from the woods excited our attention, and a sudden rush was made upon us by, say, 200 men, who came down seemingly in great glee. In an instant, at the caravan's center, they fastened upon the poor porters. The struggle was short, and with the threat of an arrow or spear at their breasts, men were robbed of their clothes and ornaments. Loads were yielded and run away with before resistance could be organized. Only 3 men of 100 stood by me. The others, whose only thought was their lives, fled into the woods, where I went shouting for them. One man, little Rahan, stood with cocked gun defending his load against 5 savages with uplifted spears. No one else could be seen. 2 or 3 were reported killed. Some were wounded. Beads, boxes, cloths, etc. lay strewed about the woods. In fact, I felt wrecked. My attempt to go and demand redress from the Sultan was resisted, and in utter despair I seated myself among a mass of rascals jeering round me and insolent after the success of the day. Several were dressed in the very cloths, etc., they had stolen from my men. In the afternoon about 15 men and loads were brought me, with a message from the Sultan that the attack had been a mistake of his subjects, that one man had had a hand cut off for it, and that all the property would be restored. Yours sincerely, J. A. Grant. Age had not lessened the conceit of Mayunga, increased his modesty, or moderated his cupidity. He asserted the rights and privileges of his royalty with a presumptuous voice and a stern brow. He demanded tribute, 25 cloths, a gun, and 5 fundo of beads. The Arabs, my friends, were requested to do the same. Impossible, Mayunga, I replied, yet struck with admiration at the unparalleled audacity of the man. People have been obliged to pay what I ask, the old man said with a cunning twinkle in his eyes. Perhaps, I answered, but whether they have or not, I cannot pay you so much, and what is more, I will not. As a sign that we pass through your country, I give you 1 cloth, and the Arabs shall only give you 1 cloth. Mayunga blustered and stormed, begged and threatened, and some of his young men appeared to be getting vicious. When rising, I informed him that to talk loudly was to act like a scolding woman, and that when his elders should arrive at our camp, he would receive 2 cloths, 1 from me and 1 from the Arabs, as acknowledgment of his right to the country. The drum of Mayunga's village at once beat to arms, but the affair went no further, and the elder received the reasonable and just tribute of 2 cloths, with a gentle hint that it would be dangerous to intercept the expedition on the road when on the march, as the guns were loaded. Funds, chief of Mikumbiro, a village 10 miles south by east from Mayunga, and the chief of Erewe, 14 miles and a half from Funzes, were equally bold in their demands, but they did not receive an inch of cloth. But neither of these 3 chiefs were half so extortionate as Ungamiroa, king of Abagwe, a large town of 3,000 people. We met at Abagwe, an Arab trader en route to Uganda, and he gave us a dismal tale of robbery and extortion practiced on him by Ungamiroa. He had been compelled to pay 150 cloths, 5 kegs, or 50 pounds of gunpowder, 5 guns double-barreled, and 35 pounds of beads, the whole being the value of $625 or 125 pounds for the privilege of passing unmolested through the district of Obagwe. When the chief came to see me, I said to him, "Why is it, my friend, that your name goes about the country as being that of a bad man? How is it that this poor Arab has had to pay so much for going through Ubagwe? Is Ubagwe Unyamwezi that Ungomirwa demands so much from the Arabs? The Arab brings cloths, powder, guns into Unyamwazi. If you rob him of his property, I must send letters to stop people coming here. Then Ungomirwa will become poor and have neither powder, guns, nor cloths to wear. What has Ungomirwa to say to his friend?" "Ungomirwa," replied he, "does no more than Irwe, Funds, Mayunga, Ndega, Urangwa, and Mankorongo. He takes what he can. If the white man thinks it is wrong and will be my friend, I will return it all to the Arab. Ungomirwa is good. Nay, do not return it all. Retain 1 gun, 5 claws, 2 fundo of beads, and 1 keg of powder. That will be plenty, and nothing but right. I have many Manyamweze with me, whom I have made good men. I have 2 from Umbagwe, and 1 man who was born at Funses. Let Ungomirwa call the Wanyamweze and ask him how the white man treats Wanyamweze, and let him try to make them run away, and see what they will say. They will tell him that all white men are very good to those who are good." Ungomirwa called the Wanyamweze to him and asked them why they followed the white man to wander about the world, leaving their brothers and sisters. The question elicited the following reply: "The white people know everything. They are better than the black people in heart. We have abundance to eat, plenty to wear, and silver for ourselves. All we give to the white man is our strength. We carry his goods for him, and he bestows a father's care on his black children. Let Ungomirwa make friends with the white man, and do as he says, and it will be good for the land of Unyamwazi." To whatever cause it was owing, Ungomirwa returned the Arab nearly all his property, and presented me with 3 bullocks, and during all the time that I was his guest at Ubagwe, he exhibited great friendship for me, and boasted of me to several Watuta visitors who came to see him during that time. Indeed, I can hardly remember a more agreeable stay at any village in Africa than that which I made at Ubagwe. Unyamwezi is troubled with a vast number of petty kings whose paltriness and poverty have so augmented their pride that each of them employs more threats and makes more demands than Mtesa, Emperor of Uganda. The adage that small things make base men proud holds true in Africa as in other parts of the world. Said bin Saif, one of the Arabs at Kafuro, begged me, as I valued my property and peace of mind, not to march through Unyamwezi and Ujiji, but to travel through Uha. I attribute these words of Said's to a desire on his part to hear of my being mulcted by Kings Kanza, Iwanda, and Kiti in the same proportion that he was. He confessed that he had paid to Kiti 60 cloths, to Iwanda 60 cloths, and to King Kanza 138, which amounted in value to $516, and this grieved the gentle merchant's soul greatly. On my former journey in search of Livingstone, I tested sufficiently the capacity of the chiefs of Uha to absorb property, and I vowed then to give them a wide berth for all future time. Said's relation of his experiences, confirmed by Hamed Ibrahim, and my own reverses indicated but too well the custom in vogue among the Waha. So far between Kingagora's capital and Ubagwe, I had only dispersed 30 cloths as gifts to 9 kings of Unyamwezi, without greater annoyance than the trouble of having to reduce their demands by negotiation. On the 4th of May, having received the milch cows, calves, and bullocks from my new brother Mirambo, we marched in south-southwest direction, skirting the territory of Watuta to Ruinga, a village occupying a patch of cleared land and ruled by a small chief who is a tributary to his dreaded neighbors. The next day, in good order, we marched across a portion of the territory of the Watuta. No precaution was omitted to ensure our being warned in time of the presence of the enemy, nor did we make any delay on the road, as a knowledge of their tactics of attack assured us that this was our only chance of avoiding a conflict with them. Sene, after a journey of 20 miles, was reached about 2 p.m., and the king, Malagwa, received us with open arms. The population of the 3 villages under Malagwa probably numbers about 3,500. The king of the Watuta frequently visits Malagwa's district, but his strongly fenced villages and large number of muskets have been sufficient to check the intentions of the robbers, though atrocious acts are often committed upon the unwary. 10 miles southwest of Msne is Kawangira, a district of about 10 miles square, governed by the chief Nyambu, a rival of Malagwa. Relics of the ruthlessness and devastating attacks of the Watuta are visible between the 2 districts, and the once populous land is rapidly resuming its original appearance of a tenantless waste. The next village, Nganda, 10 miles southwest from Kawangira, was reached on the 9th of May. From this place as far as Usenda, distant 14 miles south-southwest, extended a plain inundated with from 2 to 5 feet of water from the flooded Gombe, which rises about 40 miles southeast of Unyanyembe. Where the Gombe meets with the Malagarazi, there is a spacious plain which during each rainy season is converted into a lake. We journeyed to the important village of Usaguzi on the 12th in a south-southwest direction. Like Sarumbo, Mayongas, Irangwa, Ubagwe, and Msne, it is strongly stockaded, and the chief, conscious that the safety of his principal village depends upon the care he bestows upon its defences, exacts heavy fines upon those of his people who manifest any reluctance to repair the stockade, and this vigilant prudence has hitherto baffled the wolf-like marauders of Ugomba. 25 miles in a westerly direction through a depopulated land brought us to Zegi in Uvinza, where we found a large caravan under an Arab in the employ of Said bin Habib. Among these natives of Zanzibar was a man who had accompanied Cameron and Tipu Tib to Utatara. Like other Manchusans of his race, he informed me upon oath that he had seen a ship upon a lake west of Utatara, manned by black Wazungu, or black Europeans. Before reaching Zegi, we saw Siviu Lake, a body of water fed by Sagala River. It is about 7 miles wide by 14 miles long. Through a broad bed, choked by reeds and grass and tropical plants, it empties into the Malagarazi River near Kiala. Zegi swarmed with a reckless number of lawless men, and was not a comfortable place to dwell in. The conduct of these men was another curious illustration of how small things make base men proud. Here were a number of youths suffering under that strange disease peculiar to vain youth in all lands, which Mirambo had called big head. The manner in which they strutted about, their big looks and bold staring, their enormous feathered headdresses, and martial stride were most offensive. Having adopted from bravado the name of Ruga Ruga, they were compelled in honor to imitate the bandits' custom of smoking bangi (wild hemp), and my memory fails to remind me of any similar experience to the wild screaming and stormy sneezing accompanied day and night by the monotonous droning of the one-string guitar, another accomplishment with the complete bandit, and the hiccoughing, snorting, and vocal extravagances which we had to bear in the village of Zegi. For the next few days there were no incidents of importance, our march being pressed with as little delay as possible. At noon of the 27th of May the bright waters of the Tanganyika broke upon the view, and compelled me to linger admiringly for a while, as I did on the day I first beheld them. By 3 p.m. we were in Ujiji. Muini Kari, Mohammed bin Gharib, Sultan bin Qasim, and Khamis the Baluch greeted me kindly. Mohammed bin Salih was dead. Nothing was changed much, except the ever-changing mud tembes of the Arabs. The square or plaza where I met David Livingstone in November 1871 is now occupied by large tembes. The house where he and I lived has long ago been burned down, and in its place there remain only a few embers and a hideous void. The lake expands with the same grand beauty before the eyes as we stand in the marketplace. The opposite mountains of Goma have the same blue-black color, for they are everlasting, and the Liuche River continues its course as brown as ever just east and south of Ujiji. The surf is still as restless, and the sun as bright. The sky retains its glorious azure, and the palms all their beauty, but the grand old hero whose presence once filled Ujiji with such absorbing interest for me was gone. "And here at Ujiji," said Frank, "we will pause for the present. We've read the first volume of Mr. Stanley's very interesting work, and this evening we'll begin reading the second. The story it contains is even more exciting than that which you have just heard. It carries us among new people and into new lands, and introduces us to a part of the continent unknown to Europeans until Mr. Stanley made his remarkable journey through it. A motion to adjourn was carried unanimously, and very soon the party was dispersed over the steamer's deck. Some of them looked around for Mr. Stanley and were disappointed to hear that he had not been visible about the deck or saloon for several hours. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry Stanley. Chapter 7. When the party assembled in the evening, Frank was not in the place where the others expected to find him. He was among the auditors, and his former seat was occupied by Mr. Stanley. The latter said he had been sleeping during most of the afternoon, and would atone for his indolence by telling the story of a portion of his work after the arrival of the expedition at Ujiji. "As you have assembled to hear the story of the Dark Continent," said Mr. Stanley, as soon as all were seated, "you shall not be disappointed. You can imagine that I am reading from the book, and I will keep it in my hands to assist your imaginations." Without further preliminary, the distinguished explorer plunged at once into the midst of his subject, and carried his audience, as on the enchanted carpet of the Arabian Nights, straight to the shores of Lake Tanganyika. The best view of Ujiji is to be obtained from the flat roof of one of the Arab tembes or houses. Here is a photograph presenting a view north from my tembe, which fronted the marketplace. It embraces the square and conical huts of the Wangwana, Wanyamwezi, and Arab slaves, the guinea palms from the golden-colored nuts of which the Wajiji obtain the palm oil, the banana and plantain groves, with here and there a graceful papaw tree rising among them, and beyond, the dark green woods which line the shore and are preserved for shade by the fishermen. South of the marketplace are the tembes of the Arabs, solid, spacious, flat-roofed structures, built of clay, with broad, cool verandas fronting the public roads. Palms and papaws, pomegranates and plantains raise graceful branch and frond above them, in pleasing contrast to the gray-brown walls, enclosures, and houses. The port of Ujiji is divided into two districts, Ugoi, occupied by the Arabs, and Kawele, inhabited by the Wangwana, slaves, and natives. The marketplace is in Ugoi, in an open space, which has been lately contracted to about 1,200 square yards. In 1871 it was nearly 3,000 square yards. On the beach before the marketplace are drawn up the huge Arab canoes, which, purchased in Goma on the western shore, have had their gunwales raised up with heavy teak planking. The largest canoe, belonging to Sheikh Abdullah bin Suleiman, is 48 feet long, 9 feet in the beam, and 5 feet high, with a poop for the nakuda captain and a small forecastle. Sheikh Abdullah, by assuming the air of an opulent ship owner, has offended the vanity of the governor, Moini Kheri, who owns 9 canoes. Abdullah christened his big ship by some very proud name. The governor nicknamed it the Lazy. The Arabs and Wajiji, by the way, all give names to their canoes. The hum and bustle of the marketplace, filled with a miscellaneous concourse of representatives from many tribes, woke me up at early dawn. Curious to see the first marketplace we had come to since leaving Kajei, I dressed myself and sauntered among the buyers and sellers and idlers. Here we behold all the wealth of the Tanganyika shores. The Wajiji, who are sharp, clever traders, have observed that the Wangwana purchased their supplies of sweet potatoes, yams, sugar-cane, ground nuts, oil nuts, palm oil and palm wine, butter and pombe, to retail them at enormous profits to their countrymen, have raised their prices on some things 100% over what they were when I was in Ujiji last. This has caused the Wangwana and slaves to groan in spirit, for the Arabs are unable to dole out to them rations in proportion to the prices now demanded. The governor, supplied by the Motwari of the Lake District of Ujiji, will not interfere, though frequently implored to do so, and consequently there are frequent fights, when the Wangwana rush on the natives with clubs, in much the same manner as the apprentices of London used to rush to the rescue or succor of one of their bands. Except the Wajiji, who have become rich in cloths, the rural natives retain the primitive dress worn by the Wazinja and other tribes, a dressed goatskin covering the loins and hanging down to within 6 inches above the knees, with long depending tags of the same material. All these tribes are related to each other, and their language shows only slight differences in dialect. Moreover, many of those inhabiting the countries contiguous to Unyamwezi and Uganda have lost those special characteristics which distinguish the pure unmixed stock from the less favored and less refined types of Africans. Uha daily sends to the market of Ujiji its matama, grain, millet, sesamum, beans, fowls, goats, and broad-tailed sheep, butter, and sometimes oxen. Urundi its goats, sheep, oxen, butter, palm oil and palm nuts, fowls, bananas, and plantains. Uzige, now and then only, its oxen and palm oil. Uvira, its iron, in wire of all sizes, bracelets and anklets. Abwari, its cassava or manioc dried, and enormous quantities of grain. Dogara or whitebait and dried fish. Uvinza, its salt. Uguha, its goats and sheep, and grain, especially Indian corn. Rural Wajiji bring their buttermilk, ground nuts, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, bananas and plantains, yams, beans, vetches, garden herbs, melons, cucumbers, sugar cane, palm wine, palm nuts, palm oil, goats, sheep, bullocks, eggs, fowls, and earthenware. The Lake Coast Wajiji bring their slaves, whitebait, fresh fish, ivory, baskets, nets, spears, bows and arrows. The Wangwana and Arab slaves bring fuel, ivory, wild fruit, eggs, rice, sugarcane, and honey from the Ukaranga forest. The currency employed consists of cloths, blue kaniki, white sheeting Merikani from Massachusetts mills, striped or barred prints or checks, blue or red, from Manchester, Muscat, or Kutch, and beads, principally Safi, which are like black and white clay pipe stems broken into pieces 1/2 inch long. One piece is called a masaro, and is the lowest piece of currency that will purchase anything. The Safi beads are strung in strings of 20 masaro, which is then called a kete, and is sufficient to purchase rations for 2 days for a slave, but suffices the freeman or migwana but 1 day. The red beads, called samasami, the mutanda, small, blue, brown, and white, will also readily be bartered in the market for provisions, but a discount will be charged on them, as the established and universal currency with all classes of natives attending the market is the Safi. The prices at the market of Ujiji in 1876 were as follows: ivory per pound, 1 sheeting cloth of 4 yards long; 1 goat, 2 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 1 sheep, 1½ sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 12 fowls, 1½ sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 1 bullock, 10 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 60 pounds of grain, matama, 1 sheeting cloth of 4 yards long; 90 pounds of grain, Indian corn, 1 sheeting cloth of 4 yards long; 1/2 gallon potful of honey in the comb, 1 sheeting cloth of 4 yards long; 1 slave boy between 10 and 13 years old, 16 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 1 slave girl between 10 and 13 years old, 50 to 80 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 1 slave woman between 18 and 30 years old, 80 to 130 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 1 slave boy between 13 and 18 years old, 16 to 50 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long; 1 slave man between 18 and 50 years old, 10 to 50 sheeting cloths of 4 yards long. The country of Ujiji extends between the Liuche River along the Tanganyika north to the Mishala River, which gives it a length of 45 miles. The former river separates it from Ukaranga on the south, while the latter river acts as a boundary between it and Urundi. As Ujiji is said to border upon Uguru, a district of Uha, it may be said to have a breadth of 20 miles. Thus the area of Ujiji is not above 900 square miles. The Mtemi or king is called Mgasa, who entertains a superstitious fear of the lake. His residence is in a valley among the mountains bordering upon Uguru, and he believes that in the hour he looks upon the lake he dies. I should estimate the population of the country to be very fairly given at 40 to the square mile, which will make it 36,000 souls. The Liuche Valley is comparatively populous, and the port of Ujiji, consisting of Ugoi and Kawele districts, has alone a population of 3,000. Kigoma and Kasimbu are other districts patronized by Arabs and Wangwana. The Wajiji are a brave tribe and of very independent spirit, but not quarrelsome. When the moderate fee demanded by the Mutwari of Ugoi, Kaweli, and Kasimbu is paid, the stranger has the liberty of settling in any part of the district. And as an excellent understanding exists between the Mutwari and the Arab governor Muini Kheri, there is no fear of ill usage. The Megwana or the Mejiji, applying to either of them, is certain of receiving fair justice, and graver cases are submitted to an international commission of Arabs and Wajiji elders, because it is perfectly understood by both parties that many moneyed interests would be injured if open hostilities were commenced. The Wajiji are the most expert canoe men of all the tribes around the Tanganyika. They have visited every country and seem to know each headland, creek, bay, and river. Sometimes they meet with rough treatment, but they are as a rule so clever, wide awake, prudent, commercially politic, and superior in tact, that only downright treachery can entrap them to death. They have so many friends also that they soon become informed of danger, and dangerous places are tabooed. the governor of the Arab colony of Ujiji, having been an old friend, was, as may be supposed, courteous and hospitable to me, and Mohammed bin Gharib, who was so good to Livingstone, between Marungu and Ujiji, as far as Manyema, did his best to show me friendly attention. Such luxuries as sweetmeats, wheaten bread, rice, and milk were supplied so freely by Muini Kheri and Sheikh Mohammed that both Frank and myself began to increase rapidly in weight. Judging from their rotundity of body, it may fairly be said that both the friends enjoy life. The governor is of vast girth, and Mohammed is nearly as large in the waist. The preceding governor, Mohammed bin Sali, was also of ample circumference, from which I conclude that the climate of Ujiji agrees with the Arab constitution. It certainly did not suit mine while I was with Livingstone, for I was punished with remittent and intermittent fever of such severe type and virulence that in 3 months I was reduced in weight to 98 pounds. Muini Kheri's whole wealth consists of about 120 slaves, 80 guns, 80 frasila of ivory, 2 tembes or houses, a wheat and rice field, 9 canoes with oars and sails, 40 head of cattle, 20 goats, 30 bales of cloth, and 20 sacks of beads, 350 pounds of brass wire, and 200 pounds of iron wire, all of which, appraised in the Ujiji market, might perhaps realize $18,000. His friend Mohammed is probably worth $3,000 only. Sultan bin Qasim may estimate the value of his property at $10,000. Abdullah bin Suleiman, the owner of the Great Eastern of Lake Tanganyika, at $15,000. Other Arabs of Ujiji may be rated at from $100 to $3,000. Sheikh Mohammed bin Gharib is the owner of the finest house. It is about 100 feet long by 25 feet in width and 14 feet in height. A broad veranda, 10 feet wide and 40 feet long, runs along a portion of the front, and affords ample space for the accommodation of his visitors on the luxurious carpets. The building is constructed of sun-dried brick, plastered over neatly with clay. The great door is a credit to his carpenter, and his latticed windows are a marvel to the primitive native trader from Uha or Uvinza. The courtyard behind the house contains the huts of the slaves, kitchens, and cowhouse. There is a good deal of jealousy between the Arabs of Ujiji, which sometimes breaks out into bloodshed. When Sa'id bin Habib enters Ujiji, trouble is not far off. The son of Habib has a large number of slaves, and there are some fiery souls among them who resent the least disparagement of their master. A bitter reproach is soon followed by a vengeful blow, and then the retainers and the chiefs of the Montagues and Capulets issue forth with clubs, spears, and guns, and Ujiji is all in an uproar, not to be quieted until the respective friends of the two rivals carry them bodily away to their houses. On Arabs, Wangwana, and slaves alike, I saw the scars of feuds. Life in Ujiji begins soon after dawn, and except on moonlight nights, no one is abroad after sunset. With the Arabs, to whom years are as days to Europeans, it is a languid existence, mostly spent in gossip, the interchange of dignified visits, ceremonies of prayer, an hour or two of barter, and small household affairs. There were no letters for either Frank or myself after our 17 months' travels around and through the lake regions. From Kegehi on Lake Victoria, I had dispatched messages to Sa'id bin Salim, governor of Onyanyembe, praying him to send all letters addressed to me to Mwini Kheri, governor of Ujiji, promising him a noble reward. Not that I was sure that I should pass by Ujiji, but I knew that, if I arrived at Negangwe, I should be able to send a force of 20 men to Mwini Kheri for my letters. Though Sa'id bin Salim had over 12 months' time to comply with my moderate request, not a scrap or word of news or greeting refreshed us after the long blank interval. Both of us having eagerly looked forward with certainty to receiving a bag full of letters, were therefore much disappointed. As I was about to circumnavigate the Tanganyika with my boat, and would probably be absent 2 or 3 months, I thought there might still be a chance of obtaining them before setting out westward, by dispatching messengers to Unyanyembe. Announcing my intentions to the governor, I obtained a promise that he would collect other men, as he and several Arabs at Ujiji were also anxious to communicate with their friends. Manwasera therefore selected 5 of the most trustworthy men. The Arabs also selected 5 of their confidential slaves, and the 10 men started for Unyanyembe on the 3rd of June. My 5 trustworthy men arrived at Unyanyembe within 15 days, but from some cause they never returned to the expedition. We halted at Ujiji for 70 days after their departure, and when we turned our faces towards Nyangwe, we had given up all hopes of hearing from civilization. Before departing on the voyage of circumnavigation of Lake Tanganyika, many affairs had to be provided for, such as the well-being of the expedition during my absence, distribution of sufficient rations, provisioning for the crews, the engagement of guides, etc. The 2 guides I obtained for the lake were Para, who had accompanied Cameron in March and April 1874, and Ruango, who accompanied Livingston and myself in December 1871 to the north end of Lake Tanganyika. The most interesting point connected with this lake was its outlet. Before starting from Zanzibar, I had heard that Cameron had discovered the outlet to Lake Tanganyika in the Lukuga River, which ran through Uguha to the west, and was therefore an affluent of Livingston's great river. I made many inquiries among the Arabs and natives, but could learn nothing about an outlet of the lake. The guide who accompanied Cameron declared that no such outlet had been found while he was with that officer, and furthermore, all the streams he knew of flowed into and not from Tanganyika. All this testimony inspired me with the resolution to explore the phenomenon thoroughly, and to examine the entire coast minutely. At the same time, a suspicion that there was no present outlet to the Tanganyika had crept into my mind, when I observed that 3 palm trees, which had stood in the marketplace of Ujiji in November 1871, were now about 100 feet in the lake, and that the sand beach over which Livingston and I took our morning walks was over 200 feet in the lake. I asked of Mwini Kheri and Sheikh Mohammed if my impressions were not correct about the palm trees, and they both replied readily in the affirmative. Mwini Kheri said also, as corroborative of the increase of the Tanganyika, that 30 years ago the Arabs were able to ford the channel between Bangwe Island and the mainland, that they then cultivated rice fields 3 miles farther west than the present beach, that every year the Tanganyika encroaches upon their shores and fields, and that they are compelled to move every 5 years farther inland. In my photograph of Ujiji, an inlet may be seen on a site which was dry land, occupied by fishing nets and pasture ground in 1871. The Wajiji lake traders and fishermen have an interesting legend respecting the origin of the Tanganyika. Ruango, the veteran guide, who showed Livingston and myself the Rusizi River in 1871, and whose version is confirmed by Para, the other guide, related it as follows. Years and years ago, where you see this great lake was a wide plain, inhabited by many tribes and nations, who owned large herds of cattle and flocks of goats, just as you see Uha today. On this plain there was a very large town, fenced round with poles strong and high. As was the custom in those days, the people of the town surrounded their houses with tall hedges of cane, enclosing courts, where their cattle and goats were herded at night from the wild beasts and from thieves. In one of these enclosures lived a man and his wife, who possessed a deep well, from which water bubbled up and supplied a beautiful little stream, at which the cattle of their neighbors slaked their thirst. Strange to say, this well contained countless fish, which supplied both the man and his wife with an abundant supply for their wants. But as their possession of these treasures depended upon the secrecy which they preserved respecting them, no one outside their family circle knew anything of them. A tradition was handed down for ages through the family, from father to son, that on the day they showed the well to strangers, they would be ruined and destroyed. One day, while the husband was absent, a stranger called at the house, and talked so pleasantly that the wife forgot all about the tradition, and showed him the well. The man had never seen such things in his life, for there were no rivers in the neighborhood, except that which was made by this fountain. His delight was very great, and he sat for some time watching the fish, leaping and chasing each other, showing their white bellies and beautiful bright sides, and coming up to the surface and diving swiftly down to the bottom. He had never enjoyed such pleasure, but when one of the boldest of the fish came near to where he was sitting, he suddenly put forth his hand to catch it. Ah, that was the end of all, for the Muzimu, the spirit, was angry, and the world cracked asunder. The plain sank down and down and down. The bottom cannot now be reached by our longest lines, and the fountain overflowed and filled the great gap that was made by the earthquake. And now what do you see? The Tanganyika. All the people of that great plain perished, and all the houses and fields and gardens, the herds of cattle and flocks of goats and sheep, were swallowed in the waters. I made many attempts to discover whether the Wajiji knew why the lake was called Tanganyika. A rational definition I could not obtain, until one day, while translating some English words into their language, I came to the word plain, for which I obtained Nika, as being the term in Kijiji. As Africans are accustomed to describe large bodies of water as being like plains, it spreads out like a plain, I think that a satisfactory signification of the term has finally been obtained in the plain-like lake. Westward from Ujiji, the lake spreads to a distance of about 35 miles, where it is bounded by the lofty mountain range of Goma, and it is when looking northwest that one comprehends, as he follows that vague and indistinct mountain line, ever paling as it recedes, the full magnificence of this inland sea. The low island of Bangwe on the eastern side terminates the bay of Ujiji, which rounds with a crescent curve from the marketplace towards it. The saucy English-built boat, which had made the acquaintance of all the bays and inlets of the Victoria Nyanza, and been borne on the shoulders of sturdy men across the plains and through the ravines of Unyoro, is about to explore the mountain barriers which enfold Lake Tanganyika, for the discovery of some gap, which lets out, or is supposed to let out, the surplus water of rivers, which, from a dim and remote period, have been pouring into it from all sides. She has a consort now, a lumbering, heavy, but staunch mate, a canoe cut out from an enormous teak tree, which once grew in some wooded gorge in the Goma Mountains. The canoe is called the Miofu, and is the property of Moini Kheri, governor of Ujiji, who has kindly lent it to me. As he is my friend, he says he will not charge me anything for the loan. But the governor and I know each other pretty well, and I know that when I return from the voyage, I shall have to make him a present. In Oriental and African lands, remuneration, hire, compensation, guerdon, and present are terms nearly related to one another. The boat and her consort are ready on the 11th of June, 1876. The boat's crew have been most carefully selected. They are all young, agile, faithful creatures. Their names and ages are as follows: Uledi the coxswain, 25 years; Saiwa his cousin, 17; Shumari his brother, 18; Murabo, 20; Mipwapwa, 22; Marzuk, 23; Akida, 20; Mambu, 20; Wadi Baraka, 24; Zaidi Rufiji, 27; Matiko, 19. Two supernumeraries are the boy gun-bearers, Bilali and Mabruki, 17 and 15 years respectively. After 18 months' experience with them, it has been decided by all that these are the elect of the expedition for boat work, though they are by no means the champions of the march. But as they have only light loads, there has never been reason to complain of them. There is much handshaking, many cries of "Take care of yourselves," and then both boat and canoe hoist sail, turning their heads along the coast to the south. We followed along this coast to the southern extremity of the lake, examining every river with the greatest care, in the full determination of finding the outlet if any existed. Then we followed the western coast in the same way, examining the rivers and studying the picturesque shores, which were bounded in many places by lofty hills or mountains. Many of these hills are supposed to be the dwelling places of spirits, who have control over the lake in various ways. That part of the western coast which extends from Mbete or Mambete to the south, as far as the Rufuvu River, is sacred ground in the lore of the ancients of Urangu. Each crag and grove, each awful mountain brow and echoing gorge has its solemn associations of spirits. Vague and indescribable beings, engendered by fear and intense superstition, govern the scene. Any accident that may befall, any untoward event or tragedy that may occur before the sanctuaries of these unreal powers, is carefully treasured in the memories of the people with increased awe and dread of the spirits of the rocks. Such associations cling to the strange tabular mounts or natural towers called Mitambwa, of which a sketch is annexed. The height of these is about 1,200 feet above the lake. They once formed parts of the plateau of Urangu, though now separated from it by the same agency which created the fathomless gulf of the Tanganyika. Within a distance of 2 miles are 3 separate mounts, which bear a resemblance to one another. The first is called Mitambwa, the next Keteyi, the third Kapembwa. Their 3 spirits are also closely akin to one another, for they all rule the wave and the wind, and dwell on summits. Keteye is, I believe, the son of Kapembwa, the Jupiter, and Mitambwa, the Juno, of Tanganyika tradition. As we row past, close to their base, we look up to admire the cliffy heights rising in terraces, one above another. Each terrace ledge is marked by a thin line of scrubby bush. Beyond Kateye, the gray front of the paternal Kapemwa looms up with an extraordinary height and massive grandeur. The peaks of Congo are probably from 2,500 to 3,000 feet above the lake. They are not only interesting from their singular appearance, but also as being a refuge for the last remaining families of the aborigines of Kawendi. On the topmost and most inaccessible heights dwells the remnant of the once powerful nation, which in old times, so tradition relates, overran Uha and Uvinza, and were a terror to the Wakalaganza. They cultivate the slopes of their strongholds, which amply repay them for their labor. Fuel is found in the gorges between the peaks, and means of defense are at hand in the huge rocks, which they have piled up, ready to repel the daring intruder. Their elders retain the traditions of the race whence they sprang, and in their charge are the Lares and Penates of old Kawendi, the Muzimu. In the home of the eagles they find a precarious existence, as a seed to reproduce another nation, or as a short respite before complete extermination. The best view of this interesting clump of mountain heights is to be had off the mouth of the torrent Lualungu. Everywhere we went we could see that the lake was rising. In places where I had camped with Livingstone in 1871, there were now several feet of water, and the guides repeatedly called my attention to low islands and beaches that were now submerged. One of the most interesting points we visited was Lukuga Creek, where Cameron thought he discovered the outlet of the lake. We reached it on July 16th and made a careful survey. The mouth of the Lukuga, which was about 2,500 yards wide, narrowed after a mile to 800 yards, and after another mile to 400 or 500 yards. Upon rounding the point of land on which Mikampemba stands, and where there is a considerable tract under tillage, I observed that the water changed its color to a reddish brown, owing to the ferruginous conglomerate of which the low bluffs on either side are composed. This was also a proof to me that there was no outflowing river here. Clear water outflowing from the Tanganyika, only 2 miles from the lake, ought never to be so deeply discolored. Wherever there were indentations in the bluffs that banked it in, or a dip in the low, grass-covered debris beneath, a growth of matete or water cane and papyrus filled up these bits of still water. But mid-channel was clear, and maintained a breadth of open white water ranging from 90 to 450 yards. Within an hour we arrived at the extremity of the open water, which had gradually been narrowed in width by the increasing abundance of papyrus from 250 yards to 40 yards. We ceased rowing and gently glided up to the barrier of papyrus, which had now completely closed up the creek from bank to bank, like a luxuriant field of tall Indian corn. We sounded at the base of these reeds along a breadth of 40 yards, and obtained from 7 to 11 feet of water. With a portable level I attempted to ascertain a current. The level indicated none. Into a little pool, completely sheltered by the broadside of the boat, we threw a chip or two and some sticks. In 5 minutes the chips had moved towards the reeds about a foot. We then crushed our way through about 20 yards of the papyrus, and came to impassable mud banks, black as pitch and seething with animal life. Returning to the boat, I asked 4 men to stand close together, and mounting their shoulders with an oar for support, I endeavored, with a glass, to obtain a general view. I saw a broad belt, some 250 or 300 yards wide, of a papyrus-grown depression, lying east and west between gently sloping banks, thinly covered with scrubby acacia. Here and there were pools of open water, and beyond were a few trees growing, as it seemed to me, right in the bed. I caused some of my men to attempt to cross from one bank to the other, but the muddy ooze was not sufficiently firm to bear the weight of a man. I then cut a disc of wood a foot in diameter, drove a nail in, and folded cotton under its head. I then rove a cord 5 feet in length through this, suspending to one end an earthenware pot, with which I tried an experiment. Along the hedge of papyrus I measured 1,000 feet, with a tape line, both ends of the track marked by a broad ribbon of sheeting, tied to a papyrus reed. Then, proceeding to the eastern or lake end of the track, I dropped the earthenware pot, which, after filling, sank, and drew the wooden disc level with the water. I noted the chronometer instantly, while the boat was rowed away from the scene. The wind from the lake blew strong at the time. The board floated from lakeward towards the papyrus 822 feet in 1 hour and 40 seconds. In the afternoon, wind calm and water tranquil, the disc floated in the opposite direction, or towards the lake, 159 feet in 19 minutes and 30 seconds, which is at the rate of about 600 feet in the hour. This was of itself conclusive proof that there was no current at this date, July 16, 1876. Still, I was curious to see the river flowing out. The next day, therefore, accompanied by the chief and 15 men of the expedition, we started overland along the banks of this rush and mud-choked depression for 3 or 4 miles. The trend of the several streams we passed was from northwest to southeast, that is, towards the lake. At El Wani village we came to the road from Manyis, which is used by people proceeding to Anguvwa, Lualezi, or Marongu, on the other side of the Lukuga. 2 men from the village accompanied us to the Lukuga ford. When we reached the foot of the hill, we first came to the dry bed of the Kibamba. In the rainy season, this stream drains the eastern slopes of the Kianja Ridge with a southeast trend. The grass stalks, still lying down from the force of the water, lay with their tops pointing lakeward. From the dry mudbed of the Kibamba to the cane grass-choked bed of Lukuga was but a step. During the wet season, the Kibamba evidently overflowed broadly and made its way among the matete of the Lukuga. We tramped on along a path leading over prostrate reeds and cane, and came at length to where the ground began to be moist. The reeds on either side of it rose to the height of 10 or 12 feet, their tops interlacing, and the stalks, therefore, forming the sides of a narrow tunnel. The path sank here and there into ditch-like hollows, filled with cool water from 9 inches to 3 feet deep, with transverse dikes of mud raised above it at intervals. Finally, after proceeding some 200 yards, we came to the center of this reed-covered depression, called by the natives Mitwanzi, and here the chief, trampling a wider space among the reeds, pointed out in triumph water indisputably flowing westward. The water felt cold, but it was only 68 degrees Fahrenheit, or 7 degrees cooler than the Lukuga. I am of the opinion, after taking all things into consideration, that Kahangwa Cape was, at a remote period, connected with Kongwe Cape on the east coast; that the Lukuga was the affluent of the lake as it stood then; that the lake was, at that period, at a much higher altitude than it is at present; that the northern half of the lake is of a later formation, and that owing to the subsidence of that portion and the collapsing of the barrier, or the Kahangwa Cape and Kongwe Cape Ridge, the waters south emptied into that of the deep gulf north, and left the channel of the Lukuga to be employed as the bed of the affluents Kibamba and Lumba, or the eastern slope of the Kiyanja Ridge, to feed the lake. But now that the extension of the profound bed created by some great earthquake, which fractured and disparted the plateau of Uha, Urundi, Ubembe, Goma, etc., is on the eve of being filled up, the ancient affluent is about to resume its old duties of conveying the surplus waters of the Tanganyika down into the valley of the Livingston, and thence along its majestic winding course to the Atlantic Ocean. At present there are only a few inches of mudbanks and a frail barrier of papyrus and reeds to interpose between the waters of the lake and its destiny, which it is now, year by year, steadily approaching. When the Tanganyika has risen 3 feet higher, there will be no surf at the mouth of the Lukuga, no sill of sand, no oozing mudbanks, no rush-covered old river course, but the accumulated waters of over 100 rivers will sweep through the ancient gap with the force of a cataclysm, bearing away on its flood all the deposits of organic debris at present in the Lukuga Creek, down the steep incline to swell the tribute due to the mighty Livingston. On the 21st of July we sailed from the mouth of the future outlet Lukuga to the Arab crossing place near Kasenge Island. The Wakuha, along whose country we had voyaged for some days, are an unusually ceremonious people. They are the first specimens of those nations among whom we were destined to travel in our exploration of the western regions. The art of the coiffeur is better known here than in any portion of Africa east of Lake Tanganyika. The waterfall and back hair styles are superb, and the constructions are fastened with carved wooden or iron pins. Full dress includes a semicircle of finely plaited hair over the forehead painted red, ears well ochred, the rest of the hair drawn up taut at the back of the head, overlaid and secured by a cross-shaped flat board, or with a skeleton crown of iron. The head is then covered with a neatly tasseled and plaited grass cloth, like a lady's breakfast cap, to protect it from dust. In order to protect such an elaborate construction from being disordered, they carry a small headrest of wood stuck in the girdle. Their mode of salutation is as follows. A man appears before a party seated. He bends, takes up a handful of earth or sand with his right hand, and throws a little into his left. The left hand rubs the sand or earth over the right elbow and the right side of the stomach, while the right hand performs the same operation for the left parts of the body, the mouth meanwhile uttering rapidly words of salutation. To his inferiors, however, the newcomer slaps his hand several times, and after each slap lightly taps the region of his heart. On the 28th of July we skirted the low land which lies at the foot of the western mountains, and by noon had arrived at the little cove in Masansi, near the Rubamba, or the Luvumba River, at which Livingstone and I terminated our exploration of the northern shores of Lake Tanganyika in 1871. I had thus circumnavigated Lake Tanganyika from Ujiji up the eastern coast, along the northern head, and down the western coast as far as Luvumba River in 1871, and in June-July 1876 had sailed south from Ujiji along the eastern coast to the extreme south end of the lake, round each inlet of the south, and up the western coast to Panza Point in Obwari, round the shores of Burton Gulf, and to Luvumba River. The north end of the lake was located by Livingstone in south latitude 3 degrees 18 minutes. The extreme south end I discovered to be in south latitude 8 degrees 47 minutes, which gives it a length of 329 geographical miles. Its breadth varies from 10 to 45 miles, averaging about 28 miles, and its superficial area covers a space of 9,240 square miles. In mid-lake I sounded, using a 3.5-pound sounding lead, with 1,280 feet of cord, and found no bottom. I devoted an hour to this work, and tried a second time a mile nearer the Urundi coast, with the same results, no bottom. The strain at such a great depth on the whipcord was enormous, but we met with no accident. On the 31st we arrived at Ujiji, after an absence of 51 days, during which time we had sailed without disaster or illness a distance of over 810 miles. The entire coastline of the Tanganyika is about 930 miles. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 8. Mr. Stanley was heartily applauded as he paused at the end of what we have recorded in the previous chapter. Under the stimulus of the applause, and with a reassuring glance at his watch, he continued the story of his march through the Dark Continent, occasionally reading from the book, but for the greater portion of the time holding the volume closed in his hands. The sky was of a stainless blue, and the slumbering lake faithfully reflected its exquisite tint, for not a breath of wind was astir to vex its surface. With groves of palms and the evergreen fig trees on either hand, and before us a fringe of tall cane grass along the shores, all juicy with verdure, the square tembes of Ugoi and the conical coats of Kaweli, embowered by banana and plantain, we emerged into the bay of Ujiji from the channel of Bangwe. The cheery view of the port lent strength to our arms. An animating boat song was struck up, the sounds of which, carried far on the shore, announced that a proud, joyous crew was returning homeward. Long-horned cattle are being driven to the water to drink. Asses are galloping about, braying furiously. Goats and sheep and dogs are wandering in the marketplace. Many familiar scenes recur to us as we press forward to the shore. Our Wangwana hurry to the beach to welcome us. The usual congratulations follow, handshakings, smiles, and glad expressions. Frank, however, is pale and sickly. A muffler is round his neck, and he wears a greatcoat. He looks very different from the strong, hardy man to whom I gave the charge of the camp during my absence. In a few words he informs me of his sufferings from the fever of Ujiji. "I am so glad you have come, sir. I was beginning to feel very depressed. I have been down several times with severe attacks of the horrible fever. Yesterday is the first time I got up after 7 days' weary illness, and people are dying round me so fast that I was beginning to think I must soon die too. Now I am all right, and shall soon get strong again. The news, when told to me in detail, was grievous. 5 of our Wangwana were dead from smallpox. 6 others were seriously ill from the same cause. Among the Arab slaves, neither inoculated nor vaccinated, the mortality had been excessive from this fearful pest. At Roseko, the second camp from Bagamoyo, I had foreseen some such event as this, and had vaccinated, as I had thought, all hands. But it transpired, on inquiry now, that there were several who had not responded to the call, through some silly prejudice against it. 5 of those unvaccinated were dead, and 5 were ill, as also was one who had received the vaccine. When I examined the medicine chest, I found the tubes broken and the lymph dried up. The Arabs were dismayed at the pest and its dreadful havoc among their families and slaves. Every house was full of mourning and woe. There were no more agreeable visits and social converse. Each kept himself in strict seclusion, fearful of being stricken with it. Khamis the Baluch was dead. His house was closed, and his friends were sorrowing. Muhammad bin Gharib had lost 2 children. Muini Kheri was lamenting the deaths of 3 children. The mortality was increasing. It was now from 50 to 75 daily among a population of about 3,000. Bitter were the complainings against the hot season and close atmosphere, and fervent the prayers for rain. Frank had been assiduous in his assistance to our friends. He had elevated himself in their opinion by his devotion and sympathy, until sickness had laid its heavy hand on him. The Wangwana were now his sincere admirers, and the chiefs were his friends. Formerly, while ignorant of the language, he and they were, perhaps of necessity, mutually distant. They now fraternized warmly. Our messengers had not returned with our letters from Onyanyembe, but to escape the effects of the epidemic it was necessary to move and resume our journey westward. The Wangwana were therefore ordered to prepare, and my last letters were written. But though I hoped to be ready on the 17th to strike camp, I was attacked by a serious fever. This delayed me until the evening of the 25th. When, on the morning of the 25th of August, the drum and bugle announced that our travels were to be resumed, I had cause to congratulate myself that I had foreseen that many desertions would take place, and that I was prepared in a measure for it by having discarded many superfluities. But I was not prepared to hear that 38 men had deserted. 38 out of 170 was a serious reduction of strength. I was also told by the chiefs of the expedition, who were almost beside themselves with fear, that this wholesale desertion threatened an entire and complete dissolution of our force, that many more would desert en route to Kabogo, as the people were demoralized by the prospect of being eaten by Maniema cannibals. As neither Frank nor I relished the idea of being compelled to return to Zanzibar before we had obtained a view of the Lualaba, I mustered as many as would answer to their names, and out of these, selecting such as appeared unstable and flighty, I secured 32, and surrounded our house with guards. After preparing the canoes and getting the boat ready, those who did not bear a good character for firmness and fidelity were conducted under guard to the transport canoes. The firm and faithful, and those believed to be so, were permitted to march on land with myself towards Kabogo Cape or Mesahezi Creek, whence the crossing of the Tanganyika was to be effected. Out of the 132 men of whom the expedition now consisted, only 30 were entrusted with guns, as my faith in the stability of the Wangwana was utterly destroyed, despite their protestations to the contrary. I could afford to lose weak, fearful, and unworthy men, but I could not afford to lose one gun. Though we had such a show of strength left, I was only too conscious that there were barely 40 reliable and effective in a crisis, or in the presence of danger. The rest were merely useful as bearers of burdens, or porters. When we resumed our journey the second day from Ukaranga, 3 more were missing, which swelled the number of desertions to 41, and reduced our force to 129. After we had crossed the Tanganyika and arrived in Uguha, 2 more disappeared, one of whom was young Kalulu, whom I had taken to England and the United States, and whom I had placed in an English school for 18 months. Induced to do so by the hope that I should secure their attachment to the cause of the expedition, I had purchased from Sultan bin Qasim 6 bales of cloth at an enormous price, 350 pounds, and had distributed them all among the people gratuitously. This wholesale desertion, at the very period when their services were about to be most needed, was my reward. The desertion and faithless conduct of Kalulu did not, as may be imagined, augment my hopes, or increase my faith in the fidelity of my people. But it determined me to recover some of the deserters. Francis Pocock and the detective of the expedition, the ever faithful and gallant Kacheche, were therefore sent back with a squad to Ujiji, with instructions how to act. And one night Kacheche pounced upon 6 fellows, who, after a hard and tough resistance, were secured, and after his return to Uguha with these, he successfully recovered the runaway Kalulu on Kasenge Island. These 7, along with a few others arrested in the act of desertion, received merited punishments, which put an end to misconduct and faithlessness, and prevented the wreck of the expedition. It must not be supposed that I was more unfortunate than other travelers, for to the faithlessness of his people may be attributed principally the long wanderings of poor Livingstone. Cameron also lost a great number at Unyanyembe, as well as at Ujiji. Experience had taught me on my first journey to Central Africa that Wangwana would desert at every opportunity, especially in the vicinity of the Arab depots. It was to lessen these opportunities for desertion that I had left the Unyanyembe road and struck through Ituro and Iramba, and though my losses in men were great from famine, the ferocity of the natives, and sickness, they did not amount to half of what they certainly would have been had I touched at Unyanyembe. By adopting this route, despite the calamities that we were subjected to for a short season, I had gained time, and opened new countries hitherto unexplored. Unless the traveler in Africa exerts himself to keep his force intact, he cannot hope to perform satisfactory service. If he relaxes his watchfulness, it is instantly taken advantage of by the weak-minded and the indolent. Livingstone lost at least 6 years of time, and finally his life, by permitting his people to desert. If a follower left his service, he even permitted him to remain in the same village with him, without attempting to reclaim him, or to compel that service which he had bound himself to render at Zanzibar. The consequence of this excessive mildness was that he was left at last with only 7 men out of nearly 70. His noble character has won from us a tribute of affection and esteem, but it has had no lasting good effect on the African. At the same time, over severity is as bad as over gentleness in dealing with these men. What is required is pure, simple justice between man and man. The general infidelity and instability of the Wangwana arises in great part from their weak minds becoming a prey to terror of imaginary dangers. Thus the Johanna men deserted Livingstone because they heard the terrible Mafite were in the way. My runaways of Ujiji fled from the danger of being eaten by the Maniema. The slaves of Sangoro, the coast trader at Kageyi, Usukuma, informed my people that Lake Victoria spread as far as the Salt Sea, that it had no end, and that the people on its shores loved the flesh of man better than that of goats. This foolish report made it a most difficult matter to man the exploring boat, and over 100 swore by Allah that they knew nothing of rowing. A similar scene took place when about to circumnavigate the Tanganyika, for the Arab slaves had spread such reports of muzimus, hobgoblins, fiery meteors, terrible spirits, such as Kabogo, Katevi, Katayi, and Wanpembe, that the teeth of Wanyamwezi and Wangwana chattered with fright. But no reports exercised such a terrible effect on their weak minds as the report of the Maniema cannibals. None were so greedily listened to, none more readily believed. The path which traders and their caravans follow to Maniema begins at Matoa in Uguha, and continuing south a few miles over a series of hills, descends into the plain of the Rugumba River, about halfway between the Lukuga River and the traders' crossing place. The conduct of the first natives to whom we were introduced pleased us all. They showed themselves in a very amiable light, sold their corn cheaply and without fuss, behaved themselves decently and with propriety, though their principal men, entertaining very strange ideas of the white men, carefully concealed themselves from view, and refused to be tempted to expose themselves within view or hearing of us. Their doubts of our character were reported to us by a friendly young Arab as follows. Kasanga, chief of Rwanda, says, "How can the white men be good when they come for no trade, whose feet one never sees, who always go covered from head to foot with clothes? Do not tell me they are good and friendly. There is something very mysterious about them, perhaps wicked. Probably they are magicians. At any rate, it is better to leave them alone and to keep close until they are gone." From Rwanda, where we halted only for a day, we began in earnest the journey to Maniema, thankful that the Tanganyika was safely crossed, and that the expedition had lost no more of its strength. On the third day, after gradually ascending to a height of 800 feet above the lake, across a series of low hilly ridges and scantily wooded valleys, which abound with buffalo, we reach the crest of a range which divides the tributaries of the Lualaba from those of Lake Tanganyika. This range also serves as a boundary between Uguha and Ubujwe, a country adjoining the former northwesterly. The western portions of Uguha and southeastern Ubujwe are remarkable for their forests of fruit trees, of which there are several varieties, called the Masuko, Mbembu, or wood apple, Singwe, wild African damson, the Matonga, or Knox vomica, custard apple, etc. A large quantity of honey was also obtained. Indeed, an army might subsist for many weeks in this forest on the various luscious fruits it contains. Our people feasted on them, as also on the honey and buffalo meat, which I was fortunate in obtaining. Our acquaintance with the Wajubwe commenced at Lambo or Malolwas, situated at the confluence of the Rugamba with the Rubamba. In these people we first saw the mild, amiable, unsophisticated innocence of this part of Central Africa, and their behavior was exactly the reverse of the wild, ferocious, cannibalistic races the Arabs had described to us. From our experience of them, the natives of Rua, Uguha, and Ubujwe appear to be the élite of the hair-dressed fashionables of Africa. Hair-dressing is indeed carried to an absurd perfection throughout all this region, and among the various styles I have seen, some are surpassing in taste and neatness, and almost pathetic from the carefulness with which poor wild nature has done its best to decorate itself. The Waguha and Webujwe, among other characteristics, are very partial to the arts of sculpture and turning. They carve statues in wood, which they set up in their villages. Their house doors often exhibit carvings resembling the human face, and the trees in the forest between the two countries frequently present specimens of their ingenuity in this art. Some have also been seen to wear wooden medals, whereon a rough caricature of a man's features was represented. At every village in Ubujwe, excellent wooden bowls and basins of a very light wood, rubiaceae, painted red, are offered for sale. Beyond Kundi our journey lay across chains of hills of a conical or rounded form, which enclosed many basins or valleys. While the Rugamba or Rubamba flows northwesterly to the east of Kundi, as far as Kizambala on the Luama River, we were daily, sometimes hourly, fording or crossing the tributaries of the Luama. Adjoining Ubujwe is Uyeya, inhabited by a tribe who are decidedly a scale lower in humanity than their ingenious neighbors. What little merit they possess seems to have been derived from commerce with the Wabujwe. The Wayeya are also partial to ochre, black paints, and a composition of black mud, which they mold into the form of a plate, and attach to the back part of the head. Their upper teeth are filed, out of regard to custom, they say, and not from any taste for human flesh. When questioned as to whether it was their custom to eat of the flesh of people slain in battle, they were positive in their denial, and protested great repugnance to such a diet, though they eat the flesh of all animals except that of dogs. Simple and dirt-loving as these poor people were, they were admirable for the readiness with which they supplied all our wants, voluntarily offering themselves, moreover, as guides to lead us to Uvinza, the next country we had to traverse. Uvinza now seems to be nothing more than a name of a small district which occupies a small basin of some few miles square. At a former period it was very populous, as the many ruined villages we passed through proved. The slave traders, when not manfully resisted, leave broad traces wherever they go. A very long march from Kengongwe in Uvinza brought us to the pleasant basin of Uhambo, remarkable for its fertility, its groves of guinea palms, and its beauty. This basin is about 6 miles square, but within this space there is scarcely a 2-acre plot of level ground to be seen. The whole forms a picture of hilltops, slopes, valleys, hollows, and intersecting ridges in happy diversity. Myriads of cool, clear streams course through, in time united by the Lubangi into a pretty little river flowing westerly to the Luama. It was the most delightful spot that we had seen. As the people were amiable and disposed to trade, we had soon an abundance of palm butter for cooking, sugar cane, fine goats and fat chickens, sweet potatoes, beans, peas, nuts, and manioc, millet and other grain for flour, ripe bananas for dessert, plantain and palm wines for cheer, and an abundance of soft, cool, clear water to drink. Subsequently, we had many such pleasant experiences, but as it was the first, it deserves a more detailed description. Travelers from Africa have often written about African villages, yet I am sure few of those at home have ever comprehended the reality. I now propose to lay it before them in this sketch of a village in the district of Uhambo. The village consists of a number of low, conical grass huts, ranged round a circular common, in the center of which are 3 or 4 fig trees, kept for the double purpose of supplying shade to the community and bark cloth to the chief. The doorways to the huts are very low, scarcely 30 inches high. The common fenced round by the grass huts shows plainly the ochreous color of the soil, and it is so well trodden that not a grass blade thrives upon it. On presenting myself in the common, I attracted out of doors the owners and ordinary inhabitants of each hut, until I found myself the center of quite a promiscuous population of men, women, children, and infants. Though I had appeared here for the purpose of studying the people of Uhambo, and making a treaty of friendship with the chief, the villagers seemed to think I had come merely to make a free exhibition of myself as some natural monstrosity. I saw before me over 100 beings of the most degraded, unpresentable type it is possible to conceive, and though I knew quite well that some thousands of years ago the beginning of this wretched humanity and myself were one and the same, a sneaking disinclination to believe it possessed me strongly, and I would even now willingly subscribe some small amount of silver money for him who could but assist me to controvert the discreditable fact. But common sense tells me not to take into undue consideration their squalor, their ugliness or nakedness, but to gauge their true position among the human race by taking a view of the cultivated fields and gardens of Uhambo, and I am compelled to admit that these debased specimens of humanity only plant and sow such vegetables and grain as I myself should cultivate were I compelled to provide for my own sustenance. I see, too, that their huts, though of grass, are almost as well made as the materials will permit, and indeed I have often slept in worse. Speak with them in their own dialect of the law of meum and tuum, and it will soon appear that they are intelligent enough upon that point. Moreover, the muscles, tissues, and fibers of their bodies, and all the organs of sight, hearing, smell, or motion, are as well developed as in us. Only in taste and judgment, based upon larger experience, in the power of expression, in morals and intellectual culture, are we superior. I strive, therefore, to interest myself in my gross and rudely shaped brothers and sisters. Almost bursting into a laugh at the absurdity, I turn towards an individual whose age marks him out as one to whom respect is due, and say to him, after the common manner of greeting, "My brother, sit you down by me on this mat, and let us be friendly and sociable," and as I say it, I thrust into his wide open hand 20 cowries, the currency of the land. One look at his hand as he extended it made me think I could carve a better looking hand out of a piece of rhinoceros hide. While speaking, I look at his face, which is like an ugly and extravagant mask, clumsily manufactured from some strange, dark brown, coarse material. The lips proved the thickness of skin which nature had endowed him with, and by the obstinacy with which they refused to meet each other, the form of the mouth was but ill defined, though capacious and garnished with its full complement of well-preserved teeth. His nose was so flat that I inquired in a perfectly innocent manner as to the reason for such a feature. "Ah," said he, with a sly laugh, It is the fault of my mother, who, when I was young, bound me too tight to her back. His hair had been compelled to obey the capricious fashion of his country, and was therefore worked up into furrows and ridges and central cones, bearing a curious resemblance to the formation of the land around Uhambo. I wonder if the art grew by perceiving nature's fashion and mold of his country. Descending from the face, which, crude, large-featured, rough-hewn as it was, bore witness to the possession of much sly humor and a kindly disposition, my eyes fastened on his naked body. Through the ochreous daubs I detected strange freaks of pricking on it, circles and squares and crosses, and traced with wonder the many hard lines and puckers created by age, weather, ill usage, and rude keeping. His feet were monstrous abortions, with soles as hard as hoofs, and his legs, as high up as the knees, were plastered with successive strata of dirt. His loin cover, or the queer girding tackle, need not be described. They were absolutely appalling to good taste, and the most ragged British beggar or Neapolitan lazzarone is sumptuously, nay, regally clothed in comparison to this king in Uhambo. If the old chief appeared so unprepossessing, how can I paint without offense my humbler brothers and sisters who stood round us? As I looked at the array of faces, I could only comment to myself, ugly, uglier, ugliest. And what shall I say of the hideous and queer appendages that they wear about their waists, the tags of monkey skin and bits of gorilla bone, goat horn, shells, strange tags to stranger tackle, and of the things around their necks, brain of mice, skin of viper, adder's fork, and blind worm's sting? And how strangely they smell, all these queer man-like creatures who stand regarding me. Not silently, on the contrary, there is a loud interchange of comments upon the white's appearance, a manifestation of broad interest to know whence I come, whither I am going, and what is my business. And no sooner are the questions asked than they are replied to by such as pretend to know. The replies were followed by long-drawn ejaculations of "Wa-antu," men, "Iiha," and these are men. Now imagine this: while we whites are loftily disputing among ourselves as to whether the beings before us are human, here were these creatures actually expressing strong doubts as to whether we whites are men. A dead silence prevailed for a short time, during which all the females dropped their lower jaws far down, and then cried out again, "Wa-antu," men. The lower jaws, indeed, dropped so low that when, in a posture of reflection, they put their hands up to their chins, it really looked as if they had done so to lift the jaws up to their proper place, and to sustain them there. And in that position they pondered upon the fact that there were men, white all over, in this queer, queer world. The open mouths gave one a chance to note the healthy state and ruby color of the tongues, palates, and gums, and above all, the admirable order and brilliant whiteness of each set of teeth. Great events from trivial causes spring. And while I was trying to calculate how many kubaba, measure of 2 pounds, of millet seed would be requisite to fill all these hutch oven mouths, and how many cowries would be required to pay for such a large quantity of millet, and wondering at the antics of the juveniles of the population, whose uncontainable, irrepressible wonder seemed to find its natural expression in hopping on one leg, thrusting their right thumbs into their mouths to repress the rising scream, and slapping their thighs to express or give emphasis to what was speechless, while thus engaged, and just thinking it was time to depart, it happened that one of the youthful innocents already described, more restless than his brothers, stumbled across a long heavy pole which was leaning insecurely against one of the trees. The pole fell, striking one of my men severely on the head, and all at once there went up from the women a genuine and unaffected cry of pity, and their faces expressed so lively a sense of tender sympathy with the wounded man, that my heart, keener than my eyes, saw through the disguise of filth, nakedness, and ochre, the human heart beating for another suffering. And I then recognized and hailed them as indeed my own poor and degraded sisters. Under the new light which had dawned on me, I reflected that I had done some wrong to my dusky relatives, and that they might have been described less harshly, and introduced to the world with less disdain. Before I quitted the village, they made me still more regret my former haughty feelings, for the chief and his subjects loaded my men with bounties of bananas, chickens, Indian corn, and Malafoo palm wine, and escorted me respectfully far beyond the precincts of the village and their fields, parting from me at last with the assurance that, should I ever happen to return by their country, they would endeavor to make my second visit to Uhambo much more agreeable than my first had been. On the 5th of October, our march from Uhambo brought us to the frontier village of Maniema, which is called Riba Riba. It is noteworthy as the starting point of another order of African architecture. The conical style of hut is exchanged for the square hut, with more gradually sloping roof, wattled, and sometimes neatly plastered with mud, especially those in Maniema. Here, too, the thin-bodied and long-limbed goat, to which we had been accustomed, gave place to the short-legged, large-bodied, and capacious-uddered variety of Maniema. The gray parrots with crimson tails here also first began to abound, and the hoarse growl of the fierce and shy soko gorilla was first heard. From the day we crossed the watershed that divides the affluents of the Tanganyika from the headwaters of the Luama, there is observed a gradual increase in the splendor of nature. By slow degrees she exhibits to us, as we journey westward, her rarest beauties, her wealth, and all the profligacy of her vegetation. In the forests of Meketo, and on the western slopes of the Goma Mountains, she scatters with liberal hand her luxuries of fruits, and along the banks of streams we see revealed the wild profusion of her bounties. As we increase the distance from the Tanganyika, we find the land disposed in graceful lines and curves. Ridges heave up, separating valley from valley. Hills lift their heads in the midst of the basins and mountain ranges. At greater distances apart, bound wide prospects, wherein the lesser hill chains, albeit of dignified proportions, appear but as agreeable diversities of scenery. Over the whole, nature has flung a robe of verdure of the most fervid tints. She has bidden the mountains loose their streamlets, has commanded the hills and ridges to bloom, filled the valleys with vegetation breathing perfume. For the rocks she has woven garlands of creepers, and the stems of trees she has draped with moss, and sterility she has banished from her domain. Yet nature has not produced a soft, velvety, smiling England in the midst of Africa. Far from it. She is here too robust and prolific. Her grasses are coarse, and wound like knives and needles. Her reeds are tough and tall as bamboos. Her creepers and convolvuli are of cable thickness and length. Her thorns are books of steel. Her trees shoot up to a height of 100 feet. We find no pleasure in straying in search of wild flowers, and game is left undisturbed. Because of the difficulty of moving about, for once the path is left, we find ourselves overhead among thick, tough, unyielding, lacerating grass. At Maniema, the beauty of nature becomes terrible, and in the expression of her powers she is awful. The language of Swahili has words to paint her in every mood. English, rich as it is found insufficient. In the former we have the word pori for a forest, an ordinary thickly wooded tract. But for the forests of Maniema it has 4 special words: Mahuro, Mwitu, Mitambani, and Misitu. For Mahuro we might employ the words jungly forest, for Mwitu dense woods. But for Misitu and Mitambani we have no single equivalent, nor could we express their full meaning without a series of epithets ending with tangled jungle or impervious underwood in the midst of a dense forest. For such is in reality the nature of a Maniema Misitu. I am of opinion that Maniema owes its fertility to the mountains west of the Tanganyika, which by their altitude suddenly cool and liquefy the vapors driven over their tops by the southeast monsoon. For while Uguha West was robed in green, its lakefront was black with the ashes of burned grass. We left Ribariba's old chief, and his numerous progeny of boys and girls, and his wonderful subjects encamped on their mountain top, and journeyed on with rapid pace through tall forests, and along the crests of wooded ridges, down into the depths of gloomy dingles, and up again to daylight into view of sweeping circles of bearded ridges and solemn woods, to Ka Bambere. Even though this place had no other associations, it would be attractive and alluring for its innocent wildness, but associated as it is with Livingstone's sufferings, and that self-sacrificing life he led here, I needed only to hear from Moana Ngoi, son of Moana Kusu. Yes, this is the place where the old white man stopped for many moons, to make up my mind to halt. Ah, he lived here, did he? Yes. By this time the population of Ka Bambere, seeing their chief in conversation with the white stranger, had drawn round us under a palm tree, and mats were spread for us to seat ourselves. Did you know the old white man? Was he your father? He was not my father, but I knew him well. Do you hear that? He asked his people. He says he knew him. Was he not a good man? Yes, very good. You say well. He was good to me, and he saved me from the Arabs many a time. The Arabs are hard men, and often he would step between them and me when they were hard on me. He was a good man, and my children were fond of him. I hear he is dead? Yes, he is dead. Where has he gone to? Above, my friend, said I, pointing to the sky. Ah, said he breathlessly, and looking up. Did he come from above? No, but good men like him go above when they die. We had many conversations about him. The sons showed me the house he had lived in for a long time, when prevented from further wandering by the ulcers in his feet. In the village his memory is cherished, and will be cherished forever. It was strange what a sudden improvement in the physiognomy of the native had occurred. In the district of Uhambo we had seen a truly debased Negro type. Here we saw people of the Ethiopic Negro type, worthy to rank next the more refined Waganda. Moana Ngoi himself was nothing very remarkable. Age had deprived him of his good looks, but there were about him some exceedingly pretty women, with winsome ways about them that were quite charming. Moana Ngoi, I suppose, is one of the vainest of vain men. I fancy I can see him now, strutting about his village with his sceptral staff, an amplitude of grass cloth about him, which when measured gives exactly 24 square yards, drawn in double folds about his waist, all tags, tassels, and fringes, and painted in various colors, bronze and black and white and yellow, and on his head a plumy headdress. What charms lurk in feathers! From the Grand British Dowager down to Moana Ngoi of Kabambare, all admit the fascination of feathers, whether plucked from ostriches or barn-door fowl. Moana Ngoi's plumes were the tribute of the village chanticleers, and his vanity was so excited at the rustle of his feathered crest that he protruded his stomach to such a distance that his head was many degrees from the perpendicular. On the 10th of October we arrived at Kizambala, presided over by another chief called Moana Ngoi, a relative of him of Kabambare. Up to this date we had seen some 20 villages and probably 4,000 natives of Manyema, and may therefore be permitted some generalizations. The Manyema, then, have several noteworthy peculiarities. Their arms are a short sword scabbarded with wood, to which are hung small brass and iron bells, a light, beautifully balanced spear, probably next to the spear of Uganda, the most perfect in the world. Their shields were veritable wooden doors. Their dress consisted of a narrow apron of antelope skin or finely made grass cloth. They wore knobs, cones, and patches of mud attached to their beards, back hair, and behind the ears. Old Moana Ngoi had rolled his beard in a ball of dark mud. His children wore their hair in braids with mud fringes. His drummer had a great crescent-shaped patch of mud at the back of the head. At Kizambala the natives had horns and cones of mud on the tops of their heads. Others, more ambitious, covered the entire head with a crown of mud. The women, blessed with an abundance of hair, manufactured it with a stiffening of light cane into a bonnet-shaped headdress, allowing the back hair to flow down to the waist in masses of ringlets. They seemed to do all the work of life, for at all hours they might be seen, with their large wicker baskets behind them, setting out for the rivers or creeks to catch fish, or returning with their fuel baskets strapped on across their foreheads. Their villages consist of one or more broad streets, from 100 to 150 feet wide, flanked by low, square huts, arranged in tolerably straight lines, and generally situated on swells of land to secure rapid drainage. At the end of one of these streets is the council and gossip house, overlooking the length of the avenue. In the center is a platform of tamped clay, with a heavy tree trunk sunk into it, and in the wood have been scooped out a number of troughs, so that several women may pound grain at once. It is a substitute for the village mill. The houses are separated into 2 or more apartments, and on account of the compact nature of the clay and tamped floor are easily kept clean. The roofs are slimy with the reek of smoke, as though they had been painted with coal tar. The household chattels or furniture are limited to food baskets, earthenware pots, an assortment of wickerwork dishes, the family shields, spears, knives, swords, and tools, and the fish baskets lying outside. They are tolerably hospitable, and permit strangers the free use of their dwellings. The bananas and plantains are very luxuriant, while the guinea palms supply the people with oil and wine. The forests give them fuel, the rivers fish, and the gardens cassava, ground nuts, and Indian corn. The chiefs enact strict laws, and though possessed of but little actual power, either of wealth or retinue, exact the utmost deference, and are exceedingly ceremonious, being always followed by a drummer, who taps his drum with masterly skill, born of long and continued practice. On the 11th we crossed the Luama River, a stream 200 yards wide and 8 feet deep in the center at the ferry, called the Rugamba in Ubujwe. Below the ford, as far as the Lualaba, its current is from 3 to 6 knots an hour and about 5 feet deep, flowing over a shaly bed. On the western side of the Luama, the women at once fled upon the approach of our caravan, a certain sign that there had been trouble between them and Arabs. My predecessors, Livingston and Cameron, had, after crossing the stream, proceeded west, but I preferred to follow the Luama to its junction with the Lualaba, and thence to Nyangwe. The Luama Valley is about 20 miles wide, furrowed with many water courses. The soil is poor, abounding with yellow quartz, but resting upon soft shale. The ridges are formed of dikes of granite, which peep out frequently in large masses from among the foliage of trees. The people appeared to be very timid, but behaved amiably. Over 50 followed us and carried loads most willingly. 3 volunteered to follow us wherever we should go, but we declined their offer. Our riding donkeys were the first ever seen in Maniema, and effected a striking demonstration in our favor. They obtained more admiration than even we Europeans. Hundreds of natives ran up to us at each village in the greatest excitement to behold the strange long-eared animals, and followed us long distances from their homes to observe the donkeys' motions. One donkey, known by the name of Muscati, a high-spirited animal from Arabia, possessed braying powers which almost equaled the roar of a lion in volume, and really appeared to enjoy immensely the admiration he excited. His asinine soul took great delight in braying at the unsophisticated Africans of the Transluama, for his bray sent them flying in all directions. Scores of times during a day's march we were asked the name of the beast, and having learned it, they were never tired of talking about the Mapunda. One must not rashly impute all the blame to the Arabs and Waswahili of the Zanzibar coast for their excesses in Maniema, for the natives are also in a way to blame. Just as the Saxon and Dane and Jute, invited by the Britons, became their masters, so the Arabs, invited by the Maniema to assist them against one another, have become their tyrants. Bribes were offered to us 3 times by Maniema chiefs to assist them in destroying their neighbors, to whom they are of near kin, and with whom they have almost daily intimate relations. Our refusal of ivory and slaves appeared to surprise the chiefs, and they expressed the opinion that we white men were not as good as the Arabs, for, though it was true we did not rob them of their wives and daughters, enslave their sons, or despoil them of a single article, the Arabs would have assisted them. One really does not know whether to pity or to despise the natives of Maniema. Many are amiable enough to deserve good and kind treatment, but others are hardly human. They fly to the woods upon the approach of strangers, leaving their granaries of Indian corn erected like screens across the streets, or just outside the villages, in tempting view of hungry people. If the strangers follow them into the woods to persuade them to return and sell food, the purpose of the visit is mistaken, and they are assailed from behind depths of bush and tall trees. They are humble and liberal to the strong-armed Arab, savage and murderous and cannibalistic to small bands, and every slain man provides a banquet of meat for the forest natives of Maniema. Livingston's uniform gentle treatment of all classes deserved a better return than to have his life attempted 4 times. His patience finally exhausted and his life in danger, he gave the order to his men, Fire upon them, these men are wicked. On the 13th, after a march of 13 miles, in a west-southwest direction, along a very crooked path, we arrived at Kabongwe. At this settlement we observed for the first time spears all of wood, having their points sharp and hardened in fire, and shafts 8 to 10 feet long. As each warrior possesses a sheaf of these weapons, besides a vast wooden shield, he is sufficiently armed against a native enemy, and might, by a little boldness, become a dangerous foe to an Arab. The currency throughout Maniema consists of cowries. 6 cowries formed the ration money of the Wangwana. 3 cowries purchased a chicken. 2 procured 10 maize ears. 1 cowrie obtained the service of a native to grind the grain. 2 cowries were a day's hire for a porter, so that the Wangwana and Wanyamwezi were enjoying both abundance and relief from labor while we were traveling through Maniema. At Kabongwe I was alarmed at an insufferable odor that pervaded the air we breathed, for whether in the house or without, the atmosphere seemed loaded with an intolerable stench. On inquiring of the natives whether there was any dead animal putrefying in the neighborhood, they pointed to the firewood that was burning, and to a tree, a species of laurel, as that which emitted the smell. Upon examination I found it was indeed due to this strange wood, which, however, only becomes offensive under the action of fire. Between Kabongwe and Mituyu, our next camp, the country is extremely populous. Were all the villages we passed inhabited by brave men, a brigade of European troops could not move without precaution. The people, however, did not attempt to molest us, though an enormous number came out to stare at us and our donkeys. The natives are quick to adopt nicknames. In some places the Arabs were known by the name of Mwana Ngombe, Lord of Cows. The Sarmin of my first expedition received from his comrades for his detective qualities the name of Kecheche, or the Weasel. Sambuzi received the title of Metauza, or the Spoiler, and one of his subordinates was called Kiswaga, or Fleet Foot. Kalulu's name was formerly Ndugu Mali, brother of money. Wadi Safeni had a young relative in the expedition entitled Akili Mali, or one who is wise with his money. In the same manner, countries receive appellations distinctive of peculiarities, such as Unya Nyembe, land of hoes; Uyofu, land of elephants; Unya Mabiwa, land of goats; Unya Nkondo, land of sheep; Kanongo, land of travelers; Unya Ngorowe, land of hogs; Nguru, land of mountains; Kusu, land of parrots; Uganda, land of drums; Ulangu or Urangu, plain land; Marangu, plateau land; Ukutu, land of ears, long ears; Karanga, land of ground nuts; Ulua or Urua, land of lakes; Uemba, lake land; Ubawari, land of food. Mituyu is the easternmost settlement of the country of Uzura. On arrival we perceived that all their women were absent, and naturally inquired what had become of them. They replied in pathetic strains, "Oh, they are all dead, all cut off, every one. It was the smallpox." We sympathized with them, of course, because of such a terrible loss, and attempted to express our concern. But one of our enterprising people, while endeavoring to search out a good market for his cowries, discovered several dozen of the women in a wooded ravine. They had been concealed under the supposition that we were slave hunters. Skirting the range of hills which bounds the Luama Valley on the north, we marched to Mapungu, which is 15 miles west of Mituyu. Kitete, its chief, is remarkable for a plaited beard 20 inches long, decorated at the tips with a number of blue glass beads. His hair was also trussed up on the crown of his head in a shapely mass. His brother possessed a beard 6 inches long. There were half a dozen others with beards of 3 or 4 inches long. Kitete's symbol of royalty was a huge truncheon, or Hercules club, blackened and hardened by fire. His village was neat, and the architecture of the huts peculiar, as the picture below shows. The Luama Valley at Uzora at this season presents a waving extent of grass-grown downs, and while crossing over the higher swells of land, we enjoyed uninterrupted views of 30 or 40 miles to the west and south. From Mapungu we traveled through an interesting country, a distance of 4 miles, and suddenly from the crest of a low ridge saw the confluence of the Luama with the majestic Lualaba. The former appeared to have a breadth of 400 yards at the mouth. The latter was about 1,400 yards wide, a broad river of a pale gray color, winding slowly from south and by east. We hailed its appearance with shouts of joy, and rested on the spot to enjoy the view. Across the river, beyond a tawny, grassy stretch, towards the south-southwest, is Mount Kajima. About 1,000 feet above the valley, to the south-southwest, across the Luama, runs the Luyeya Ridge. From its base the plain slopes to the swift Luama. In the bed of the great river are 2 or 3 small islands, green with the verdure of trees and sedge. I likened it even here to the Mississippi, as it appears before the impetuous, full-volumed Missouri pours its rusty brown water into it. A secret rapture filled my soul as I gazed upon the majestic stream. The great mystery that for all these centuries nature had kept hidden away from the world of science was waiting to be solved. For 220 miles I had followed one of the sources of the Livingstone to the confluence, and now before me lay the superb river itself. My task was to follow it to the ocean. "It is getting late," said Mr. Stanley, glancing at his watch, "and I will leave you at this point, where you can dream of the great river and its course to the sea. Tomorrow you shall hear about some of the difficulties we encountered in going forward with the expedition." As Mr. Stanley retired, he was loudly applauded, and it was evident that the little audience were greatly pleased to hear from his own lips the account of his journey through the African wilderness. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Boy Travelers on the Congo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Boy Travelers on the Congo by Thomas Wallace Knox and Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 9. The forenoon of the next day was passed as usual, and in the afternoon the party assembled for the continuation of the story of the journey across the Dark Continent. It was Fred's turn to read, and the young man was promptly in his place at the table and with the open volume before him. "Mr. Stanley left us last evening," said Fred, "on the banks of the great river which he called the Livingstone, but which is more familiar to us as the Congo. Early the next day after his arrival he resumed his march, pressing forward in the direction of Nyangwe, the farthest point reached by Livingstone and afterwards by Cameron. Both these travelers greatly desired to explore the mysterious river which flowed past Nyangwe, but were unable to do so. Neither could induce his men to advance beyond that point. They tried to purchase or hire canoes with which to descend the river, but none could be obtained. The same fate threatened to fall upon Stanley and compel him to turn back to Ujiji, just as had been the case with Livingstone, but it was his good fortune to meet one Hamid bin Mohammed, or Tipu Tib, an Arab trader of great influence who is well known throughout Central Africa. He has a large force of Arabs under his control and is a sort of migratory king among the people where he moves. He can easily assemble 1,000 Arab fighting men at a few days' notice, and at almost any moment he can command the services of 200 or 300 of them. Here is a description of him as given by Mr. Stanley. He was a tall, black-bearded man of negroid complexion in the prime of life, straight and quick in his movements, a picture of energy and strength. He had a fine, intelligent face with a nervous twitching of the eyes and gleaming white and perfectly formed teeth. He was attended by a large retinue of young Arabs, who looked up to him as a chief, and a score of Wangwana and Wayamawazi followers, whom he had led over thousands of miles through Africa. With the air of a well-bred Arab and almost courtier-like in his manner, he welcomed me to the village, and his slaves being ready at hand with mat and bolster, he reclined vis-a-vis, while a buzz of admiration of his style was perceptible from the onlookers. After regarding him for a few minutes, I came to the conclusion that the Arab was a remarkable man, the most remarkable man I had met among Arabs, while Swahili and half-castes in Africa. He was neat in his person, his clothes were of spotless white, his fez cap brand new, his waist was encircled by a rich dowel, his dagger was splendid with silver filigree, and his tout ensemble was that of an Arab gentleman in very comfortable circumstances. The person above described was the Arab who had escorted Cameron across the Lualaba as far as Utotera, south latitude 5 degrees, and east longitude 25 degrees 54 minutes. Naturally, therefore, there was no person at Nyangwe whose evidence was more valuable than Tipu Tib's as to the direction that my predecessor at Nyangwe had taken. The information he gave me was sufficiently clear, and was, moreover, confirmed by other Arabs, that the greatest problem of African geography was left untouched at the exact spot where Dr. Livingstone had felt himself unable to prosecute his travels, and whence he had retracted his steps to Ujiji, never to return to Nyangwe. After a long conference, said Fred, Mr. Stanley asked Tipu Tib if he would accompany the expedition in the exploration of the Great River. The Arab at first declined the proposal, but after several interviews and a considerable amount of negotiation, it was arranged that, in consideration of $5,000, Tipu Tib, with 150 of his followers, would accompany Mr. Stanley for a distance of 60 marches from Nyangwe in any direction the latter should choose to take. The contract between them was very carefully drawn, and a considerable time was spent arranging it. While these negotiations were in progress, Mr. Stanley obtained all the information possible from Arabs and others relative to the region he proposed to visit. One Arab who claimed to have followed the course of the river for a great distance said it flowed to the north, always to the north, and there is no end to it till it reaches the salt sea. He had, he declared, traveled to the north along the banks of the river till he reached the country of the dwarves, a journey of 9 months. They were a powerful people, although they were so small. The men were only a yard high, with big heads and long beards. His party had a terrible fight with these dwarves, who fought with poisoned arrows that caused death almost instantly by the slightest scratch. Every man that was killed was immediately eaten by one of the dwarves, who have the reputation of being the worst cannibals in all Africa. Out of 200 or 300 Arabs that went on this expedition, only about 30 remained to Nyangwe. After listening to this wonderful story, Mr. Stanley asked the Arab if he saw any other curious things on his journey. "Oh, yes," he answered. "There are monstrous large boa constrictors in the forest of Urega, suspended by their tails to the branches, waiting for the passer-by or for a stray antelope. The ants in that forest are not to be despised. You cannot travel without your body being covered with them when they sting you like wasps. The leopards are so numerous that you cannot go very far without seeing one. Almost every native wears a leopard skin cap. The sokos, gorillas, are in the woods, and woe befall the man or woman met alone by them, for they run up to you and seize your hands and bite the fingers off one by one, and as fast as they bite one off, they spit it out. The Wasungora, Mino, and Warega are cannibals, and unless the force is very strong, they never let strangers pass. It is nothing but constant fighting. Only 2 years ago a party armed with 300 guns started north of Usongora, Mino. They only brought 60 guns back and no ivory. If one tries to go by the river, there are falls after falls which carry the people over and drown them. A party of 30 men in 3 canoes went down the river half a day's journey from Nyangwe when the old white man, Livingstone, was living there. They were all drowned, and that was the reason he did not go on. Had he done so, he would have been eaten, for what could he have done? Ah, no, master, the country is bad, and the Arabs have given it up. They will not try the journey into that country again after trying it 3 times and losing nearly 500 men altogether. Before closing his contract with Tippu Tib, Mr. Stanley consulted Frank Pocock, his only remaining white companion, in order to obtain his views of the matter. I will read his account of the consultation and what followed it. At 6 p.m., a couple of saucers filled with palm oil and fixed with cotton wick were lit. It was my after-dinner hour, the time for pipes and coffee, which Frank was always invited to share. When he came in, the coffee pot was boiling, and little Mabruki was in waiting to pour out. The tobacco pouch, filled with the choicest production of Africa, that of Massanai near Uriva, was ready. Mabruki poured out the coffee and retired, leaving us together. "Now, Frank, my son," I said, "sit down. I am about to have a long and serious chat with you. Life and death, yours as well as mine, and those of all the expedition, hang on the decision I make tonight." And then I reminded him of his friends at home, and also of the dangers before him, of the sorrow his death would cause, and also of the honors that would greet his success, of the facility of returning to Zanzibar, and also of the perilous obstacles in the way of advance, thus carefully alternating the pro with the con so as to not betray my own inclinations. I reminded him of the hideous scenes we had already been compelled to witness and to act in, pointing out that other wicked tribes no doubt lay before us, but also recalling to his memory how treachery, cunning, and savage courage had been balked by patience and promptitude, and how we still possessed the power to punish those who threatened us or murdered our friends, and I ended with words something like these. There is no doubt some truth in what the Arabs say about the ferocity of these natives before us. Livingstone, after 15,000 miles of travel and a lifetime of experience among Africans, would not have yielded the brave struggle without strong reasons. Cameron, with his 45 Snider rifles, would never have turned away from such a brilliant field if he had not sincerely thought that they were insufficient to resist the persistent attacks of countless thousands of wild men. But while we grant that there may be a modicum of truth in what the Arab says, it is in their ignorant, superstitious nature to exaggerate what they have seen. A score of times have we proved them wrong, yet their reports have already made a strong impression on the minds of Wangwana and Wayamwezi. They are already trembling with fear because they suspect that I am about to attempt the cannibal lands beyond Nyangwe. On the day that we propose to begin our journey, we shall have no expedition. On the other hand, I am confident that, if I am able to leave Nyangwe with the expedition intact and to place a breadth of wild country between our party and the Arab depot, I shall be able to make men of them. There are good stuff, heroic qualities in them, but we must get free from the Arabs, or they will be very soon demoralized. It is for this purpose I am negotiating with Tippu Tib. If I can arrange with him and leave Nyangwe without the dreadful loss we experienced at Ujiji, I feel sure that I can inspire my men to dare anything with me. The difficulty of transport again is enormous. We cannot obtain canoes at Nyangwe. Livingston could not, Cameron failed. No doubt I shall fail. I shall not try to obtain any, but we might buy up all the axes that we can see between here and Nyangwe, and traveling overland on this side of the Lualaba, we might, before Tippu Tib's contract is at an end, come across a tribe which would sell their canoes. We have sufficient stores to last a long time, and I shall purchase more at Nyangwe. If the natives will not sell, we can make our own canoes, if we possess a sufficient number of axes to set all hands at work. Now, what I wish you to tell me, Frank, is your opinion as to what we ought to do. Frank's answer was ready. I say, go on, sir. Think well, my dear fellow, don't be hasty. Life and death hang on our decision. Don't you think we could explore to the east of Cameron's Road? But there is nothing like this great river, sir. What do you say to Lake Lincoln, Lake Kamalondo, Lake Bemba, and all that part down to the Zambezi? Ah, that is a fine field, sir, and perhaps the natives would not be so ferocious, would they? Yet, as you said just now, it would be nothing to the great river, which for all these thousands of years has been flowing steadily to the north, through hundreds, perhaps thousands of miles of which no one has ever heard a word. Let us follow the river, sir. Yet, my friend, think yet again. Look at all these faithful fellows whose lives depend on our word. Think of our own, for we are yet young and strong and active. Why should we throw them away for a barren honor, or if we succeed, have every word we said doubted, and carped at, and our motives misconstrued by malicious minds, who distort everything to our injury? Ah, true, sir, I was one of those who doubted that you had ever found Livingstone. I don't mind telling you now, until I came to Zanzibar and saw your people, I did not believe it, and there are hundreds in Rochester who share my opinion. And do you believe, Frank, that you are in Myanmar now? I am obliged to, sir. Are you not afraid, should you return to England, that when men say you have never been to Africa, as no doubt they will, you will come to disbelieve it yourself? Ah, no, sir, he replied. I can never forget Ituru, the death of my brother in that wild land, the deaths of so many Wangwana there, the Great Lake, Uganda, our march to Muta Nungzi, Rumanaka, my life in Ujiji, the Tanganyika, and our march here. But what do you think, Frank? Had we not better explore northeast of here until we reach Muta Nungazi, circumnavigate that lake, and strike across to Uganda again, and return to Zanzibar by way of Kahagi? That would be a fine job, sir, if we could do it. Yet if you think of it, Frank, this great river which Livingstone first saw, and which broke his heart almost to turn away from and leave a mystery, is a noble field too. Fancy by and by, after buying or building canoes, our floating down the river day by day, either to the Nile or to some vast lake in the far north, or to the Congo and the Atlantic Ocean. Think what a benefit our journey will be to Africa. Steamers from the mouth of the Congo to Lake Bemba and to all great rivers which run into it. I say, sir, let us toss up. Best 2 out of 3 to decide it. Toss away. Here is a rupee. Heads for the north and the Lualaba. Tails for the south and the Katanga. Frank stood up, his face beaming. He tossed the rupee up high. The coin dropped. What is it? I asked. Tails, sir, said Frank, with a face expressive of strong disapproval. Toss again. He tossed again, and tails was again announced, and 6 times running tails won. We then tried straws, the short straws for the south, the long straws for the river Lualaba, and again we were disappointed, for Frank persisted in drawing out the short straws and in leaving the long straws in my hands. It is of no use, Frank. We'll face our destiny, despite the rupee and straws. With your help, my dear fellow, I will follow the river. Mr. Stanley, have no fear of me. I shall stand by you. The last words of my dear old father were, "Stick by your master." And there is my hand, sir. You shall never have cause to doubt me. Good. I shall go on, then. I will finish this contract with Tipu Tib for the Wangwana. On seeing him accompany us, will perhaps be willing to follow me. We may also recruit others at Nyangwe, and then if the natives will allow peaceful passage through their countries, so much the better. If not, our duty says, go on. The next night, Tipu Tib and his friends visited me again. The contract was written and signed by the respective parties and their witnesses. The Wangwana chiefs were then called, and it was announced to them that Tipu Tib, with 140 guns and 70 Wayam-Wazi spearmen, would escort us a distance of 60 camps, when, if we found the countries hostile to us, and no hopes of meeting other traders, we should return with him to Nyangwe. If we met Portuguese or Turkish traders, a portion of us would continue the journey with them, and the remainder would return with Tipu Tib to Nyangwe. This announcement was received with satisfaction, and the chiefs said that owing to Tipu Tib's presence, no Arab at Nyangwe would dare to harbor a runaway from the expedition. Cowries and beads were then counted out and given that evening to Tipu Tib as ration money for 10 days from the day of his departure from Mwanamamba. The next morning, being the 24th of October, the expedition left Mwanamamba in high spirits. The good effect of the contract with Tipu Tib had already brought us recruits, for on the road I observed several strange faces of men who, on our arrival at the first camp, Marimbu, 11 miles northwest from Mwanawamba, appeared before my tent and craved to be permitted to follow us. They received an advance in cloth, and their names were entered on the muster list of the expedition at the same rate of pay as the other Wayam-Wazi and Wanangwana. Through a fine rolling country, but depopulated with every mile marked by ruined villages, we marched in a northwesterly direction, and on the 25th of October arrived at Kankumba, crossing the Mashama stream by the way. About 1 mile from our camp was the marshy valley of the Kunda River, another tributary of the Lualaba, which rises in Umzimba. To the east-northeast of us, about 8 miles off, rose some hilly cones, spurs of the Mayama Hills. On the west stretched a rolling grassy land extending to the Lualaba. The grass, genus Panisum of Mayama, is like other things in this prolific land of gigantic proportions, and denser than the richest field of corn. The stalks are an inch in diameter and about 8 feet high. In fact, what I have called grassy land is more like a waving country planted with young bamboo. Young Kalulu, who, since his recapture at the Ugura port on Lake Tanganyika, had been well behaved and was in high favor again, met with a serious and very remarkable accident at Kankumba. A chief, called Mabruki the Elder, had retained a cartridge in his snider, contrary to orders, and leaving it carelessly on the stacked goods, a hurrying Mangwana kicked it down with his foot, which caused it to explode. Kalulu, who was reclining on his mat near a fire, was wounded in no fewer than 8 places, the bullet passing through the outer part of his lower legs, the upper part of his thigh, and glancing over his right ribs through the muscles of his left arm. Though the accident had caused severe wounds, there was no danger, and by applying a little arnica, lint, and bandages, we soon restored him to a hopeful view of his case. On the morning of the 27th, we descended from our camp at Kankumba to the banks of the Kunda, a river about 40 yards wide and 10 feet deep at the ferry. The canoemen were Wengana, or Wenya fishermen, under the protection of Sheikh Abid bin Salim, alias Tanganyika. A rapid march of 4 miles brought us to the outskirts of Nyangwe, where we were met by Abid bin Salim, an old man of 65 years of age, Mohammed bin Said, a young Arab with a remarkably long nose and small eyes, Sheikh Abid's Fundis, or elephant hunters, and several Wangwana, all dressed in spotless white shirts, crimson fezzes, and sandals. Sheikh Abid was pleased to monopolize me by offering me a house in his neighborhood. The manner that we entered Nyangwe appeared from subsequent conversation to have struck Sheikh Abid, who, from his long residence there, had witnessed the arrival and departure of very many caravans. There was none of the usual firings of guns and wild shouting and frenzied action, and the order and steadiness of veterans, the close files of a column which tolerably well understood by this time the difference between discipline and lawlessness, with its stragglers and slovenly laggards, made a marked impression upon the old Arab. Another thing that surprised him was the rapidity of the journey from the Tanganyika, 338 miles in 43 days, inclusive of all halts. He said that the usual period occupied by Arabs was between 3 and 4 months. Yet the members of the expedition were in admirable condition. They had never enjoyed better health, and we had not one sick person. The only one incapacitated for work was Kalulu, and he had been accidentally wounded only the very night before. Between the Tanganyika and the Arab depot of Nyangwe, neither Frank nor I had suffered the slightest indisposition. Nyangwe is the extreme westernmost locality inhabited by the Arab traders from Zanzibar. It stands in east longitude 26 degrees 16 minutes, south latitude 4 degrees 15 minutes, on the right or eastern side of the Lualaba, on the verge of a high and reddish bank rising some 40 feet above the river, with clear open country north along the river for a distance of 3 miles, east some 10 miles, south over 70 miles, or as far as the confluence of the Luama with the Lualaba. The town called Nyangwe is divided into 2 sections. The northern section has for its center the quarters of Miuni Dugumbi, the first Arab arrival here in 1868, and around his house are the commodious quarters of his friends, their families, and slaves, in all perhaps 300 houses. The southern section is separated from its neighbor by a broad hollow cultivated and sown with rice for the Arabs. When the Lualaba rises to its full amplitude, this hollow is flooded. The chief house of the southern half of Nyangwe is the large and well-built clay banda of Sheikh Abid bin Salim. In close neighborhood to this are the houses and huts of those Arab Wangwana who prefer the company of Abid bin Salim to Muuni Dugumbi. Between the 2 foreign chiefs of Nyangwe there is a great jealousy. Each endeavors to be recognized by the natives as being the most powerful. Dugumbi is an East Coast trader of Syad Adani, a half-caste, a vulgar, coarse-minded old man of probably 70 years of age, with a negroid nose and a negroid mind. Sheikh Abed is a tall, thin old man, white-bearded, patriarchal in aspect, narrow-minded, rather peevish, and quick to take offense, a thorough believer in witchcraft, and a fervid Muslim. Close to Abed's elbows of late years has been the long-nosed young Arab Mohammed bin Said, superstitious beyond measure, of enormous cunning and subtlety, a pernicious beggar of keen trading instincts, but in all matters outside trade as simple as a child. He offered for a consideration and on condition that I would read the Arabic Koran, to take me up and convey me to any part of Africa within a day. By such unblushing falsehoods he had acquired considerable influence over the mind of Sheikh Abed. The latter told me that he was half afraid of him, and that he believed Mohammed was an extraordinary man. I asked the silly old sheikh if he had lent him any ivory. No, but he was constantly being asked for the loan of 10 freyschal, 350 pounds of ivory, for which he was promised 15 freyschal, or 525 pounds, within 6 months. Mohammed, during the very first of my arrival, sent one of his favorite slaves to ask first for a little writing paper, then for needles and thread, and a couple of hours afterwards for white pepper and a bar of soap. In the evening for a pound or two of sugar and a little tea, and if I could spare it, he would be much obliged for some coffee. The next day petitions, each very prettily worded, for Mohammed is an accomplished reader of the Koran, came, first for medicine, then for a couple of yards of red cloth, then for a few yards of fine white sheeting, etc. I became quite interested in him, for he was not a lovable, genial character, as he sat there chewing betel nut and tobacco to excess, twinkling his little eyes with such malicious humor in them that, while talking with him, I could not withdraw mine from watching their quick flashes of cunning and surveying the long, thin nose with its impenetrable mystery and classic lines. I fear Mohammed did not love me, but my admiration was excessive for Mohammed. La il Allah, he was heard to say to Sheikh Abed. That old white man, Dowd Livingstone, never gave much to any man. This white man gives nothing. Certainly not, Mohammed. My admiration is great for thee, my friend, but thou liest so that I am disgusted with thee, and thou hast such a sweet, plausible, villainous look in thy face, I could punch thee heartily. The next morning, Muani, Lord Dungumbi, and following came a gang of veritable freebooters, chiefest of whom was the famous Matagamoyo, the butcher of women and fusiller of children. Tipu Tib, when I asked him a few weeks after what he thought of Matagamoyo, turned up his nose and said, "He is brave, no doubt, but he is a man whose heart is as big as the end of my little finger. He has no feeling. He kills a native as though he were a serpent. It matters not of what sex." This man is about 44 years of age, of middle stature and swarthy complexion, with a broad face, black beard just graying, and thin-lipped. He spoke but little, and that little courteously. He did not appear very formidable, but he might be deadly nevertheless. The Arabs of Nyangwe regard him as their best fighter. Dugumbi, the patriarch, or as he is called by the natives, Molembo Lemba, had the rollicking look of a prosperous and coarse-minded old man who was perfectly satisfied with the material aspect of his condition. He deals in humor of the coarsest kind, a vain, frivolous old fellow, ignorant of everything but the art of collecting ivory, who has contrived to attach to himself a host of nameless half-castes of inordinate pride, savage spirit, and immeasurable greed. The Arabs of Nyangwe, when they first heard of the arrival of Tipu Tib at Mbari from the south, were anxious to count him as their fellow settler, but Tipu Tib had no ambition to become the chief citizen of a place which could boast of no better settlers than vain old Dungumbi, the butcher Matagamoyo, and silly Sheikh Abed. He therefore proceeded to Mowana Mambas, where he found better society with Muhammad bin Said, Said bin Sultan, Mitsi Ani, and Said bin Muhammad el-Mizuri. Said bin Sultan in features is a rough copy of Abdul Aziz, late Sultan of Turkey. One of the principal institutions at Nyangwe is the Kiturka, or market, with the first of which I made acquaintance in 1871 in Ujiji and Urundi. One day, as it is held in the open plaza in front of Sheikh Abed's house, on the next day in Dagumbi section, half a mile from the other, and on the third at the confluence of the Kunda and the Laluba, and so on in turn. In this market everything becomes vendible and purchasable, from an ordinary earthenware pot to a slave. From 1,000 to 3,000 natives gather here from across the Lualaba, and from the Kunda banks, from the islands up the river, and from the villages of the Mitamba or forest. Nearly all are clad in the fabrics of Mayema, fine grass cloths which are beautifully colored and very durable. The articles sold here for cowries, beads, copper and iron wire, and lambas, or squares of palm cloth, represent the productions of Manyama. I went round the market and made out the following list: sweet potatoes, yams, maize, sesamum, millet, beans, cucumbers, melons, cassava, ground nuts, bananas, sugar cane, pepper and berries, vegetable for broths, wild fruit, palm butter, oil palm nuts, pineapples, honey, eggs, fowls, black pigs, goats, sheep, parrots, palm wine, malofu, pombe, beer, mussels and oysters from the river, fresh fish, dried fish, white bait, snails dried, salt, white ants, grasshoppers, tobacco, dried leaf, pipes, fishing nets, basket work, cassava bread, cassava flour, copper bracelets, iron wire, iron knobs, hose, spears, bows and arrows, hatchets, rattan cane staves, stools, crockery, powdered camwood, grass cloths, grass mats, fuel, ivory, slaves. From this it will be perceived that the wants of Nyangwe are very tolerably supplied, and how like any other marketplace it was, with its noise and murmur of human voices, the same rivalry in extolling their wares, the eager, quick action, the emphatic gesture, the inquisitive look, the facial expressions of scorn and triumph, anxiety, joy, plausibility were all there. I discovered, too, the surprising fact that the aborigines of Mayema possess just the same inordinate ideas in respect to their wares as London, Paris, and New York shopkeepers. Perhaps the Mayema people are not so voluble, but they compensate for lack of language by gesture and action which are unspeakably eloquent. During this month of the year, the Lualaba reached its lowest level. Our boat, the Lady Alice, after almost being rebuilt, was launched in the river, and with sounding line and sextant on board, my crew and I, eager to test the boat on the gray-brown waters of the great river, pushed off at 11 a.m. and rowed for an island opposite 800 yards distant, taking soundings as we went. The soundings showed a mean depth of 18 feet 9 inches. The easternmost island in mid-river is about 100 yards across at its widest part, and between it and another island is a distance of from 250 to 300 yards. From the second island to the low shore opposite Nyangwe is about 250 yards, and these channels have a slightly swifter flow than the main river. The mean depth of the central channel was 12.5 feet, the westernmost 11 feet, and the entire width of clear water flow was about 1,300 yards. During the months of April, May, and June, and the early part of July, the Lualaba is full and overspreads the lowlands westward for nearly a mile and a half. The Lualaba then may be said to be from 4,000 to 5,000 yards wide, opposite Nyangwe. The Arabs, wherever they settle throughout Africa, endeavor to introduce the seeds of the vegetables and fruit trees which grow in their beloved island of Zanzibar. At Unyan Yembe, therefore, they have planted pawpaws, sweet limes, mangoes, lemons, custard apples, pomegranates, and have sown wheat and rice in abundance. At Ujiji also they have pawpaws, sweet limes, pomegranates, lemons, wheat, rice, and onions. At Nyangwe their fruit consists of pineapples, pawpaws, and pomegranates. They have succeeded admirably in their rice, both at Nyangwe, Kasongos, and Mwanamambas. The Waigana, as the Arabs call them, or Wena, pronounced Wena, as they style themselves, are a remarkable tribe of fishers who inhabit both banks of the Lualaba, from the confluence of the Kamalondo on the left bank down to the sixth cataract of the Stanley Falls, and on the right bank from the confluence of the Luama down Ubaiwe or Usangora Mino. The Wena were the aborigines of Nwange when the advanced party of Muini Dugumbi appeared on the scene, precursors of ruin, terror, and depopulation to the inhabitants of 700 square miles of Manyema. Considering that the fertile open tract of country between the Luama and Nyangwe was exceedingly populous, as the ruins of scores of villages testify, 60 inhabitants to the square mile would not be too great a proportion. The river border, then, of Manyema from the Luama to Nyangwe may be said to have had a population of 42,000 souls, of which there remain probably only 20,000. The others have been deported or massacred or have fled to the islands or immigrated down the river. Tipu Tib arrived at Nyangwe on the 2nd of November with a much larger force than I anticipated, for he had nearly 700 people with him. However, he explained that he was about to send some 300 of them to a country called Tata, which lies to the east of Usangora Mino. On the 4th of November, the members of the expedition were mustered, and we ascertained that they numbered 154, and that we possessed the following arms: Snyders 29, percussion lock muskets 32, Winchesters 2, double-barreled guns 2, revolvers 10, axes 68. Out of this number of 64 guns, only 40 were borne by trustworthy men. The others were mere pagazis who would prefer becoming slaves to fighting for their freedom and lives. At the same time, they were valuable as porters and faithful to their allotted duties and their contract when not enticed away by outside influences or fears. The enormous force that Tipu Tib brought to Nyangwe quite encouraged them, and when I asked them if they were ready to make good their promise to me at Zanzibar and Muta Nagaz Lake, they replied unanimously in the affirmative. "Then tonight, my friends," said I, "you will pack up your goods, and tomorrow morning at the first hour let me see you in line before my house ready to start." End of Chapter 9.